Exploitation Hollywood 1980. Greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement: this story is 100% epic fiction. So please don't attempt real magic, the results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 701, First a grade in 4 years. Without waiting for the official results the next day, that very night, Weintraub grabbed the CinemaScore manager by the neck, demanding an answer that very night. Rating sheets were faxed back from cinemas across the country. They were then compiled, filled into tables, and a staff member calculated the average score. After being checked twice, the average scores were added together, then converted into a rating system from A+ to F, and finally filled into the large blank at the bottom of the table. This final rating summary sheet was faxed from the Las Vegas headquarters to Weintraub's hotel in New York. A+, oh my. Weintraub held the fax, ignoring the lingering smell of the fax machine, and kissed it passionately. Ronald, it's an A+. The first movie in 4 years to get an A+ from CinemaScore. We are about to succeed, ha ha ha. Ronald, who had been forced to stay by Weintraub, wasn't really happy. He really wanted to go home with his Aunt Karen, have some cookies, and chat about family life and Donna's studies at MIT. However, Weintraub was good at making women happy. He told Ronald's aunt that this rating was crucial to whether Ronald could achieve another breakthrough. His aunt, hearing that it concerned Ronald's career prospects, also urged him to stay. CinemaScore's ratings are based on completely random sampling of cities in several states, with staff traveling to conduct the sampling. Therefore, the ratings can fully represent the audience's perception of the film. Is this rating really that important? Ronald wasn't really familiar with the company's rating system. He only remembered that E.T. the Extraterrestrial had also received an A+ rating. This time, the second installment of Dragon Knight had also received positive reviews from the audience, so it seemed he had done a good job. You're not a company executive, Ronald. CinemaScore is highly regarded in Hollywood right now. Their ratings are largely seen as predictions of box office success. Anything that gets an A or higher is a huge box office success. So now, CinemaScore's ratings have been bought out by the 7 major Hollywood studios, and they can't immediately release them to the media. The actual ratings are only released to the studios first, and only after their approval can they be given to the news media. And some key data is not released. Is your rating accurate? Ronald asked a CinemaScore staff member. The staff member explained. It seemed he did this job frequently. CinemaScore conducts surveys in 5 randomly selected cities for each film. Only the opening day audience is considered. The survey cards ask about age, gender, film rating, A, B, C, D, or F, whether they would rent or buy videotapes, and so on. There are also questions about marketing, such as why they chose this film and whether they think it fits their marketing strategy. A film that gets an A rating has a multiplier of over 5 times its opening weekend's box office. If it gets an A+, it could exceed 8, even 10. A film with a C rating has a total revenue of about 3 times its opening weekend. So generally speaking, A is good, B is average, and C is pretty bad. D and F ratings indicate that they shouldn't have made the film, or they marketed it to the wrong audience and got the wrong people to watch it. I remember E.T. got an A+. In fact, in 1982, the year E.T. was released, 2 other films, Gandhi and Rocky III, also got A+ ratings. But because E.T. was so successful, with a total box office of over 30 times its opening weekend, we changed the rating criteria. For more than 3 years afterward, no film met the new A+ rating criteria. Your Dragon Squad 2 is the first film in 4 years to get an A+ rating. Even your Top Gun only got an A, so congratulations, Director Ronald, Mr. Weintraub. Based on our experience, your film will definitely do very well at the box office. Thank you. So we can use an A+ for marketing now, right? Weintraub asked the CinemaScore staff. Of course, we have no objection. Although CinemaScore ratings are generally not publicly released, some films use an A rating in their marketing packages. Posters, newspaper ads, and television commercials all display the CinemaScore rating of A. Kids on the Run had received a long-awaited A+, and Weintraub certainly wasn't going to let it pass. He immediately called Columbia Pictures' marketing department, urging them to revise their marketing materials and request an additional budget. Although Weintraub had joined MGM United Artists, Columbia Pictures wouldn't turn down money. Besides the substantial returns from Kids on the Run, Columbia also held the distribution rights to the sequels. Furthermore, both films featured product placements from Columbia's parent company, Coca-Cola. For such commercial films, the director was cooperative in including advertising, unlike some directors who reject commercial placements for artistic reasons. Columbia's distribution department acted quickly. By that evening, the new rating and promotional materials had been distributed throughout New York City. Ads featuring a patchwork-style CinemaScore A+ rating were pasted onto the Dragon Boy posters in major cinemas. A large A+ with a CinemaScore logo in the background. Next to it was a person giving a thumbs up. "That looks like the gesture of those two film critics from Chicago," said Ronald, wearing sunglasses, as he arrived at a Manhattan cinema to check out the new posters. Anyway, they didn't patent it. Weintraub wasn't wearing sunglasses. In the world of film, audiences rarely cared about the producer's appearance. Although he was the big boss, he still enjoyed being on the front lines, pointing out and correcting the staff's mistakes. "That's true," Ronald said, noticing the crowds queuing at the box office. Besides Ronald's Top Gun and Dragon Boys 2, some people were buying tickets for Spring Is Not a School Day, and the rest were buying tickets for another new film. Legal Eagles. Ronald looked at the faces of the stars on the poster, 3 pleasingly large stars, 1 man and 2 women. The position of a star on a movie poster is a symbol of their status in the industry. In the middle was Robert Redford, reclining on the ground, occupying the largest space. He was a Hollywood golden boy as an actor, and as a director. His directorial debut, Ordinary People in 1980, won him an Oscar for Best Director. That film also starred Timothy Hutton, an actor Ronald disliked. Therefore, his card was the highest, rightfully occupying the best central position. To his left was Deborah Winger. She starred in An Officer and a Gentleman and Mother and Daughter, earning an Oscar nomination for Best Actress, though she lost the latter to Shirley MacLaine, who played her mother in the same film. The dark-haired beauty wore a white sweater, revealing one right hand. Her card was the second highest. So half of her body leaned out from next to Redford. Redford's body was slightly turned towards her, guiding the audience's gaze to her second. To the right was Daryl Hannah, who starred alongside Tom Hanks in the blockbuster The Mermaid. However, she hadn't had any blockbuster films since, nor had she received any awards. Therefore, only her face and blonde hair were visible on the poster, her body obscured by Redford. "I want to see it. Want to come along?" Ronald, wanting to see this main competitor's film, asked Weintraub if he wanted to watch it. "I'm not interested. We have an A+ rating. We're sure to win. Okay, I'll watch it myself." Ronald's gaze lingered on Deborah Winger's face. Although she was a dark-haired beauty traditionally considered more intelligent than physically imposing in America, Ronald preferred this kind of sophisticated and intellectual beauty. She was more attractive to him than the blonde, tall Daryl Hannah. "You've got your eye on her? But you're too late. Deborah is already having a shotgun wedding." Weintraub made a round gesture with his hand over his stomach. "What?" Ronald didn't understand at first. "She's pregnant, with Timothy Hutton. Hutton is a notorious playboy in Hollywood. If he agreed to marry her, he must be pregnant. Rumors are circulating in Hollywood that her agent is swearing about Hutton. All of Hutton's movies after Ordinary People have been box office flops, and nobody's offering him scripts anymore. He's only with Winger to ride her coattails. Deborah Winger will be taking at least a year off now. For an actress who is on the rise, pregnancy and childbirth are very bad for her career. Sigh, it's really tough being a female star." Ronald shrugged, bought a ticket, and a large can of popcorn and Coca-Cola combo, carrying it into the theater. Law and Order was surprisingly good. Redford played a prosecutor, and Deborah Winger played his opposing lawyer. The two defended Daryl Hannah, unexpectedly uncovering an arson case from over 20 years ago. The film has romance, unexpected explosions, and the revelation of a conspiracy. In the end, Redford's character doesn't choose Daryl Hannah, who inherits her father's vast fortune from a world-famous painting, but instead chooses Deborah Winger, a like-minded woman with whom he opens a law firm. The film is fairly standard. The script is clearly written to meet the standards of a commercial blockbuster. Ronald noticed that the credits listed Jim Cash and Jack Epps Jr. as screenwriters. This screenwriting duo also wrote Top Gun, though that film script was thin and relied heavily on the director's improvisation. They also wrote the script for The Secret to Success. However, the film's plot was too conventional, and the stars' performances were equally unremarkable. As a Hollywood veteran, all of Ronald's twists and turns were predictable, and none of the actors delivered any unexpected performances. After watching the entire film, Ronald couldn't even recall a single scene that stood out. That's awesome. Deborah Winger is so beautiful. Daryl Hannah is pretty good too. She has a great figure. Ronald went to the restroom and found that the audience wasn't talking about the plot, but rather discussing the performances of the beautiful actresses. Looks like a formidable competitor, not to be underestimated. Although they weren't discussing the plot, Ronald was confident that the show's reception wouldn't be bad. Given the way the female lead's looks and charisma were being discussed, he figured the women's restroom was probably talking about Robert Redford too. Audiences love stars, producers rely on stars. Ronald had truly grasped the meaning of that saying. Chapter 702, 2 of the top 5 box office rankings. The opening weekend box office results were immediately sent to Ronald. Dragon Squad 2 had topped the box office charts. With 1,300 theaters showing, it grossed $13 million over the weekend, Ronald's best opening weekend ever. The joy was sudden. Sunday night, Ronald celebrated at his new home on Staten Island with his aunt and her boyfriend, along with his childhood friend from the island, Douglas Henson Jr. His aunt's boyfriend, Eric, prepared a sumptuous dinner, and everyone enjoyed a pleasant meal. After dinner, Ronald received a call from Weintraub, informing him that Dragon Squad 2 was about to top the box office. Douglas Jr. brought out a large bottle of champagne from home and opened it to celebrate. Hopefully our new film will do just as well. Cheers. Douglas Jr.'s annuity from the family trust had been increased 5-fold by his grandfather. He had more money to invest in Hollywood. Ronald's Moonstruck project had secured financing from him, and the two agreed to invest together after signing the distribution contract. Is your Top Gun still in the top 3? Douglas Jr. asked. 4th. The 2 new movies are still pretty strong. But I'm quite satisfied. Top Gun's box office performance is amazing. The weekly decline is less than 5%, Ronald told everyone after hearing the news. Top Gun's box office momentum is very good. Even in its 6th week, it still had nearly $6 million in weekend box office revenue. The total box office is about to exceed $70 million. This phenomenon is actually a very good omen. The last movie with such strong box office performance was Spielberg's E.T. the Extraterrestrial. Perhaps these 2 movies did something right. Ronald couldn't figure it out for the moment and could only wait for the box office analysis data to come out before making a conclusion. Is it the movie starring Deborah Winger and Robert Redford? Douglas Jr. asked. Yes, that's right. The second-ranked movie was The Eagle Shooting Heroes, which had about the same number of theaters as Dragon Boys 2, but its per-theater box office was only about 2/3 of Dragon Boys, ultimately earning $8 million in box office revenue. Third place went to the comedy film Back to School, which, in its 2nd week, didn't even reach the weekend box office of The Law Enforcer in its 1,600 theaters. Like most slapstick comedies, its box office decline was relatively slow. 4th place went to Top Gun, which had been in theaters for 6 weeks. Combined with 5th place, John Hughes' Ferris Budding Night, Ronald alone occupied 2 of the top 5 spots in the weekend box office rankings. When was the last time we saw something like this? Little Douglas was quite pleased with his friend Ronald, who, even after becoming famous, still remembered to include him in his investments. His words carried a hint of flattery. Spielberg and Lucas often do this. Don't give me that. Ronald laughed and patted his childhood friend on the shoulder. Little Douglas made an exaggerated gesture of almost falling over, and then the 2 of them burst into laughter. I watched The Law Enforcer, and I felt the stars were a bit superfluous, and the case was quite complex. I didn't understand it the first time I watched it, but I figured it out the second time. Little Douglas was now very interested in Hollywood movies and always went to see new releases. This gave them something to talk about in the industry. I know you too well. You're just trying to get a better look at Deborah Winger and Daryl Hannah, aren't you? Why do you think so badly of me? Little Douglas feigned hurt. Actually, I watch a lot of movies now, so I know some basic plot points. This movie always makes me guess what's going to happen next. Seeing Redford, I know he'll be a righteous prosecutor, with a good sense of humor, and beautiful women throwing themselves at him. Seeing Wenger, I know she's a smart and beautiful woman. That's true, I've noticed that too. But this movie only got funding because of its star-studded cast. Will Moonlight Twist also change the characters to match the stars' images to get them? I don't think so, because this movie is centered around the female lead. Right now, female stars don't have the same influence as male stars, and I don't want to cast an established star as the male lead. Little Douglas grabbed another bottle of whiskey, and the two continued drinking. In the end, he slept in Ronald's guest room. Ronnie, it's your phone. It sounds like your agent is calling. His aunt's boyfriend had made him a big breakfast the next day. Thanks, Eric. Ronald answered the phone. The call was from his agent, Nisida. He had received countless congratulatory calls that morning, and the two of them had picked out a few that Ronald needed to return personally, so they had Ronald call them back. Ronald didn't want his private life in New York to be disturbed, so Nisida and his team temporarily acted as Ronald's human operators. Tanina Paramount congratulates you and asks when you're returning to Los Angeles this week to discuss the release of your new film. Disney's production director, Katzenberg, also called, your film, The House That Never Dies, premieres in Los Angeles this weekend. Are you interested in attending? Several male stars who have personal relationships with him and Eisner want to work with you and would like to meet you at the premiere to chat. Who? Michael Douglas and Mel Gibson from Australia? Okay, I'll go back midweek. Ronald had nods of acquaintance with both male stars. Their desire to meet him suggested that Top Gun had boosted Tom Cruise's star status, making them interested in talking to him, the director who could launch a star's career. Besides, Helen would definitely be attending the premiere. The film's box office might not be great, and he needed to offer her some consolation. John Hughes called to congratulate you too. After Molly Lindward left him, he planned to switch to adult comedies. He wrote a script that was a gender-swap version of Pink, but now he can't find a director and asked if you had any recommendations. What about his friend? I heard he said he wouldn't start filming if he couldn't find a female lead like Molly Lindward, so Hughes fired him. Where am I supposed to find a director who's good at making teen movies? Ronald replied. Hughes was somewhat similar to him. Both were outsiders who broke into Hollywood and were quite prolific, so they hadn't yet built their own teams and were in a state of projects waiting for people. Finally, your former boss, Roger Corman, called to congratulate you. Huh? Why did he think of me? Is he unhappy that he didn't get a cameo in the second movie? I'll call him back. Ronald hung up and dialed Corman first. Ronald, congratulations. You absolutely have to ask me to have a cameo in the third one. I think I did a great job playing the karate tournament organizer. My wife really enjoyed my performance. Sure enough, Roger Corman started by mentioning his cameo. Haha, definitely. We haven't even started thinking about a sequel yet. Producer Weintraub is currently focusing more on his business as an executive at MGM United Artists, so it looks like a third one won't be coming anytime soon. Just remember me, and you have to ask me to have a cameo in your next movie too. Next movie I'm making is about Italian Americans. Roger, you're Jewish, so what? As people get older, they start to look more and more like Italian Americans. Don't forget I had a cameo in The Godfather Part 2. Okay, I'll leave you a fun role. Ronald joked with Corman for a few moments, then asked you if he had anything else to say. It was a bit strange that Corman was calling so urgently. Apart from inviting him to dinner to congratulate him after his debut film was released, Corman hadn't called immediately after the opening weekend results for his subsequent films. I wanted to congratulate you on finding the secret to making blockbuster commercial films. I was a little worried before because you often chose different themes. Now that your sequel is so excellent, I feel you have a bright future as a director, Ronald exclaimed. Wow, was Roger Corman's standard so high? He hadn't seemed satisfied with Top Gun, but seemed much more pleased with Dragon Boys 2. Roger Corman explained. This was Ronald's first sequel, using the same formula as the first. Daniel is in love with a girl, and a rival tries to stop him and humiliate him for some reason. After special training from Master Miyagi, he starts from an insignificant detail, introduces philosophical thinking, and ultimately defeats his rival and wins the girl. This shows that Ronald has mastered the formula for success in a certain genre. Roger Corman has seen many directors who are only briefly successful, fading into obscurity after their talent runs out. Ronald, however, has transcended the method of relying solely on talent to make films. Now he can make a living in the film industry for life. Oh, thank you, Roger. Your affirmation makes me happiest. Ronald was pleased to hear Coleman say this, and didn't feel looked down upon at all. This was the proper way to consider whether to greenlight a film project, from both the audience's and the producer's perspective. Roger Coleman's experience might be a bit outdated, but his methods were still worth studying. Am I one of the best graduates from Coleman Film School, Roger? Among the youngest graduates, am I the most accomplished? You're number one at the box office, not artistically. Oh? That hurts me. There's someone more accomplished than me? Who is it? Is it Jim? I'm surprised that in your eyes, I'm not number one. Ronald was having a good time and joked with his former boss. Your business acumen and imagination are definitely number one. Even Jim can't beat you at the box office. Roger Coleman chatted with Ronald just like he used to with his script assistant in the company, neither looking down on Ronald because of his low status back then nor flattering him because of Ronald's current success. However, from the perspective of the pinnacle of cinematic art, and the maturity of your directing skills, I still prefer someone else. You know, Ronald. The films I make myself and the films I admire are completely different things. I make low-budget, gory horror films, but I enjoy watching the films of masters like Bergman from Sweden and Kurosawa from Japan, masters with mature skills and outstanding abilities. Among the directors who worked in the New World in America, Coppola and Scorsese actually had more control over their films than you. Ha ha ha, you really don't hold back with me. Ronald laughed heartily. Coleman comparing him to a master was, in fact, a compliment. By the way, who's that Coleman University graduate who's better than me? What's his filmography? Well, he wasn't as lucky as you, Ronald. Jonathan has a lot of ideas about filmmaking, and his movies are all pretty good, but his first big Hollywood production messed things up with a star. In the end, Goldie Hampshire had to choose between the two actresses, and he got fired. He hasn't made a movie in years now. By the way, do you know what the biggest difference is between you and him? His films are actually very good, but why did you succeed while he failed? Why? Because his movies don't make money. Hollywood can tolerate a lot of a director's flaws, womanizing, moral depravity, manipulating others, and skimming money off projects. All of that is tolerated. But not making money is a capital offense. Keep that in mind, and don't make movies that don't make money. Thank you for your advice, Roger. Ronald hung up the phone. He understood something. Coleman was a little worried that after his continuous commercial success, he would start to follow the bad habits of other directors and make art films to promote his own ideas. Actually, when I chose the directing project, I didn't consider artistic value or marketing concepts. I just picked it up in a daze. Ronald chuckled and picked up the phone again, calling the next number on the call list. Oh dear, I forgot to ask Roger what Jonathan's name is. We could share resources sometime. But it sounds like he likes making art films, which might not be a good fit for me. I'll ask Coleman next time I have the chance. Chapter 703 The Best Way for Film Critics to Comment. The following day, film reviews finally surfaced. Ronald Reagan's Dragon Squad 2 received wildly different receptions. The Los Angeles Times, the New York Times, the New York Post, and other critics personally lobbied by Columbia and Weintraub all gave it rave reviews. However, in other parts of the country, local newspapers and media outlets gave mixed reviews. Perhaps their standards were inherently low, or perhaps they were trying to attract attention with unconventional reviews. Many critics began to criticize the plot of The Box Office Champion. This movie, like countless sequels to classic films, follows the formula of the first. It attempts to take the success of the first film to the next level. Therefore, it has more powerful karate moves, more violent fights, and exotic scenery, but all the upgrades result in diminishing returns. The acting is convincing, but the film's narrative itself is purposeless. The cliched climax is just a repetition of old cliches. The actors, especially Master Miyagi, make the audience feel comfortable through their successful performances. It's best suited for children. These critics are really funny. Isn't this a contradiction? Ronald complained to his agent Richard, who called to remind him to read the reviews. On one hand, they cited reasons for the success of Kids on the Run, such as maintaining the style and story of the blockbuster first film, adding more and better action, a new female lead, more exotic scenery, and the fact that the entire film was mainly aimed at children and teenagers, with some story simplifications. These were all factors that contributed to the film's box office success. On the other hand, they were also vehemently criticizing the film, as if its box office success was some kind of heinous crime that had to be theoretically condemned, otherwise Hollywood would be overrun with these money-grubbing movies, and that would be terrible. That's just how film critics are, Ronald said. They can only find fault with box office champions. That's the state of the industry. To make money, sequels have to be made this way. Do they expect every sequel to be like The Godfather Part 2, a double success in both art and box office? Ha ha ha. Ronald's temper flared considerably. Richard, are you implying that I can't make a film that's both artistically and commercially successful? I didn't say that, Ronald's agent joked. Nobody in this industry can predict the future. Being successful in one area is already quite an achievement. Of course, if I had to choose one, I'd prefer commercial success. Have those two Chicago guys released their reviews yet? Ronald joked with his agent. He had discovered that self-deprecation was an effective way to relieve pressure in the face of critics' ire. Their newspaper film reviews generally don't comment much on sequels, or Redford's purely formulaic commercial film. But they'll talk about your movie on their shows. That evening, Ronald sat in front of the television, watching PBS's Chicago Film Critics Talk Show. "Welcome to Cisco and Albert's Film Review Show," a humorous opening line followed, and the two critics began their routine reviews. Roger Albert, just like in the first film, raved about Noriyuki Morita's performance as Miyagi in Dragon Boys. He thought that while the second film wasn't as good as the first, which was one of the best films of its year, it was still a very good sequel and worth recommending to audiences in theaters. "I'm very disappointed that Daniel's mother didn't have more screen time. The relationship between Master Miyagi and his father wasn't explored in depth, and his relationship with his old flame wasn't explored further either. This is a real shame. It was a great opportunity to delve deeper into two of the most memorable characters from the first film, but director Ronald Lee let it slip by. And Elizabeth Shue, whom we loved so much in the first film, only made a brief appearance in the sequel. I understand that sequels often introduce new female leads, but wouldn't it have been more interesting if Daniel had experienced something between his two girlfriends?" Ronald nodded in agreement. Albert was actually quite objective this time. "But I don't have that much time. The movie is almost 2 hours long." Ronald felt that these critics had hit some nail on the head, but since he hadn't made a film, he didn't understand that many regrets were actually the product of careful selection and compromise. The final battle is an improvement over the first one. Compared to Daniel's gymnastic-style crane kick in the first film, the final duel in the second looks more like a real street fight. But I don't think he's made any structural improvements over the first film. It's still the same old formula, the same old flavor. Cisco was a bit more demanding. He had high expectations for Dragon Boys 2, so he didn't recommend it to the audience. Bald guy, I need to make money. Ronald drank his cola and ate some cookies baked by his aunt. His own movie was meant for kids anyway. Why did he need such a deep character analysis? Ronald had already become a box office hit director. Unless he wanted to win an Oscar for directing, there was no need to take film critics too seriously. But seeing these two most influential film critics in America criticizing his movie on television was still very uncomfortable. Listen to what they have to say about the French Eagles. Fortunately, the two finished their critique of him in time and started commenting on the new film that was second in the box office. Deborah Winger is the brightest star in Law and Eagles. Audiences love seeing her and Redford on screen together. But I have to say, the case in this movie is too complicated, the villains are too childish and mediocre, and there are many plot holes that pull you out of the story. When Redford's character is sleeping in the same bed as Daryl Hannah, the police break down the door and take Hannah away. Given this kind of vested interest, would they still let Redford be Hannah's defense attorney? Albert didn't recommend Law and Eagles at all, saying a lot of bad things. It seems that the turmoil at Universal is still going on, and no one is trying to smooth things over with him. Is that not allowed? Ronald wasn't a lawyer, and he didn't know about this recusal system. But does it matter? Many TV series and movies are like this. Otherwise, if the male and female leads don't have a love story, who would watch it? It's a pity that Deborah Winger is about to give birth and temporarily leave Hollywood. There's a scene in the movie where she talks to the visiting police in the morning and vomits. I wonder if the actress's actual morning sickness was preserved. This movie has 1 man and 2 women, 3 stars, too many stars. If you remove Hannah's character, this would be a truly recommendable movie. The director is still basking in the success of Ghostbusters, which had 3 main characters. Deborah Winger is smart and beautiful, and audiences love seeing her on screen. Every superstar has a career phase, and audiences enjoy watching them act however they want. But aside from that, I agree with your assessment of the film. In short, I'm glad Redford can go back to romantic comedies. Cisco offered a better recommendation to the French Open. Ronald felt their comments on other people's films made a lot of sense. It seems film critics are like acne, they're best off on other people's faces. The best way for a film critic to critique is to critique other people's films. These two are indeed the most influential film critics, with a deep understanding of Hollywood's history. They also mentioned that the French Open was influenced by a series of courtroom dramas and movies. Their criticism of the film was also spot on. All three stars needed screen time, which hampered the allocation of plot points and prevented the story from being told in the most audience-friendly way. However, considering his own situation, this is only what people outside the film crew see, and they can only offer some understanding. The true situation is something those not on set might not know. Film critics' perspectives differ from directors, and their experiences with the audience are entirely different. The top two films on the charts have received widespread acclaim since audiences bought tickets, while critics may disagree. Ultimately, the film's creation is complete only during its screening. Critics only play a role in attracting audiences during the promotional phase. Ronald firmly believes that film reviews cannot accurately reflect a film's quality, especially given Hollywood's significant influence on critics. It's more realistic to measure quality by audience enthusiasm. The last film they reviewed was Running Scared, starring Gregory Hines, of the Cotton Club, and Billy Crystal, a white comedian. A classic good cop and bad cop duo. But the actors brought a very special feeling to the performances. Even when we anticipated all the twists and turns and the ending, we were still moved by the acting. Both critics gave this low-budget MGM release a very positive review, recommending it as their best film out of the three they reviewed. I haven't seen this movie before, Ronald said, checking the charts. Apparently, The Killer hadn't even cracked the top 5 at the box office. Despite being shown in 1,300 theaters, its per-theater box office was less than a third of Dragon Boy's, and its overall weekend box office was less than 4 million. What's this? Charity? You just recommend movies that don't do well at the box office, right? Ronald genuinely didn't understand these critics' thinking. Perhaps critics' reviews could play a significant role in the Oscars, Golden Globes, and various city film critics associations. But if it's just about box office, their influence is limited, affecting only the first wave of moviegoers. Chapter 704 Premiere of My Husband is a Villain. Over the weekend, Ronald returned to Los Angeles. The Wicked was the first film produced and released by Touchstone Pictures, a Disney subsidiary, after Michael Eisner took over. It was a landmark film, so Disney spared no expense for the premiere. They held it at the Pulitzer Theater, Hollywood's largest theater, in Century City, on Hollywood Walk of Fame. Helen Slater wore a sleeveless red top, a white skirt, and white high-heeled sandals. Her makeup accentuated her features, making her look like a Greek sculpture, very photogenic. Ronald waited for her meticulously done makeup for over half an hour in the living room. Helen, adhering to her mother's progressive and environmentally conscious views, wore an outfit that was actually a costume from a play she had performed in New York. However, with her excellent skin and figure, she somehow managed to look remarkably elegant, almost like a Greek goddess. She appeared at the theater arm in arm with Ronald. Ronald, in a bespoke suit, a dark red tie, and brown shoes, looked impeccably stylish. The two stood at the Pratt Theater, allowing reporters to take photos for promotional purposes. This theater looks like the Astor Theater on Broadway in New York. Its exterior is also neoclassical, asymmetrical, and colonnaded. Helen's familiarity with New York far surpassed that of Los Angeles. Her early art education allowed her to speak eloquently, even commenting on the architectural style of the Pratt Theater. Perhaps. Maybe the real estate developers modeled it after the Astor Theater in New York. The Astor family was one of the wealthiest families in 19th century America, with many streets, buildings, and theaters in New York named after them. Even the Waldorf Astoria Hotel was owned by them. Good eye. This was built in the early 1970s by Century City, modeled after the Astor Theater. It was a golden age for Hollywood back then. Many famous films premiered here. Another group of handsome men and beautiful women appeared at the premiere. The men were mature and composed, with an American hero's chin. The women were young and beautiful, with a slightly foreign air. Michael, good evening, thank you for coming to the premiere, Ronald quickly stepped forward to greet the man who had spoken to him. This was actor Michael Douglas. He wore a dark blue shirt, a gray jacket, and a silver tie, with long hair. Beside him stood his young wife, Deandra Luke, in a pleated skirt and an elaborate pearl necklace. At premieres in the 1980s, stars didn't adhere to the old-fashioned formal attire of the 1970s. The current style was to wear various extravagant everyday clothes for the photographers. Male stars primarily wore casual suits in flashy colors, while female guests sported all sorts of bizarre fashions, making it seem as if the runway had been moved to the cinema. Helen coughed upon seeing the necklace with 4 rows of pearls almost covering her neck. She subtly adjusted the necklace and earrings Ronald had given her and went over to greet him. The four embraced and congratulated each other. Ronald started a conversation with Douglas. "Are you going to continue acting or become a producer?" Ronald asked Michael Douglas about his future plans. "Your agent told you? Am I starting to gain some fame? Hollywood gossip reporters are saying I'm on the phone all the time in the trailer on set. That doesn't affect your performance. I was really impressed with the emerald, haha, thank you. You're the first person in the industry to tell me in person that they appreciate that blockbuster. Producers have to make movies that audiences like, right?" In 1975, just over 30, Michael Douglas won the Academy Award for Best Picture as a producer for One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. The script was a gift from his father, Kirk Douglas. As the son of a Hollywood mogul, Michael didn't want to be seen just as a lucky producer living in his father's shadow. He wanted to be a good actor. He also starred in his own productions, The Emerald and its sequel, Treasures of the Nile, opposite Katharine Turner. Will there be a third The Emerald? Ronald was always interested in blockbuster franchises. Tisk. Katharine doesn't want to continue with these kinds of movies anymore. She wants to play more profound roles. I'm also a bit tired of these heroic figures and want to try some more marginalized villainous roles. So, will you be producing your next movie again? Not necessarily, it depends on the market. I heard you're very popular in Japan, and I'm interested in finding funding there. Do you know any connections? How interested are they in investing in Hollywood? Michael Douglas really seemed more like a producer than an actor. The topic eventually returned to the most important job of a producer, fundraising. Many companies have expressed some interest, but they still have doubts about doing business in Hollywood. A lot of capital in Japan is old-fashioned zaibatsu. They want to focus on the domestic market, which is very different from what I initially thought. Only some new money with new ideas and the beauty of America, developed after the war, is interested in investing in Hollywood. Just as the two were about to exchange more opinions on project financing, Douglas suddenly frowned. He noticed that his wife, Deandra, was chatting with another long-haired male star. "You're back in Hollywood, Mel." "Yeah, I am. I love living at home in Australia, but there's money to be made here." "Ha ha ha." Michael Douglas's brow furrowed slightly again. Just then, a short, stout black actress approached. "Whoopi, we meet again, Deandra, come and meet Whoopi Goldberg," he subtly interrupted, separating his wife from the Australian egomaniac. "Ah, I know you. You played Celie in Spielberg's Purple." The Douglas couple then entered the theater. "Ah, these kite guys," Mel Gibson muttered, interrupted. "What did you say?" Mel, long time no see. Ronald, who came forward to greet them, didn't hear clearly. "Nothing, Ronald, long time no see." Mel Gibson hugged Ronald and Helen. The two hadn't seen each other since their falling out at Stallone's party over Rachel Ward. "What, you know Mrs. Douglas, didn't you know? She was the daughter of an Australian diplomat stationed in the US, quite famous among Australians." "No, first time meeting her." "I heard you're already preparing for a new film. Next month I'll be filming Lethal Weapon, Joe Silver's project. Unlike other actors, I'm not based in Hollywood. I usually live in my hometown in Australia, so I'm not always up to date on projects." "What movie are you going to be making next?" A small project with a female lead." Mel Gibson, having returned to Hollywood, watched 2 of Ronald's new films, especially Top Gun. Every male actor in it was portrayed by Ronald with great star quality, something Gibson, eager to shed his Mad Max image, greatly envied. Rachel Ward has temporarily retired from acting. She said she wants to further her acting studies. She takes film very seriously. He casually pulled Ronald aside to discuss many artistic insights, hoping to find common ground with him on art. Faced with the Australians' immediate focus on art, Ronald was finding it rather unbearable. After much perfunctory stalling, Helen finally used the excuse that the director and actors from My Husband Is a Scoundrel had arrived and suggested they talk later. Okay, Ronald, you're a very artistic director. Let's talk again sometime. We definitely need to collaborate on a film next. Does this guy think art is just about taking off your shirt and playing volleyball on the beach? Helen was unhappy with the Australian man who seemed to have used the discriminatory term for a Jew, kike, and who had mentioned another actress in front of her. She grabbed Ronald's arm and complained. Haha, I think many housewives wouldn't agree with you. In their eyes, that's art. That's not what he meant. Helen misunderstood Ronald's statement. I think your physique is more attractive to me. I like men taller than me. Ronald lightly pinched Helen's waist, and she felt her heat rise in her body. She quickly begged for mercy and hid inside the theater. Next, the three main cast members, including Jerry Zak, greeted Ronald and went inside. The remaining cast members, Danny DeVito and Bette Midler, were giving brief interviews to reporters. How does it feel to be the lead? Ronald asked the last two lead actors who entered the theater. Very good, very good. Danny DeWitt sounded a little dazed. His female companion was wearing a bizarre see-through outfit with fishnet stockings, which certainly made for a lot of film. Not bad, I like this setup. Bette Midler was slightly better than DeWitt. She grabbed a glass of champagne from a table by the aisle and downed it in one gulp. Why are they all a little nervous? Ronald thought to himself, feeling uneasy. Fortunately, Helen, who had come in first, didn't seem to be nervous. The two found a place to sit down. The opening of My Husband Is a Villain was a cartoon-style intro. It vividly presented the main plot of the film in a cartoonish way. It seemed to have used the capabilities of Disney's animation department, Ronald thought to himself. This was the second time he had seen this comedy on the big screen. Ronald already knew all the plot developments and jokes in advance. However, it was interesting that the humor in this comedy stemmed from the absurdity of the story itself, so even though he had seen it beforehand, Ronald still laughed at the parts that were supposed to be funny. This kind of movie is quite different from Zack Snyder's previous slapstick comedies, which were packed with dense witty banter. Even if you're given a spoiler beforehand, you'll still have a great viewing experience. This really depends on the actor's skills. Of the two leads, Danny DeVito plays a cartoonish kind of villain. Even if everyone knows he's bad from the start, seeing him get revenge on by the kidnappers and his hostage wife still makes the audience very excited. Bette Midler's rich girl is also a very contrasting character. At the beginning, she's a chubby, vicious woman who scares the kidnappers like chickens. Gradually, the audience discovers that she's just a middle-aged woman who wants to lose weight, and her inner kindness is far stronger than her husband's. The audience's laughter was similar to during the test screening, frequent, but not frequent. Oh my god, I acted terribly, Helen said, sometimes wanting to cover her eyes as she watched the scenes on the screen. Ever since Ronald pointed out his overacting, he now finds his old scenes awkward to watch. Chapter 705, Opening Weekend's box office does not represent total box office. Congratulations, congratulations. After the movie ended, Ronald went around the theater lobby, congratulating each of the main cast members. CinemaScore staff were also there, sampling audience reactions and having them fill out rating forms. Ronald peeked at a few forms. Most people had given it a B+ or higher, which relieved him. The audience response to the film was decent. Many viewers were still discussing the funny parts in the restrooms. It seemed unlikely to be a complete box office flop. With luck, it might even break even. Congratulations, Betty, said Danny, the lead actor, his face pale. His comedies had never had so few laughs. Same to you, Bette Midler, a Golden Globe-winning actress, believed Danny DeWitt's words. Ronald seems to be doing well. What do you think? Really? Danny DeVito smoothed his thinning hair and squeezed his girlfriend's hand. Are you serious? Looks like we did a good job, huh? He leaned closer to Ronald, wanting to chat a bit more with the Hollywood blockbuster director and see what he thought of his first leading role in a big-budget comedy. Ronald was discussing with Disney's marketing team. This isn't a traditional Zack Snyder comedy, and I'm quite satisfied with the audience's reaction, but the number of laughs seems to be below par. We've counted them carefully, and even for a traditional slapstick comedy, the number of laughs is a bit low. The other person was being honest, and the two began discussing the next marketing plan. I feel like we need to adjust the marketing plan, Ronald explained the live ratings from CinemaScore. It seems a little better than we expected. If Touchstone could invest more, Maybe the opening week box office could be even higher. We're doomed, we're doomed. DeWitt only heard the first part. The marketing plan needs to be adjusted, and his face turned pale instantly. He pulled his girlfriend back, his palms sweaty. What did you say is doomed? Betty Midler heard DeWitt's mutterings and quickly came over to ask. Producer Ronald said the laughter wasn't as frequent or intense as expected, and he's discussing with the marketing team whether to adjust the marketing budget. Betty Midler exclaimed, it's over, it's over. Our acting careers are over. We're not as good looking as Helen. We can only rely on acting skills and making people laugh to get by in this industry. If this movie flops, we'll only be able to play supporting roles in small productions from now on. That bad? DeWitt's face turned pale again. It's over. You still have a singing career to rely on, but I can only act in Roger Corman's low-budget exploitation films. Ronald was unaware that the two leads were terrified. After he and Helen finished, they drove to the Beverly Hills Hilton Hotel, just a few blocks from the Brilliant Theater. But JR had booked him a large suite. Ronald quickly took a shower and came out in his bathrobe. Helen didn't change out of her sleeveless red top, only taking off her high-heeled sandals. She noticed Ronald had styled his hair back into pilot's hairstyle and was even wearing Ray-Ban aviator sunglasses in the room. I heard you like men taller than you, beautiful, Ronald said, pulling off his bathrobe to reveal his muscular upper body. Hey. I now think playing volleyball shirtless on the beach is quite artistic. Helen's hair was styled high, her blue eyes filled with adoration. She wrapped her arms around Ronald's neck and kissed him. Twa men suit me better. We don't need to use camera tricks for kissing scenes. How is my kissing scene? Ronald kissed for about 10 seconds, then joked with Helen. He noticed Helen still had her eyes closed, looking blissfully intoxicated, and nervously pursed her lips. Ronald couldn't resist and kissed her again. You did very well. Ding dong. The next morning, it was his agent, Richard, knocking on his door again. Coming, Ronald said, glancing at Helen, who was sleeping soundly beside him. He got dressed, closed the bedroom door, and opened the front door to welcome Richard in. The box office figures are out already. Yes, this is your first production, and Touchstone's first film. Mr. Eisner instructed us to send you the data as soon as it came out. How much? Less than 2 million. To be precise, 1,700,000, with a margin of error of 20,000. Tisk. Sigh. Ronald sighed. The results weren't great. The opening weekend box office would probably be around 5 million. Adding a cinema score of around B+, the opening weekend multiplier would be around 5, and multiplying the two would give the estimated total box office. If it could be shown for about 10 weeks, multiplying the opening weekend box office by 5, the total box office for the whole film would be between 25 million and 30 million. His first production was probably just a lukewarm success. Although it didn't embarrass Eisner, it certainly wasn't as good as the result he had hoped for with such strong support. What did Touchstone say? Ronald asked Richard, frowning. Touchstone has indicated they will continue to invest in publicity and distribution as planned, including the scheduled newspaper and television interviews. This was personally instructed by Katzenberg. However, they won't be allocating resources to reprint copies, and increasing the number of theaters showing the film will be very difficult. I understand. I'll call Mr. Eisner. I'll schedule a time with his secretary. Ronald was somewhat dejected. He wasn't exactly a producer with any secret formula to predict a film's box office success. This comedy wasn't a failure, but it certainly wasn't a success. Fortunately, with a production budget of less than 10 million, a box office of 25 million was enough to make a profit. This was at least a satisfactory result for Screen Fund's first investment and for Touchstone, a studio specializing in live-action films. However, in the power struggle within Disney, this achievement was far from being a useful factor. It seems my skills as a producer aren't as good as my skills as a director. After all, that was filmed based on a dream, and a movie that can be dreamed about must have been a box office hit in a past life to be made into videotape and seen by oneself. His secretary said he's in his office. Mr. Eisner wants to speak with you. Mr. Eisner, the box office numbers aren't very satisfactory. Ronald took the phone and told Eisner his thoughts directly. Don't be too discouraged, Ronald. This is just your production. Jerry Zak wants to change his directing style, and that's his problem. There's a formula for success. Will this result help you within Disney? Ronald asked. Eisner invested in this film partly to give an explanation to the vice president's eldest son. and partly to use the results to undermine the old guard, led by the founder's nephew Roy Disney, who were obsessed with animation. If the box office is less than 30 million, that's probably not good news for live-action films. How about you put your next film in the litmus test? I'll give you the best treatment. I still need to wait for Paramount's reply, Mr. Eisner. Can you increase the budget a bit? The people at Screen Fund are very stubborn, insisting on investing less than 10 million. With a box office performance of The Villain, they'll probably have something to say again and will further reduce the budget for each film. Sigh. These people really don't understand the business and art of filmmaking. Actually, with your box office performance, it shouldn't be difficult to attract investment. I can put up 6 to 8 million. If you find 5 million in investment, that should be about right. Michael Eisner, who had been in charge of Paramount for 10 years and never bothered with films under 15 million, was now worried about investing a mere few million in a live-action film. Okay, according to the contract, I have to wait for news from other studios first, and then I'll visit you. Ronald hung up the phone. Moonstruck wasn't the high-concept film he was most comfortable with. If he and Douglas were to jointly invest 5 million, there would be considerable risk involved. The Wicked Husband had served as a wake-up call. For films that relied on drawing in audiences like those of The Sound of Music, many factors were beyond his control. Who knew what would motivate those who rarely went to the movies to actually see one? If it came to making money, high-concept films like Top Gun were far more reliable. Recommendations from friends were also easy. The film about the aerial battle that took down the Soviet Union's MiG. Schedule a time with Ned Tannen of Paramount. We'll meet with him and hear his decision. Ronald instructed his agent, Richard, to contact producers about Moonstruck. He had Paramount, Disney, and MGM United Artists, recently acquired by Weintraub, all expressed interest. Paramount was the best option, of course. Investing in this kind of film wouldn't be a big deal for them, and their distribution capabilities were the strongest. Disney has budget constraints, and Weintraub's power at MGM is unclear. Their terms are the most uncertain. Ronnie, you're here too, Richard. Helen woke up, came out in her pajamas, and greeted Richard. I'll contact the studio first. You and screenwriter John Patrick Shanley will go together. Richard nodded in acknowledgement and got up to leave. The box office results are out. Helen tidied herself up and came out to eat the breakfast Ronald had brought. Yes, around 5 million in the opening weekend. 1,100 theaters is a pretty good result. It should be in the top 5 at the box office. Ronald handed her a glass of orange juice and pushed the breadbasket over. Only that much? Not even as much as Supergirl's weekend box office. Helen took the breadbasket, grabbed the salad, and was about to eat. Hearing the box office figures, her eyes widened as she stared at Ronald. Was it my performance that dragged down the box office? Memories of her 2 previous film failures resurfaced. Helen stopped reaching for the bread, opting instead for salad and orange juice. She touched her face. Had she gained weight again? Ronald cut a piece of fresh baguette and handed it to Helen. Don't worry, the opening weekend's box office doesn't represent the total. Our cinema score is good, and we expect a multiplier of 5, so the total box office won't be less than 25 to 30 million. Really? Helen smiled again, picked up the baguette, and put it in her mouth. The fresh bread made a crisp sound, and it tasted delicious. This is the first movie I've acted in that has grossed over 20 million. It'll get even better in the future. Ronald wiped the crumbs from Helen's mouth. Her luck in the industry had indeed been poor. Her 2 leading roles had both been box office failures, and now her 3rd film, in which she played the second female lead, hadn't been a big hit either. Chapter 706 Hollywood-style false politeness. Ned, are you willing to give Moonstruck the green light? Riding the wave of his 2 directorial works' box office success, Ronald decided to put some pressure on Paramount's president, Ned Tannen. He, along with his agents Nisida and Richard, met with Tannen over the weekend to work overtime and resolve the issue. Of course, no doubt, no problem, I've always supported you. It's just that there are a lot of old fogies at Paramount who completely misunderstand what kind of movies the new generation of audiences like. Many people object before and after Top Gun's filming, so we can sign the contract. Of course, my contracts are already prepared. Ned Tannen pressed a button on the phone, instructing his secretary to bring in the contracts. Nisida and Ronald exchanged a glance. This strategy seemed effective. If they waited until Monday when the House is Full of Evil's opening weekend box office results were officially announced, Tannen might find new reasons to delay. Here are yours." Tannen handed 2 contracts to Ronald and his agent respectively. "Look, have you chosen a female lead yet? If the female lead is on that list, we can greenlight the project immediately." Ronald took the document and flipped to the section his secretary had marked beforehand. It listed Cher, Ronald's preferred choice, as well as names like Sally Field and Diane Keaton from CAA. Frowning slightly, Ronald asked, "So you want me to finalize the female lead's casting before greenlighting the project?" "Of course, with your box office appeal, all these actresses will agree. Who would refuse an invitation from a blockbuster director like Ronald?" Tannen was flattering him. Cher and Diane Keaton declined, Ronald thought to himself. When CAA contacted this famous actress who played the young Godfather's wife in The Godfather, Ronald thought that given her famous roles in Italian-American films, Diane Keaton would be interested in this script, which also told a story about an Italian-American family. But Diane Keaton quickly had her agent reject the offer. She said she really wanted to work with Ronald, but her schedule was packed. She already had a film role in Baby Fever and a cameo in her ex-boyfriend Woody Allen's new project. She couldn't fit the bill in. Ronald was quite disappointed and wanted to use his connections with CAA or Capella to persuade Keaton, as he felt she was the best choice besides Cher. However, after her agent found out, it turned out that Diane Keaton's new film didn't start shooting until November, so her schedule was actually flexible. This reason for refusing the role was perfectly plausible. It was essentially a Hollywood star's polite formality. After all, Ronald's agency was CAA, so it was easy for them to find out her real schedule. This allowed her to refuse a role she didn't want to play without hurting the feelings of a popular director like Ronald, whom she wasn't familiar with. In contrast, Cher, whose main acting career was as a singer, was more direct in her refusal. She had her agent give her a brief outline of the script and then stated that she didn't want to play a widowed old woman. Although Cher did have another film project starting in July, she could use the excuse of scheduling conflicts. Ronald snapped out of his reverie. He still needed to persuade Tannen to offer a distribution contract first, before talking to Cher or other candidates. "You know, Ned, it's a chicken and egg problem. As long as you agree to distribute the film, we won't have trouble finding actresses willing to star in it." "Relax, Ronald, I support whatever you want to make. But this film needs stars to carry it. If you can convince a male star to play Ronnie's role, I can approve it immediately." Tannen calmly poured the box office director a glass of wine. "Although I'll support your decision even without any stars, it will affect the budget. My decision-making authority at Paramount is capped at $10 million. If you can make up the remaining budget, I'm willing to offer you a contract immediately. You've read the script, Ned. And I'm directing. I want top-tier actresses, the best personnel and equipment, and the film needs extensive location shooting in New York. An investment of less than $15 million is probably not feasible." Ronald understood that a distribution contract could be signed first, but the maximum investment would be $10 million. He began to bargain, highlighting his advantages in guaranteeing box office success. "Of course, my confidence in you is limitless, but I have to answer to the board and deal with those old fogies in high-level meetings. If you can come up with a female star, I'm confident I can get you a distribution contract and a budget of $15 million. Of course, if you're willing to handle the rest of the financing yourself, I can sign you immediately." Ned glanced at Ronald's expression. He didn't seem overly anxious, and Ned felt more confident. Although Ronald was the hottest young director of the year, having directed 2 blockbuster films, his responsibility would be much less if Ronald could invest his own money. The film's subject matter was very risky, it lacked stars and a high concept appeal, so its box office performance was a matter of luck. Ronald also refused to sign a long-term contract with Paramount binding him to 3 more films, meaning that even if one failed, he could recoup his losses by making other commercial films. Every director has their limitations. Like Spielberg, the last Golden Boy director discovered by Hollywood. Almost every film he made since his debut was a blockbuster, but he just couldn't make comedy films. Between E.T. the Extraterrestrial and Close Encounters of the Third Kind, Spielberg also directed a comedy, 1941, which, with a budget of $35 million, only grossed $35 million domestically. Moonstruck, a romantic comedy, was another genre Ronald hadn't tried before, and it was a love story between middle-aged people. How many moviegoers enjoy watching middle-aged romances? He didn't want to be the executive producer of the only major flop on a blockbuster director's resume. Conversely, If Ronald had personally financed the film or found stars to participate, he would have many excuses for the failure, such as poor chemistry between the stars and the director. With a blockbuster director and stars, wouldn't a poor box office result be considered luck and fate? Making his own decisions without leaving any room for criticism was paramount. Like Frank Price of Universal, what good was his excellent script-reading skills? As long as he greenlit Lucas's Howard the Duck, that infamy would forever follow him, the man behind George Lucas's only failed film. How about we consider some alternatives for now? I know Sally Field well. I can arrange a meeting for you two and see if we can spark a deal. Alright. I'll postpone it too. You arrange a meeting with Miss Field for me. I need to discuss this project with a few other studios. Ronald wasn't happy, his words carrying a hint of firmness. Of course, you should contact several studios. Maybe one of your peers has the authority to give you the budget you need. Tanning seemed oblivious, politely seeing Ronald and his group off. That's Hollywood-style politeness, Nistida said to Ronald in the car. Tannen probably saw the reviews and box office results of your production project, The Wicked Husband, so he backed down. Fake politeness, Ronald seemed to understand. They won't say no to a director like you who consistently gets box office hits. But they'll list all sorts of objective difficulties, and if you can solve one, they'll bring up a new one. Richard explained Hollywood rhetoric to Ronald with a smile. This was something their agents were very familiar with. Sigh, we should probably go find Weintraub. Thinking of the poor box office performance of The Wicked Husband, for which he was nominally a producer, and how it had even affected the financing of his new project, Ronald felt incredibly unlucky. He needed to be more careful with his film choices in the future, and be extremely cautious about projects he hadn't yet dreamed of investing in. How is the new project going? When can I invest? Back home, his wrestling team friend, Douglas Jr., called to ask if Ronald's contract with Paramount was finalized. Douglas had a lot of cash he wanted to invest in Hollywood. If he could get a high return, his annuity from his family trust would be even higher next year, and his future inheritance share would be larger. Ronald explained Douglas's attitude and then asked him to wait a bit. He would talk to Weintraub at MGM first. Douglas Jr. was more practical. If Paramount's attitude is like this, I doubt the other studios will offer you much more. If you really want to make it, then go ahead, and I can figure out the rest. Thank you. But it's not that bad yet. If needed, I'll ask you. I'm confident I can get your help with $1 million or $2 million. By Monday, the weekend's box office results were in. As expected, My Husband is a Villain only grossed $5,200,000 in 1,100 theaters. This was a respectable performance for a relatively average film, but for Ronald Lee as producer and Jerry Zak as director, it was far from impressive. It seems not every director is like George Lucas or Spielberg, capable of handling different types of films, and can also be a good producer. Bang! On the golf course, Ronald tried playing on the fairway for the first time, hitting the ball far with brute force. For a beginner, you're doing really well. Weintraub adjusted his sunglasses, also hitting a tee shot, but he didn't hit it as far as Ronald. Watch this. Susan Atkins walked to the women's tee box a few yards ahead, and bang, a high, free-flying tee shot. The box office for Dragon Squad 2 dropped by nearly 25% in its second week. I'm very satisfied, Ronald. CinemaScore's estimate was accurate, even with Harrison Ford's Indiana Jones. Most sequels see a nearly 30% drop in their second week. Weintraub put his arm around his lover Susan's waist, and the two kissed. I'm not like those professional managers and executives. I'm rich myself, Ronald. For your new film, Moonstruck, I plan to have MGM distribute the project, with the Star Foundation providing production funding. Of the $15 million budget, my private production company will cover the shortfall. Then the company will accommodate all your requests. Thank you, Mr. Weintraub. Ronald followed, walking towards the landing spot. Call me Jerry, Ronald. I'll never forget your eye for casting Noriyuki Morita as Mr. Miyagi. I trust your judgment. This will be a good movie. But I have a request. Go ahead, Ronald thought. Even if you wanted your lover Susan to play a supporting role, I was prepared to agree. MGM needs some time to consolidate internally. I'm planning to suspend all production projects to review the accounts from the past 3 years. So your new film won't start shooting for another 3 months. That's all right. I still need to use the production and distribution contracts you generously provided to persuade actresses to participate. Do you have any suitable people to recommend? I don't plan to recommend anyone. I plan to trust your judgment. I believe you have a better grasp of casting. I'll only provide the money and availability. As long as you stay within budget and finish filming on time, I won't interfere at all. I believe this won't be a problem for you." Weintraub found his ball, placed a t-shirt on the ground, and eagerly prepared to hide it. "Having an executive producer like you is such a blessing." Good shot. Ronald went up to flatter him. "However, could Susan be listed as a co-producer?" No problem." Chapter 707 Female Celebrities Fight on Set. "Yes, I've already signed a distribution contract with MGM. Their offer is better than Paramount's." Ronald sat at home, a little smug, answering the phone from Ned Tannen, president of Paramount. Tannen probably hadn't expected MGM's Weintraub to be so aggressive, willing to personally fund Ronald's drama film in order to quickly gain dominance in the factional struggle. It was unclear whether Weintraub, a former record company owner, felt he could handle everything after the success of the two Dragon Boys films, or whether he had some tricks up his sleeve, believing Moonstruck would appeal to the Sound of Music audiences. In any case, losing the distribution contract for Ronald's new film so quickly left him both happy and worried. He was happy that this way of rejecting the art house film wouldn't lead to complete falling out with Ronald. But he was also secretly worried, what if Ronald created another box office miracle? And this kind of art house film would be well received by critics. If Ronald wins any awards by then, I'll regret it. Ronald, congratulations on having a large enough budget to realize your dream. But if you have any other commercial films, don't forget Paramount. As long as it's a high-concept commercially viable project, I can slam my fist on the table with those old fogies in the executive meetings. I definitely will. I told Mr. Eisner of Disney and Mr. Barry Diller of 20th Century Fox the same thing. I have to hang up now. I'm flying to Massachusetts to talk to Cher about the lead role. Ronald boasted about his popularity before hanging up. Damn it, so Disney and Fox are after him too, Ned Tannen said, hanging up the phone, smoking a cigar, and drinking 2 glasses of whiskey. No way. We can't let a genius like him slip through our fingers. I'll become a laughingstock in Hollywood. He pressed the call button on the phone and instructed his secretary, connect me to Michael Ovitz of CAA. Damn it, I need to talk to Ronald again. Even if he doesn't direct, I'll be willing to produce. I have to get him to sign a few more movies. You're right. Tannen must be feeling uneasy. Richard handed him a plane ticket. He would be going to Massachusetts with him to see Cher. Anyway, I wasn't lying. Eisner and Diller really said that. Ronald chuckled. Moonstruck received similar treatment at Disney and Fox as Paramount. Everyone was a little worried about his transition to this atypical commercial film. Moreover, neither of these studios was in good financial shape. Without generous funding from Wall Street funds, they really couldn't afford to gamble a lot of money on their new project. MGM was more aggressive, offering a distribution contract without any negotiation. Now that we have the distribution contract, the chances of success in negotiating with Cher should be much higher. Cher is a straightforward person. If she feels your film can help her acting career, she'll definitely agree, maybe. Let's go to her first. If she doesn't agree, then we'll go to Sally Field. The two flew to Boston, Massachusetts, and then went to a nearby town, Cohasset. This was the filming location for Warner Brothers' film The Witches of Eastwick, where Cher was preparing for her first day of filming. Ronald contacted Cher's agent through Niseta's wife, Paula, Tom Cruise's agent, and arranged a time to talk to Cher on the morning before filming began. The Witches of Eastwick is a fantasy film about an alien wizard, played by Jack Nicholson, who arrives in a small town on Rhode Island, has relationships with 3 single women, and then experiences strange and bizarre events in this religiously devout town. Cherry still had her long, curly black hair. She met Ronald at her hotel. Ronald, what do you see in me? You followed me all the way here to get me into your movie? Tom even called to say good things about you. Ronald first looked at Cherry's appearance. Every gesture exuded the charm of a superstar. He was very satisfied. In Moonstruck, after Loretta's heart was rekindled after her relationship with Johnny, she needed this kind of alluring look. I know you're a very good actress. My movie happens to need a woman who is charming yet lacks love, a beautiful woman who shines again after receiving love. You're the perfect fit. Did you write the script because you knew about Tom and me? Are you even going to have Tom act in it too? Cherry chuckled. She had actually known Ronald for a long time. They had met when her friend Tatum O'Neal auditioned for Ronald's first movie. There was also an incident at the time where actresses got into a fight. Tatum was grabbed by the hair and beaten up by the older Melanie Griffiths, and he had to pick her up and take her home himself. Then she met him again at Madonna and Sean Penn's wedding, which was also when she first met Tom. You're very good at charming women, Ronald. My focus has recently shifted from singing to acting, and I actually really like your movie and would like to work with you. But, what? Ronald glanced at Richard. He's my agent, and I have no secrets from him. No, Cheryl hesitated. I'll go out for a bit. Richard walked out of the room anyway. You know, I have severe aphasia. The script you sent is very thick, with long dialogues, and I simply don't have time to read it. You know, it takes 5 times more effort for a person with aphasia to read than a normal person. I can't even read my friend's phone number properly. Ronald hadn't expected Cheryl's aphasia to be so severe, much more severe than Tom Cruise's. It shouldn't be a big problem, right? You're only one of the 3 female leads in this movie, aren't you? I don't have many lines in this film. Cherry tossed her long hair. Besides, I had special arrangements made. No problem, I can handle that too, Ronald quickly agreed. I've worked with Tom before, and I arranged everything perfectly. No one on set noticed. Ronald had someone record the lines from the script and then played them for Tom Cruise on a recorder to avoid the effects of his aphasia. But my agent has read your script, and he told me that this movie has some really good dramatic scenes. But I either need to concentrate on reading the script or I need to concentrate on acting. I can't do both at the same time. Cherry was still a little worried. I can have someone record it, Ronald explained his approach. You can ask Tom to confirm. We got pretty good results on set, but I'm not Italian American. The characters in this are all Italian Americans from New York, and their accents are very strong. Since this is a realistic drama, Moonstruck, the characters naturally need to speak like Italian Americans, and specifically, like Brooklyn Italian Americans, a blend of Italian and Brooklyn accents. No problem. I'll find a coach who's an expert in accents and have her record all the lines in a Brooklyn Italian accent. You can listen to it then, but I'm not Italian American. I'm of Armenian and a bit Native American descent. Will the audience accept me as an Italian woman? Absolutely no problem. You have dark hair, and your facial features are somewhat similar to those of Italian Americans, Ronald thought to himself. Anyway, you played it quite well in my dream. Alright, since you've thought this through so thoroughly, I trust you. We can talk about the accent coaching and script recording after I finish filming The Witch of Easttown. You know my aphasia. It's very difficult for me to read 2 movie scripts at the same time. Okay, no problem. Ronald breathed a sigh of relief. The original lead actress had finally agreed. Why don't you just look around here? Filming starts this afternoon. Hurry up and talk to my agent. If it's suitable, we can reach an agreement after filming the first day's scenes this afternoon. Great. Perfect for checking out the filming process. This price isn't expensive. Cher's fame justifies this price. She's the highest paid actress among the 3 leads in The Witch of Easttown. Ronald made a phone call and told Weintraub and Nishida about Cher's agreement. After speaking with Cher's agent, they also tended to agree to her proposed fee. However, her schedule is very tight. After filming Easttown Witch, she immediately has to perform on Broadway, and another movie, The Suspect, is waiting for her. She won't be available until early next year. Tisk, she's working so hard. Is she having financial problems? Ronald thought to himself. Filming 3 movies, a Broadway play, a new song, and performances this year, she's working way harder than him. I haven't heard. She's still living in that new apartment building in New York, paying several $1,000s in rent every month. But what you said is possible. Celebrities always need to maintain a certain image, otherwise creditors will be knocking on their door. So, can you agree to this schedule? No problem. Mr. Weintraub needs 3 more months anyway, so the filming schedule early next year is about right. After confirming with Weintraub again, Ronald agreed to Cher's salary and schedule. Female stars are so expensive these days, Ronald sighed, looking at the numbers on the contract. Cher's salary was relatively high for a female star, about a third of Stallone's. If this trend of rising celebrity fees continues, it will soon be too late to make movies. Ronald, welcome. The first scene of The Witch of Easttown was scheduled to be filmed this afternoon at the town's filming location. Hello, Mr. Nicholson. The one greeting him was the male lead, Jack Nicholson. Roger spoke highly of you on the phone. Nicholson and Roger Coleman had worked together for many years and were classmates in acting training classes. They were friends from humble beginnings and remained in touch even after achieving fame. I benefited a lot from Roger, Ronnie, Michelle. Ronald suddenly noticed that his ex-girlfriend, Michelle Pfeiffer, was also present. Are you the female lead? Oh? Sorry, I didn't know. Ha ha ha. Didn't you come to see me? I wanted to be on the front page last time. Pfeiffer laughed happily. She had been dragged into Ronald's scandal last time, and the two hadn't seen each other in a long time, so the reunion was a surprise. Hence the joke. Haha, I came to see Cher, to invite her to act in my next movie. Don't be jealous, it's an old woman role. Okay, then I won't be jealous. Michelle Pfeiffer fell silent upon hearing that the role was a middle-aged woman. Once a Hollywood actress plays a middle-aged woman, it signifies the end of her teenage years. She can only play mothers from now on. Where's Cher? I'm here. Cher came out from behind, found a spot to take the contract Ronald offered, signed her name, and officially signed with the Moonlight Seduction production team. Don't let her hear me say she's an old woman. Ronald made the sign of the cross, but these actresses were all elusive, and he hadn't seen it at all. Ha ha ha, do you really want me to play the lead role that much? Cher was delighted to see Ronald making the sign of the cross. Of course, when you're free, I'll have the male lead candidate audition with you to see how the chemistry is. The two returned to the set, chatting and laughing, and waited for filming to begin. Another leading actress arrived. Her name was Susan Sarandon. The director and producer stopped her, seemingly discussing something. Ronald watched from the side, thinking that writers always used the metaphor of three women being like 500 ducks. He wondered what kind of trouble these three leading ladies would cause in this film. What you're doing is outrageous. This is a huge disrespect to me. Even if you're changing roles, you should tell me beforehand. Telling me on the first day of filming is ridiculous. I prepared for Alexandra for a month, and today you tell me the role is going to be given to Cher? What kind of nonsense is this? Susan Sarandon's eyes, already large, glared even more fiercely. Hey, I did choose the role of Alexandra, but that's what the producer promised me. I liked the role. Cher stepped forward and argued with Sarandon. Both actresses had strong presences, gesturing and narrating each other across the unfortunate director and producer. Oh, God, Ronald, still holding the undried ink of the contract, was startled. He took off his sunglasses. Is Cher really this much of a diva on set? How can she do this? Stealing someone else's role and only telling them on the first day of filming. Let me see what the breach of contract clause says, Ronald said, bending down to look through the contract's breach of contract section. What do women really want? Jack Nicholson sighed beside him. His girlfriend, Angelica Huston, also wanted a role in this film. Scripts like this, where actresses could showcase their acting skills, were so rare. What do women really want? Michelle Pfeiffer, overhearing this, glanced at Ronald and silently thought, what women want, even women themselves don't quite know, but actresses just want the roles they want. If we hadn't broken up, would the role we got now be better? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 708 Scorsese shares his experience working with stars. Holding Cheryl's contract in his hand, Ronald felt like he'd bought something from a TV shopping channel, only to find it wasn't what he expected when it arrived. Terminating the contract was out of the question. Not only was Cheryl the lead in his dream, but he didn't have the luxury of breaking a contract with an actress from another film because of something that happened in another movie. However, he still needed to prepare in advance. Stars throwing tantrums could be very troublesome. The drama between the actors in The Witch of Easttown was more exciting than the movie itself. If that happened on his own set, well, it was best to avoid it. Since Ronald started directing, he'd mostly chosen newcomers. These people, eager to gain a foothold in the industry, would generally do their best to follow his instructions. But established stars weren't so easy to deal with. Cheryl, for the sake of her acting career, deliberately chose a role that would make her more famous. And the director and producer, to get her involved, had actually disregarded the fact that the role had already been offered to someone else and secretly agreed to it. Meanwhile, they were afraid that Susan Sarandon, the original actress, would quit in anger if the role was snatched away. So they deliberately didn't tell her and launched a surprise attack when filming began. With a schedule already set, Sarandon had no choice but to accept the wasted opportunity and reluctantly take on another female role. Ronald had no experience dealing with these stars, so he wanted to talk to a director he knew and learn Hollywood tricks. Therefore, instead of immediately returning to Los Angeles, Ronald went to New York to see his university professor, Martin Scorsese. Scorsese was revising a script in his studio and was pleasantly surprised to see Ronald. "What brings you here, Ronald? I've come to ask you something." Ronald offered a bottle of expensive red wine prepared by his agent to a woman, Barbara. "Hello." This woman was Scorsese's new wife, Barbara Fina. She appeared delicate and scholarly, but was actually a strong woman and the producer of Scorsese's new film, The Color of Money. "Hello, Ronald." Barbara accepted the wine and prepared some coffee for them. She sat down as well, wanting to join the conversation. Her voice was also quite delicate. "What script are you revising, Marty?" Ronald glanced at the paper. There was a name on it, Mary Magdalene. "It's the movie I've been wanting to make for a long time. Fortunately, with Barbara and CAA's help, we can start filming soon." "Oh, congratulations." Ronald had heard of this movie. It was one of Scorsese's favorite scripts. Actors' salaries are skyrocketing these days. My original lead actor, Aidan Quinn, raised his price because I postponed my filming of The Color of Money. I had to find a new actor. Star salaries have really gone up recently. Everyone's envious of the huge sum Stallone received. If Stallone can get that much, why can't I? I can only choose him. Willem Dafoe. Scorsese pulled out a photo. It was the actor who played the villain in Diane's Ghetto Justice. "You know him? How is his acting?" "Have you seen him on set?" Scorsese asked Ronald, noticing he seemed to know Dafoe. "I saw him on the set of Ghetto Justice. He's probably the only male actor with any acting skills." Stone. Oliver Stone's new movie used him. "He asked me before filming started." "You could give him a call, Marty." Barbara gave Scorsese a wink. Ronald had come here on business. Why was he talking about himself all the time? "Ronald and I have a long-standing relationship. We don't need all that formality." Scorsese chuckled, then steered the conversation back to Ronald's purpose. "What brings you here? You said on the phone you had some questions for me." "I've signed Cher for the lead role in my new film. This is my first time directing a star actress, and I've seen some less than ideal behavior. I'm a little worried, and I wanted to ask you how to deal with big stars on set." "Haha, how could you have such a thought?" "I don't know how to deal with big stars either." Scorsese laughed heartily. Since his remarriage, he had felt much better, both physically and mentally. "Didn't you cast Paul Newman in your last film, The Color of Money?" "Paul is different," Barbara Fina interjected. "Yes, Paul Newman is the most professional actor, and he's also the most dedicated to his craft. So, when working with him, just treat him as an actor who's very popular with audiences. If there's anything to be careful about, it's not to delve into his private life. If your character has similarities to the actor's own experiences, be careful with scenes that expose his private life, and don't get involved." Scorsese spoke generally about his experience working with Paul Newman. Ronald didn't quite understand. "What do you mean by Paul is different?" He turned to Barbara, the producer's wife, thinking it might be better to ask a producer who had more experience working with stars. "Ronald, you've made many films. When you're filming dialogue scenes, using over-the-shoulder shots, the actor behind the camera, the one talking to the actor you're filming, needs to be physically present to act alongside them, right?" "Yes, if the actor isn't behind the camera, acting opposite the actor filming the frontal shot, the other actor can't get into character." Ronald was still confused. "Have you ever used a stand-in for blocking?" "Of course. Some high-paid actors will have a stand-in of similar height and weight to block the lights and move around while they prepare for their roles." "It seems you've never directed a real star." "Stars generally don't film scenes opposite other actors. When filming over-the-shoulder shots of dialogue scenes, the person talking to that actor behind the camera is a dedicated dialogue stand-in." "Huh? Is that possible?" Ronald, whether as a set assistant or assistant director, had never encountered a big star in the cast. Even Tom Cruise, the biggest star he'd ever worked with, didn't use such a stand-in on set. Maybe Cruise was giving him face, or maybe he was just very professional. As for the second installment of Dragon Rider, Ralph Macchio and Noriyuki Morita, already stars, seemed a little intimidated by him. After all, he'd cast them in the first film, so they probably wouldn't dare do that on the Dragon Rider set. "Very common." Barbara nodded affirmatively. Did Paul Newman do the same in The True Colors of Money? Ronald asked Scorsese. No, that's why I said Paul was different. He was very professional behind the camera, personally cooperating with Tom Cruise in his scenes. And vice versa, so Paul Newman was an exception. Do you remember Hellboy, the movie I showed you in college? Scorsese reminisced. Of course, it was a typical hard-boiled detective film. A masterpiece of the 60s. Do you remember the scene where Robert Wagner, who played the villain, couldn't help but cry because his beloved woman was slandered by the detective played by Paul, crying? Ah, I remember. Wagner's acting was good, very genuine. Ronald thought for a moment. That was the scene he remembered from the movie. Robert Wagner was clearly crying for real. The close-up shots showed his emotions clearly. Definitely not fake crying done with eye drops. Do you know why he cried so much? Because Paul Newman was opposite him. Newman was already a big star back then, and he was acting opposite Wagner, who was still an unknown, behind the camera. It moved him to tears. Oh? What if a real star comes to act in these kinds of dialogue scenes, and a stand-in is used to read the lines? What am I supposed to do? Ronald was worried. Does directing and casting depend on luck? If it's a star with good professional ethics like Paul Newman, then it's a stroke of luck? But judging from Cher's behavior vying for roles on set, she's definitely not the kind of person Newman is. You probably have two approaches, producer Barbara advised Ronald, noticing his troubled expression. Either you win them over artistically, making the stars feel they can achieve a breakthrough in art or stardom through this film, and they'll condescend to film some important scenes themselves according to your requirements. Or, you accept the fact that the stars won't film scenes with you. Alternatively, you could find a very good stand-in for dialogue, so the actors playing opposite you won't feel out of place. Or you could find an excellent actor to play a supporting role to the stars, the kind of actor who can convey the feeling you need even with a puppet. Looks like I'll have to try both. Ronald thanked the Scorseses. The first thing was to find a good casting director. The script had many scenes with Loretta, including her father, mother, fiancé Johnny, lover Ronnie, and her uncle and aunt, the whole family. All of these needed strong actors. The second thing was to find a way to impress Cher, suggesting that she would benefit greatly from participating in the film. If the box office performance is satisfactory, or if film critics praise her performance, it could lead to higher fees for future roles, better scripts, or more control on future film sets. In short, the goal is to make Cherry feel that by temporarily relinquishing her diva-like privileges on the Moonlight Seduction set, she can act even more powerfully on future sets. Having devised a plan, Ronald called his agent, Nishida. Hello, Ronald. Nishida wasn't in Hollywood. His secretary had called him, and Nishida had called Ronald back. It's me. Ronald explained his ideas to Nishida, asking for recommendations of talented actors and suggestions on how to persuade Cherry. Your idea is excellent, very valuable. Ronald, you always surprise me. How long are you staying in New York? We can meet in New York or Los Angeles. It's best to discuss this in person. You're in New York? I'm waiting for Diane's new film, Demons in Chinatown, to be released. I promised the lead actor, Kurt Russell, and the director, John Carpenter, I'm in New York. After I finish things here, I'll come to your hotel tonight to talk in person. Tomorrow I'll take you to meet some great Broadway actors. The acting skills you need are best suited for Broadway actors. Where are you now? Should I come to you? Ronald was getting impatient. I'm helping a CAA client resolve a problem. He has a small conflict with a distributor, Orion, over the marketing and distribution of his new film, and I'm helping to resolve it. Give me your address, I'll come to you. Chapter 709. You're the Jonathan Coleman was talking about? Jonathan Demme, Ronald Lee. Nishida introduced the two clients. Ronald and Jonathan hugged each other. At first glance, Jonathan Demme didn't look like a film director. He was more like a university professor with a refined demeanor. What film are you working on? Ronald asked after greeting them. Is it convenient to talk about it? Nishida asked Demme. No problem at all. I know Ronald is a successful director of commercial films, so it would be good to hear his opinion. Can you give me some advice, Ronald? Jonathan Demme spoke rhythmically, and Ronald shrugged, indicating that he could talk. Jonathan's new film has been edited. The distributor, Orion, wants to market it as an erotic thriller reflecting New York, mainly in the New York area and major cities. Jonathan has a different opinion. We're coordinating. I haven't seen the film, so I'm afraid I can't offer any opinions, Ronald quickly declined upon hearing this. I happen to have a copy here, want to watch it together? I'd love to hear what my colleagues think of my film. It's my debut. That's not your debut, Jonathan. His 1980 film, Maven and Howard, had a small release but garnered 3 Oscar nominations and won 2. Universal barely did any marketing or distribution for that film because they didn't know how to market a story of a loser. It's about someone who helps a stranger, only to discover he's Howard Hughes. Maven receives Hughes' will, bequeathing 1/17 of his estate to this young man, but ultimately fails to inherit Hughes's money. You see, I always run into this problem. I make a film, and the distribution company doesn't know how to market it. This film is the same. Even if that one didn't get a release, you still have Swing Shift. That one doesn't even count. You know, Goldie Hawn and Kurt Russell, the husband and wife team, were the directors of that film. I couldn't stand Goldie Hawn's meddling, so I left the crew. In the end, my name only appeared in the credits because of the Directors Guild. Let's go see Jonathan's movie first, Ronald. We'll talk about yours later. Nisita led the way out of the room to get the car. Ronald thought Jonathan was very carefree. If he made a movie, won an Oscar, but it wasn't released, or if a star stole the show with his second film, he probably wouldn't be as motivated as Jonathan to continue directing. You have the troubles of being a star too, huh? If it's convenient, could we chat? I'm also making a movie with a star in it, and I'd like to hear your experience. Sure, actually, the biggest problem for stars, and also their biggest advantage, is that they have a fixed image. This image can attract audiences to the cinema. If my first movie had a star in it, it wouldn't have been a box office flop. I learned from that with my second movie, but Goldie Hawn was still not satisfied with his image in the script and demanded revisions every day. Also, there's another point. Stars are actually very insecure about their image in the cut and often demand reshoots. Jonathan Demme and Ronald also left the room and went to the parking lot. They talked as they walked, with Demme sharing many lessons he learned from dealing with stars. The two got into Nisita's car and drove to a studio with an editing room and a screening room, where a copy of Demme's latest movie was placed. Nisita made the arrangements, and the copy started playing. While the screen was still black, a song full of Caribbean flair began to play. The screen lit up, showing a garbage ship sailing in the waters off Lower Manhattan, New York. The slowly moving ship, the dilapidated and garbage-strewn neighborhoods along the shore, and the gleaming World Trade Center towers in the distance, this was the opening scene of the film. My God, that's what I used to see all the time when I was a kid, Ronald exclaimed. This view from the ship was what his Aunt Karen used to see every week when she took him home from the hospital and they would take the ship to Manhattan for his doctor's appointment. Ronald could almost smell the distinctive rusty smell of the ship and the stench of the surrounding garbage ships. The music and visuals seemed to flow gently, slowly awakening Ronald's memories. The opening scene engaged his senses of sight and sound, even triggering his olfactory recollections. It immersing him in the world Jonathan was telling, a masterful directorial technique. Ronald glanced at Jonathan. Such talent shouldn't be unknown. As the opening music ended, the background stereo sound converged into a single, point-like sound source. The screen showed a young black man with a large megaphone on his shoulder, slowly swaying forward to Caribbean-style music. The camera panned across the street to a restaurant. The music faded into the distance, and the story officially began. Ronald couldn't help but glance at Jonathan again. The sound mixing here was very sophisticated, an environmental sound technique invented by Orson Welles and popularized by Walter Murch. This song is called Loco de Amor, and it contains several instances of the Wild Thing lyric, which fits the film's title, Something Wild. Jonathan explained to Ronald, introducing some of his ideas. What was initially a flawless, record-like audio track switched to a slightly noisy cassette recording playing from the tape recorder in the last 2 lines. Here you can mix the soundtrack from the record with the live recording in a certain ratio. Then, gradually adjust the ratio at the end. Don't switch them abruptly, it will create a more nuanced effect, Ronald told Jonathan, sharing the technique he and Murch had learned. That's what they did in the opening wedding scene of The Godfather, Ronald concluded. Ah, I see, Jonathan nodded, writing Ronald's secret in his notebook. Without someone telling him, it would take a long time to master this technique. A shot of a man in a suit's upper body appeared in the restaurant. Ronald recognized him as Jeff Daniels, who played Deborah Wenger's husband in Mother and Daughter. The man finished lunch in a noisy cafe, and seeing no one was paying attention, secretly grabbed the receipt and skipped out on the bill. A woman with short black hair rushed out, called to the man, and finally, through a combination of coercion and enticement, got him into her car for a ride. This is Melanie Griffith. Ronald was deeply impressed by the woman who had fought and pulled hair with Tatum O'Neal for a role years ago. She seemed a little older now, though her figure was still great. The way she lifted her skirt in the car, ready to drive, was quite fierce. "I'm Lulu, I'm Charles," the two leads introduced themselves. Ronald could tell Jonathan had done a great job. The camera work was incredibly smooth. The two actors also performed very naturally. Jeff Daniels was a fairly well-known actor. He could ask Jonathan later how he managed to get him to act so well. As the movie continued, Ronald thought it would be a story of a romantic encounter, but Jonathan quickly surprised him. Lulu brought Charles to her home and introduced him to her mother as her husband. There was an unsettling atmosphere in the film. The next day, Lulu's mother told Charles that she knew he wasn't Lulu's real husband and warned him to be careful with Lulu. Charles also said that he had a wife and 2 children in New Jersey and had only met Lulu the day before. Ronald sensed the story might be a Hitchcockian thriller. He was pleasantly surprised again when Lulu took Charles to their high school reunion, where Charles discovered one of his subordinates was also there. Was this a film about the devastating consequences of infidelity on a family? At the reunion, Lulu encountered a man. She looked frightened and tried to pull Charles away. Charles was fooled and went to dinner with him. Finally, the man revealed his true identity. He was Lulu's husband, imprisoned for robbery, and had escaped to find Lulu. What kind of story was this? In just 1 or 2 hours, the plot veered off course 4 or 5 times, but strangely, Ronald remained completely engrossed. Although it didn't fit any particular genre, the film was incredibly gripping, making him reluctant to leave the restroom. Lulu's husband caught them both and beat Charles. Charles, worried about Lulu, returned to rescue her. It turned out that Charles had also lied. He and his wife were divorced, and his supposed warm family was just a lie. As a result, Lulu's husband used a phone scam to find Charles's residence, stormed in to take Lulu away, handcuffed Charles to the bathroom, and then went back to the room to beat Lulu when she tried to escape. After nearly 2 hours of the movie, Ronald, unable to hold it any longer, finally went to the bathroom to relax. This shotgun Lulu, you can't guess a single plot point. It's truly a very good film, Ronald said. But I really don't know how to market this movie. From beginning to end, my thoughts changed many times, from thinking it was an erotic film, to a suspense film, a crime film, an action film, to a romance film, but it really is very good, isn't it? Jonathan Demme said with a smile. Yes, it's really good. Ronald hadn't felt this engrossed in a movie in a long time. I feel like you cast the supporting roles very well. What's the name of that guy who plays Lulu's husband? He looks terrifying. Ray Liotta. Yeah, where did you find so many good actors? And Melanie Griffith. She looks completely different with that black wig and then her short blonde hair. I didn't know she was such a good actress. Her previous films were just so-so. That's something I learned from my first boss, the exploitation film mogul Roger Corman. When he first let me direct Orange is the New Black, he gave me a long lecture. One thing was this: every supporting role determines the quality of a film. When you cut a close-up shot of a supporting character, that film belongs to him for those 3 to 5 seconds. If the character isn't believable, then at that moment, the audience's belief in the story will drop a bit. If this happens a few times, your box office will definitely suffer. You're not the Jonathan that Roger told me about, are you? Ronald looked Jonathan Demme up and down. Although reluctant to admit it, Ronald's directing skills were indeed inferior to Jonathan Demme's, who, from a box office perspective, had yet to produce a successful film. I think his lessons must have been abridged. He certainly didn't teach me this. Ronald laughed, pulling Demme along to have dinner with him. How do you find such good actors? Ronald's own Moonlight Seduction also required a large number of talented supporting actors, and Demme's experience could be invaluable. In a high-end restaurant in Manhattan, Ronald sought Demme's advice. When I cast, I choose people who interest me, people who want to know more about them. In the scene with Lulu and Charlie at the class reunion party, there was a pair of extras dancing. I liked those 2 actors when I was casting, but then I discovered they were a pair of amazing dancers. The most important thing in casting is choosing the villains. You have to choose according to the worst villain standards. Heroes are highlighted by villains. Without a truly wicked villain, there's no good hero. Did Roger teach you all this? I need to ask him why he didn't teach me. Haha, maybe he discovered these techniques and didn't need them for his exploitation films." The two reminisced about their background. Both were students of Roger Corman, practically brothers in the same school. "I have another question. Why are the actors' performances so natural in your films? It's like they've rehearsed 17 or 18 times, honing their skills to perfection before filming." Ronald asked the question that puzzled him most. These actors weren't novices, they couldn't possibly be manipulated like that by Demi, could they? "I never rehearse. The actors' performances are all improvised on set, whatever they perform is what they are." "That can't be right." Ronald couldn't believe it. "There was no rehearsal? Or rather, I have them rehearse on film. The first performance is often the most emotionally charged, and the reactions are often the most genuine. If the rehearsal is the best result, and I don't film it, then I've missed capturing it, right? So I have them get into position, then I notify them to rehearse. During the rehearsal, I turn on the camera beforehand, and that's usually the best take. If what I see isn't good enough, I have them film another take in a different way." Chapter 710, The Three Elements of a Box Office Success. "It's better to be a living dog than a dead lion." This line from Shotgun Lulu is also a true reflection of Jonathan Demme's acting career. When Nisida and Ronald drove away, Nisida told Ronald some industry rumors. Jonathan Demme's debut film, Mavin and Howard, was very well made. The reason Universal didn't release this film widely is likely because the friends and family of the story's protagonist, former Hollywood mogul Howard Hughes, used considerable influence to prevent its release. The film is based on a true story after Howard Hughes' death. A poor man named Mavin produced a will after Hughes' death, claiming a share of Hughes' estate. He lost the case and received nothing. Hughes' friends and family feared that the film's release would raise more doubts about the will's authenticity, so they suppressed its release. After learning about his senior Jonathan's ordeal, Ronald had to admit that a film's box office performance isn't necessarily directly proportional to the director's technique or even its overall appeal. From a purely technical standpoint, his own films were actually inferior to Jonathan's. Many details, especially plot twists, fell short. For example, in the Shotgun Lulu scene, the change in genre between Lulu's reunion with her escaped husband and the subsequent encounter is significant. The earlier part is more of an erotic film about a romantic encounter, while the later part is a more authentic suspense thriller. Jonathan Demme's films have a Hitchcockian psychopath feel. To hint at this shift, Demme changed the lighting at the prom, transforming the warm, vibrant colors into a cool, somber hue. This technique of using color to foreshadow an impending major change is very effective and skillful. Ronald's films lack this particularly ingenious design. However, in terms of box office performance, Ronald's films far surpass Jonathan's. Many unknown factors can determine a film's success. Putting aside other issues, even the best film has no chance of high box office success if the distribution company doesn't allow copies to be shown in theaters. Jonathan Demme's bad luck didn't end there. His second film was completely scrapped on set by actress Goldie Hawn, and a new screenwriter was brought in to rewrite the script. What was originally a story of sisterhood among American women during the first large-scale factory work in the later stages of World War II was turned into a romantic love story for the female lead. Jonathan was forced to reshoot all the scenes, which demoralized him. After 2 consecutive film failures, he went on to make a concert documentary. If it weren't for Shotgun Lulu, where Orion Pictures, adhering to the tradition of United Artists, didn't interfere with the artist's creative process and gave him de facto final cut rights, allowing him to regain his confidence, this promising director might have said goodbye to the big screen. With a film like Shotgun Lulu, even if the box office is still poor, the technique and level of skill will ensure that he won't have trouble finding directors in the future. In a director's career, the success or failure of the first few films is crucial. If one uses stars in their early films and then experiences setbacks leading to box office failure. The next morning, Weintraub called Ronald. He learned from Susan that Ronald had signed Cher. "I heard Cher isn't available until the new year?" "That's fine. I expect MGM United Artists to be back in operation by October, then you can start preparing for filming. Need to be wary of Cher acting like a diva on set? Go for it, Ronald. I don't think anyone can challenge you on set." With a promise of MGM's future junior executive and president, Ronald felt a little relieved. At least Cher couldn't challenge his authority like Goldie Hawn challenged Jonathan Demme. The various power struggles within the production team were complex, but ultimately, the key to who'd win lay in whose support the studio executives ultimately backed. There's more good news. The theme song for the second movie, The Kid from the Dragon's Den, sung by Peter Cetera, Glory of Love, has reached #1 on the charts. That's really great news. Ronald was overjoyed. A theme song reaching #1 is a huge boost to a movie's box office performance. The theme song for Top Gun reached #1 on the charts 2 months ago. This time, Glory of Love reached #1 in the second week of the movie's release, and the timing is even better than Take My Breath Away for Top Gun's box office performance. No, this is fantastic news. In my experience, this song will stay at #1 for 2 or 3 weeks, and it will stay in the top 10 for a long time. Ronald was excited. Both movies were doing very well, and it seemed that he would have 2 movies in the top 5 for a long time to come. Because he was going to attend the New York premiere of Demons in Chinatown, Ronald stayed at home in New York and began to break down the script for Moonlight Twist, combining the scenes from his dream. Ronald was also looking for familiar actors. He also called Capella, expressing his desire for his nephew Cage to play the male lead. Peggy Sue got married wasn't due for several months, and Cage and lead actress Catherine Turner had clashed several times during filming. Coppola was naturally delighted that such a big production wanted Cage and would inform him to prepare his schedule. Good news for the Wicked. CinemaScore is the marketing manager of Touchstone Pictures, a Disney subsidiary, reported to Ronald. I remember the average audience rating at the premiere was B to B+. Why is the latest rating higher? Ronald was pleased but also puzzled. Perhaps the CinemaScore sampled towns in the Midwest, and maybe audiences in smaller towns there liked the film more, giving it a higher rating than audiences in big cities. Oh, Ronald thought of Footloose from a few years ago, which was somewhat similar to the situation with The Wicked. These are classic stories of good guys and bad guys, with relatively simple plots, making them easy for small-town teenagers with limited entertainment experience to understand. The producers of Top Gun, Don Simpson and Bruckheimer, often said, Oklahoma City parents need to understand too, targeting a wider audience, those in movie theaters in small Midwestern and deep Southern towns. It seems they might actually enjoy The House That Never Dies. The dense, witty banter might not be understood by small-town audiences. But this slower pace, relying on the plot to gradually create humor, might just suit their tastes. Recalling Helen Slater's slightly stiff and simple acting in the film, perhaps those small-town youths prefer this combination of beauty and rudimentary acting. Incidentally, the director of that energetic film is Herbert Roth, who also directed The Secret to Success, the film Helen Slater failed to audition for. His films, in fact, tend to have a more dated pacing and technique. The story, full of energy, didn't quite fit the aesthetic of urban youth, yet it still grossed $80 million domestically. Ronald thought about it and realized it might be a pattern to box office success. He took out a piece of paper and wrote down what he considered the secrets to box office success. First, the story itself must be smooth and engaging, without any particularly jarring or distracting parts. Advanced directing techniques and exceptional acting are not necessary for box office success. Many viewers won't actually notice. As long as viewers find it enjoyable for the next hour and a half to 2 hours and then recommend it to friends and family, it meets the requirement. Second, the larger the target audience, the better. If it's aimed at teenagers or other frequent moviegoers, it should include content they enjoy. If it's aimed at a lost audience like those seen in The Sound of Music, it should give them a reason to return to the theater. Third, Ronald thought about it, and realized there wasn't a third. Movies that achieve these 2 points generally don't have major box office problems. Oh, and if the movie's theme song becomes a hit, that would be even better. That's the third element. Ronald reviewed his filmography, noting that almost every movie he'd made had a song that topped the charts upon release. The marketing costs for getting moviegoers back to theaters were simply too high these days. Popular music was a great vehicle. It could inspire listeners to see the film. In an era where television dominated most adults' entertainment, for a film to be a box office success, letting the audience know what made it good was just as important as, if not more important, the film itself. Ring 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 ring, the phone rang, but Ronald, still working on his summary, seemed oblivious to the ringing. After 4 rings, the call went to the answering machine. Hello, this is Ronald's home. I'm not home right now. If you need to contact me, please leave a message after the first beep. Or call my agent, Ronald. It's me, Eddie. Answer the phone. The producer from Dirty Dancing wants to discuss production with you. Chapter 711. Here's the check. I'm buying the production rights to Spicy Dance. Eddie, as general manager of Daydream Pictures, had been discussing a production deal for Dirty Dancing with screenwriter Eleanor Bergstein, producer Linda Gottlieb, and production manager Michelle Canold of Weston Pictures, the distribution company. So, we're stuck here now, and we need to figure out a way to move forward. After a morning of discussions in his former agent's office in New York, Eddie summarized the morning's talks to the three parties present, the results, or rather, the lack thereof. Weston, a Chicago-based company that had been outsourcing video production and distribution to the Big Seven, was now urgently seeking to transition to distributing theatrical films after gradually reclaiming their video business from the Big Seven. Ronald's original terms were that Daydream Pictures, along with Douglas Jr., would contribute $1.5 million, Weston $3 million, for a total of $4.5 million to produce the film. Weston would then distribute it nationwide. However, the parties couldn't reach an agreement on the order of revenue sharing. Weston was interested in the film's ability to be produced on a budget under $5 million, and its potential as the company's first theatrical release after its transformation, serving as valuable experience for its distribution team. Producer Linda Gottlieb, however, was more focused on her profit-sharing agreement. She was the first to recognize the potential of her friend, screenwriter Eleanor Bergstein's script. The MGM distribution deal had initially been approved, but after Weintraub's strong takeover of MGM, the project was suspended and put on the waiting list. Although screenwriter Eleanor preferred to work with Ronald's Daydream, Linda Gottlieb believed that working with Weston would maximize her interests. Unless otherwise agreed upon, producers have the right to distribute a share of the film's profits. After the film's success, each participant's share is factored into the cost. The next participant's share is reduced by the previous ones. The further down the list you go, the less valuable your share becomes. Weston, being a newcomer to the theatrical distribution market, was certainly better equipped to navigate these contractual pitfalls than Ronald, who had worked on numerous studio films. However, if Ronald's Daydream were completely disregarded, Weston's confidence in the project was severely lacking. Linda, a Jewish producer who grew up in the entertainment industry, planned to play both sides, maximizing her profits. The moment she saw the script's title, Dirty Dancing, she knew it was a potential million-dollar film. Sticking to it was key to securing her first huge profit in the industry. Ronald's situation was simpler. He saw the script's potential, and having dreamed about the film, he was confident in its box office potential. I feel like producer Linda is trying to profit from both sides, Eddie said to Ronald during lunch break. That's normal. Turning a script into a movie is such a difficult process, it's impossible to succeed without a big profit in mind. Ronald waved his hand, indicating he didn't mind the producer taking a cut. But this is a low-budget film. Our calculated production cost is between $4 and $5 million. If Linda and the distributor Weston split the box office revenue first, and we participate in the final split, we'd need at least $25 million to break even. Eddie had already calculated the potential profit. I think if this film is made well, the box office will exceed that number, Ronald said confidently. Actually, I think Weston's confidence in the film is much less than yours, Agent Richard interjected, also joining the negotiations. And I think producer Linda really wants Weston involved in this film so she can rake in more revenue. Have you considered that since you're so optimistic about the film's prospects, you could simply buy the production rights and then collaborate with one of the Big Seven? Eddie suddenly said. That's not a good idea. After all, Linda signed with screenwriter Eleanor before me. And they're good friends. I'm not confident I can kick her out. Ronald also wanted to retain sole production rights. In the afternoon negotiations, we still need to bring in the possibility of the 7 major studios. This way, we can take the initiative in the negotiations. At least producer Linda and screenwriter Eleanor will have a new option. In the morning negotiations, Weston's manager, Michelle Canold, kept stalling. That's settled. Ronald, let me introduce you. This is one of the owners of Weston, Steve Tisch. At the start of the afternoon meeting, Weston Studios manager Canold introduced a new negotiator, a young man in his early 30s with a thick neck, a square jaw, and aggressive eyes. Hello, Mr. Tisch. The name Tisch made Ronald's heart skip a beat. The School of the Arts at NYU, the school where he had studied for more than a year, seemed to be named after this surname. He's the son of Bob Tisch, a donor to NYU's Tisch School of the Arts, Eddie whispered in Ronald's ear. His family owns the NFL team, the New York Giants. They've been in Hollywood since they were young, Richard added in the other ear. It's a pleasure to meet you. I greatly admire your father's good deeds. I know you, Ronald. Hollywood says you're amazing. But for this film, I've brought in Aaron Russo, an expert on musicals. He has very insightful views on film. Steve Tissier ignored Ronald's praise of his father and gestured for a man with a large, round face. Aaron Russo, producer of The Rose, the film that earned Bette Midler an Oscar nomination, Richard was familiar with these Hollywood celebrities and immediately recited the man's resume in a low voice. Hello, Aaron, what insights do you have? Ronald looked at Aaron Russo, whose greasy long hair was slicked back, and whose round face with a Jewish-looking nose made him look somewhat comical. He hadn't expected that this was the man who discovered Bette Midler, the lead actress in The Wicked Husband. How do you plan to shoot this movie? What's the theme? Aaron Russo didn't address Ronald and his team, nor the screenwriter and producer, nor even the Weston manager, but went straight to the boss, Steve Tissier. Ronald was surprised. Had this Aaron just returned from outer space? Didn't he recognize Ronald Lee, the hottest director in Hollywood? So Ronald coughed, then slid his chair forward, closing the distance between himself and Aaron Russo. When Russo felt his approach and turned around, Ronald said directly, I plan to make it a story about a young girl's dream, a poor boy who dances with her hero, a dancer, at a vacation spot. Do you have any objections? If that's your idea, I have to tell you, your movie is doomed to fail. Aaron Russo didn't back down, leaning forward to within centimeters of Ronald, and replied with a lewd smile. Ronald seemed to smell the bad breath emanating from the other man's mouth, leaning back. Are you sure? Where did this guy come from? Showing off with a 1979 film, doesn't he know he's facing Hollywood's hottest up-and-coming director? And acting all high and mighty in front of him? Hollywood isn't a place that respects the elderly. Aaron Russo turned back to Steve Tisso. These days, directors and producers don't know how to make musicals anymore. If you trust me, you'd better not invest in this story. If you want to offer any suggestions, why don't you talk to me? Ronald was angry. Why did Aaron Russo always skip over him and talk directly to the rich second-generation owner of Weston Musicals? Who in Hollywood these days can act like they know more about making musicals than him? Sir, do you know that when you left Hollywood, I made a breakdancing movie? Not only did it gross a whopping $100 million, but even First Lady Nancy Sicht had to learn to dance, and the president even received me and several of the lead actors. You don't understand Hollywood, young man. Let me tell you, if you film like this, nobody in Hollywood will distribute your movie. Aaron Russo and Ronald said this last, then stood up, shook hands with Weston's boss Steve Tissier, and walked out. Steve Tissier didn't say anything, nor did he pay attention to Aaron Russo's rudeness. He whispered a few words with Weston's manager, Michelle Canold. Then Michelle came over and asked everyone to pause the meeting, as Tissier needed to have some new communication with him. Who is this Aaron Russo? Hasn't he been in Hollywood for the past few years? He just came back from Britain, so he probably doesn't know much about the changes in Hollywood in recent years. He's mainly focusing on television series now. Richard quickly called Nisida and soon found out Russo's background. But he has a very close relationship with young Tissier, so he'll probably value his opinion, Richard added. On the other side, screenwriter Eleanor and producer Linda were also whispering, seemingly also a little confused by this sudden situation. Ronald waited a while before Steve Tissier and manager Canold approached. Tissier waved for Canold to speak. Ronald, Eleanor, Linda, Weston has a new assessment of the film. We need Eleanor to revise Baby's background and plot in the script. First, Baby shouldn't be Jewish. If she has to be Jewish, her lover shouldn't be Irish. Nonsense. This is a complete story. If the female lead, Baby, isn't Jewish, why would she visit a Jewish-only tourist destination? If she's not Irish, where would such a charismatic dancer come from? Screenwriter Eleanor snapped, immediately interrupting Weston's demands. Ronald glanced over, wondering why the screenwriter was reacting so strongly. Ronald vaguely remembered that this script seemed to be based on Eleanor's own experiences. Perhaps she was the prototype for Baby, and her first love was Irish? Producer Linda covered her face, knowing this was Eleanor's bottom line. She had given her the script to realize a youthful dream on screen. I'm sorry, Mr. Canold, this plot is our bottom line. The entire story is based on a love story between a Jewish girl and an Irish boy, transcending class and race, she explained to Weston. Aaron's point is very convincing. We feel the film's prospects are bleak. If you're unwilling to revise the script, the film will be postponed indefinitely. Little Emperor said forcefully. Our funds have already been deposited into the project company's account. If you don't revise the script as required, we'll have to withdraw our investment. I think there's nothing wrong with the plot. If you don't want to invest, I can take over, Ronald suddenly said, seeing an opportunity. The character background in the dream hadn't been changed, Baby was still a Jewish girl, and they'd cast Jennifer Grey, an actress with a large nose, to play the role. Wait, let me talk to them first, producer Linda stopped screenwriter Eleanor, who was about to agree, and insisted on speaking with Weston's boss first. She felt their reasons seemed very compelling. Eleanor, I really liked this movie. I was originally planning to fully fund it. Ronald seized the opportunity to approach the screenwriter and share his ideas. A dozen minutes later, producer Linda returned. Eleanor, Ronald, if you insist on not revising the script, I will withdraw from the producer role. Linda, you, the screenwriter panicked. I have good reasons. If Ronald wants to continue producing this movie, why not buy the production rights as well? The producer held the screenwriter's hand. How much? For some reason, Ronald remembered what Coppola had told him about the past, not insisting on buying Lucas's American Graffiti and missing out on a huge opportunity for Mirror Pictures to make a fortune. A flat price, $500,000. Also, I suggest Eleanor also receive a share of the script transfer fee, that way, her hard work will be guaranteed, producer Linda Gottlieb stated her conditions. Although it was less than expected, it was better than nothing. Then she whispered something in screenwriter Eleanor's ear. This? Okay. Maybe you're right, screenwriter Eleanor, having taken it to heart, turned to Ronald. I'm willing to transfer the script to you. How much do you want? Ronald turned to the screenwriter. $200,000, plus 1% of the profits for Linda and me. Screenwriter Eleanor wrote down her asking price and pushed it over. Ronald thought the price was very cheap. He quickly took out his checkbook, wrote 2 checks, and handed one to each of the ladies. My lawyer will prepare the contracts immediately. Thank you. Producer Linda folded the checks and put them in her pocket. Thank you. We originally planned to invest $4.5 million in production costs. I hope that in your hands, we can make it the way I envision it. Screenwriter Eleanor looked reluctant, but still reluctantly accepted the checks. Ronald, they seem to have agreed too quickly. Is there a problem? Richard sensed something was wrong and came over to ask Ronald. There shouldn't be any problems. Anyway, we can find a distributor to sign a contract with soon, and get some more investment. Find a suitable director to helm the project. I have high hopes for this story. Chapter 712 dominates the top 3 of the box office rankings. Nisida, upon hearing that Ronald had bought the script for Dirty Dancing, didn't say much, but instead contacted several major studios for Ronald, arranging a time for him to negotiate distribution contracts. Ronald starting to manage his own film projects was a great thing for him. Helping him at every stage of production was the best he could do. This way, regardless of the project's success or failure, their relationship would deepen. That weekend, Ronald attended the New York premiere of Demons in Chinatown as promised. This film practically brought together all the Chinese actors working in Hollywood. Besides Ronald's old acquaintance, Jia, there was Deng Gang, who had a major supporting role in Year of the Dragon, playing Wang Chi, another lead besides Kurt Russell, Kim Cattrall, who played Russell's girlfriend, and another beautiful woman, Suki Pai, a Chinese-American who had graced the cover of Playboy. They all wore traditional Chinese cheongsams in the film, looking quite alluring. Cattrall was about to come up and greet Ronald when a pretty young woman rushed out from the side and beat him to it. Diane Lane played a reporter in the film, a minor supporting role. She saw Ronald and immediately grabbed his arm. Could this movie be the start of my return to the Hollywood mainstream? Diane asked quietly. Probably. John Carpenter is a famous box office master, and Kurt Russell is a rising star. I think it's possible. Ronald smiled and patted Diane's hand. He had already asked CAA to prepare a Hollywood newspaper film review column for Diane, which would specifically mention Diane's acting as the reporter after the film's release and the lifting of the censorship. This is Hollywood's first martial arts film with a Chinese style. Director Carpenter is very fond of old Chinese films, especially black and white martial arts films. He's watched quite a few. His old friend, the Chinese-American actor Zhao Li, greeted Ronald and shared some gossip. Diane went over to greet the actors. Seeing that no one was around, Zhao Li casually started a conversation. They're hoping to open up more Hollywood directors who are friendly to China to film there. Are you interested, me? Spielberg has a film shooting there, but I haven't found a suitable script yet. Actually, I'd prefer to introduce those films to Hollywood, so that American audiences can become more familiar with Chinese culture. That's an interesting idea, but will American audiences like Chinese films? Aren't there many Chinese communities here? Showing some films from our homeland shouldn't be a problem. As for other ethnic groups, I think martial arts films like this one can transcend language and cultural barriers, Ronald replied. That makes sense. I'll be going back to visit relatives in a few months. If you're going there, I can put in a good word and arrange for you to talk to the local leaders. They're importing Hollywood movies, so we could introduce your film there. Haha, that'll have to wait. A lot of my movies are hedonistic, they probably won't like them. Ronald saw Kurt Russell, the lead actor, approaching and quickly went over to greet him. That's not entirely true. Your movies also reflect social injustice, don't they? Zhao Li muttered a few words. How is it going? How is the film's promotion? Ronald shook hands with Russell and asked about the situation. His girlfriend, Goldie Hawn, was also there for her boyfriend's new film premiere and was standing next to him. Not bad, but there are ads for Aliens 2 everywhere right now. Fox hasn't invested much in our film's promotion. In a few months, Eddie Murphy has another film with a similar theme, Golden Boy, which will also be released. Luckily, we managed to get a release date before them. A Carpenter-directed film is always fine. Ronald changed the subject. Is there anything I can help you with? Russell sensed that Ronald seemed to have something to say. I have some personal matters I'd like to discuss with you. Let's talk outside after the movie. Kurt Russell and Goldie Hawn exchanged a glance. They also wanted to build a good relationship with Ronald and agreed. First of all, let me clarify that I mean no harm. I'm about to produce a film and I'm looking for a female star to work with. Goldie Hawn is the biggest star I know, and I'd like to ask you about some things to be aware of on set. Any taboos? After the movie ended, Ronald, along with Diane, Russell, and Goldie Hawn, found a place to drink. The four of them shared a bottle of whiskey. Goldie Hawn had an impressive capacity for alcohol and drank several rounds. The atmosphere was good, and Ronald began to talk to them about his problems. What? Am I having some problems on set? What do you think, Kurt? Goldie Hawn covered her face and took another big gulp of her drink. Haha, have you heard about Jonathan Demme's ordeal? At the risk of getting yelled at by Goldie, I'll tell you about the real struggles female stars face on set. He's a great director, but Goldie, you know, as a female star, she's always very sensitive and has all sorts of ideas. You know, I'm thinking of taking out my notebook right now and writing down all the taboos female stars have. But since you've never told me anything about Goldie's thoughts, this conversation never really happened. I just got up one day and remembered some taboos female stars should have. Haha, it's okay. You can find out these things easily. I'm glad you came directly to us. That way there won't be any misunderstandings. Kurt Russell organized his thoughts. Female stars are a different kind of creature. They're very sensitive, even the slightest thing can make them feel insecure and unable to give their best performance. Their biggest fear is that the audience won't accept their star image. That's why all of Goldie's films feature a slightly ditzy American girl. Am I like that? Ha ha ha. Goldie Hawn was nothing like the domineering Jonathan Demme she was on set. Instead, she was like a clingy girlfriend, embracing Russell. Is that so? Is there anything else to be aware of when working with a female star? Ronald understood why Goldie Hawn had asked Jonathan Demme to revise the script. If she played a character with a sisterly bond with her female coworkers in a factory, Goldie Hawn's usual ditzy image would be ruined. The reason stars can earn far more than ordinary actresses is because they have a fixed image in the audience's mind. As soon as the audience hears that Goldie is starring, they know it's the ditzy girl causing trouble in which profession again. Also, they're very sensitive. They often get upset over small things. For example, a pet being naughty today. An assistant not giving her a second glance at her hairstyle. A slightly different look from the actor she's acting opposite today. All of these can make them nervous. To people who don't understand acting, They seemed difficult to deal with, making all sorts of unreasonable demands. Thank you. Ronald had heard many of the problems female stars faced on set. Russell tried to explain the reasons behind their behavior from the perspective of female stars. Unlike male stars, female stars' roles are relatively concentrated in a limited number of categories. Each typical role can accommodate fewer stars than male stars. Actresses who have reached stardom are all afraid of being replaced by newcomers. To be honest, the actresses who can enter Hollywood are not that different in terms of looks and acting skills. Sometimes, 1 or 2 movies can completely change everything, with newcomers rising to the top and veterans retiring. Audiences are forgetful, yet also cruel. This kind of thing is actually quite similar to what is depicted in the classic movie All About Eve. After chatting for a long time, Ronald said goodbye to Diane before he got too drunk. The two returned to their hotel. Am I doomed again? Diane slumped onto the sofa in frustration, not wanting to get up. Ronald watched the whole movie. John Carpenter had probably directed too many low-budget films before. This high-budget production, Demons in Chinatown, had the feel of a low-budget B-movie exploitation film. Both the camera work and the editing techniques were typical of low-budget exploitation films. To an insider, it seemed the primary goal was to save money. But this movie cost $20 million. Where did all the money go? If it were a $2 million low-budget film, it would definitely make money. But for a big-budget production of over $20 million, the quality was completely unsatisfactory. I didn't expect Carpenter to give up. Ronald scratched his head. Let me make you a cup of coffee. You seem to have drunk a bit too much. Diane sighed. One wrong step, and her career was over. Jodie Foster, Brooke Shields, and others who debuted as child stars with her were now all unknown. On the contrary, the female members of the Hollywood Kids, Molly Lindward, Ali City, and Demi Moore, are now constantly getting offers, all playing leading roles in mid-range productions. I'm fine, sit with me for a bit, Ronald said, stopping Diane, who was about to make coffee, gesturing for her to sit beside him. I don't have any mid-range or higher productions right now that are suitable for you as the lead. Moonlight Trap early next year only has a minor supporting role, a couple of lines. Would you be willing to do a cameo? Of course, no problem, Diane readily agreed. Any opportunity to appear in a film related to Ronald was precious these days. Sighing, Ronald scratched his head again. A cameo wouldn't turn someone into a star. Can you dance? Yes, like this. Diane stood up, pulled Ronald up, wrapped her arms around his neck, and slowly began to dance. The two drew closer and closer. Not this kind, not this kind? Diane pushed Ronald down onto the sofa again. Is this kind? She started dancing in front of Ronald. First, she faced Ronald, then turned her back, and finally sat on Ronald's lap. Good heavens, Ronald pulled Diane over, then got up and made 2 cups of coffee. I can't sing or dance, am I stupid? Diane sat on the sofa, looking helpless. She knew that Ronald had been testing her skills, and it seemed she hadn't performed well. Most American girls can't sing or dance either, Ronald patted Diane's head. These past 2 years had been tough for her, she hadn't had many roles, and the acting talent she had in her youth had faded somewhat, while her figure had developed very well. Although she was just right and very beautiful in real life, she looked too fat when stretched horizontally by the movie camera. Forget it, don't overthink it. You should be the representative of ordinary girls, playing roles from childhood to old age, accompanying a generation of American viewers as they grow up. I'll keep an eye out for suitable roles. Ronald made up his mind and recommended other suitable projects. The two stayed in New York for a few days, enjoying some delicious food. After eating, Diane would always lay out a yoga mat in the hotel and practice yoga. She had also noticed her figure issues, but she didn't like dieting. Instead, she focused on exercising to burn calories. On the morning of the 3rd day, Ronald got up early to go downstairs to find something good to eat. After going out, he deliberately walked a few blocks and bought some freshly baked Italian pizzas, eating them while reading. At the corner of the hotel, he stopped and bought a copy of The Hollywood Reporter, eating and reading it at the same time. Demons in Chinatown indeed performed poorly at the box office, only grossing $2.7 million in over 1,000 theaters, ranking outside the top 10. A familiar face, Demi Moore and Rob Lowe, starred in About Last Night, which grossed over $3 million in more than 600 theaters, ranking 10th. It seemed Demi Moore had finally reached a breakthrough. She was just one blockbuster away from becoming a leading lady. Ronald opened the door and placed the pizza on the table. "I bought Italian pizza, come and eat. I'm doing yoga, I'll come after I finish this pose." Diane's voice came from inside the room. Ronald, sipping his black coffee, continued looking at the box office rankings. Spring Is Not for Studying was 7th, The Law Enforcer was 5th, all familiar faces. Top Gun was 3rd. Ronald took a satisfied sip of coffee. The most satisfying thing about Top Gun was its very slow box office decline, dropping by 5% to 8% each week. This single-digit drop allowed it to rise in the rankings compared to the previous week, even taking in over 5 million at the end of its 8th week, climbing to 3rd place. First, Ronald blinked hard. He couldn't believe his eyes. He couldn't have misread it. The Wicked Husband hadn't dropped at the box office. In fact, it had risen by 0.5%, earning $5.3 million and taking 2nd place. Meanwhile, Dragon Boys 2, which had dropped 25% from the previous week, still managed to rake in $6.5 million, securing 1st place. This weekend's top 3 box office picks were either his own directorial debuts or his own productions. This situation was an unexpected and huge surprise. Ronald was momentarily overjoyed. Achieving such a ranking in a week was probably a rare feat even in Hollywood. "What's wrong, Ronnie?" Diane, wearing a high-slit yoga outfit, a headband, and leg warmers, entered the living room. She noticed Ronald staring blankly and nudged him with her finger. "Huh?" Ronald's gaze shifted. Diane, in his eyes, smelled of antiperspirant, and her figure was beautifully outlined in the tight yoga outfit. Her headband was pink, and her hair, damp with sweat, shimmered beautifully in the sunlight. Diane was suddenly pulled into Ronald's arms and kissed passionately. "I haven't showered yet." Diane patted Ronald's hands, indicating she needed to shower. Unexpectedly, Ronald heard this and became even more excited. He simply picked her up, pressed her against his body, and carried her to the spacious bathroom. Once inside, he turned on the shower and kissed her again. Ronnie." The hot water warmed Diane, softening her breath. She clung tightly to Ronald, and the two stood there, bathed in the gushing hot water. Chapter 713 The Treatment of Successful Hollywood Producers. Hollywood is a world of fame and fortune for handsome men and beautiful women, and a place where artists realize their dreams, but ultimately, it's a business. When the earliest film studios, fleeing Edison's film patents, came from New York to pioneer Hollywood in California, their most valued asset was the cinematographer. Whichever cinematographer could capture a shot that others couldn't could make a fortune. Knowledge spread quickly, and by the time all cinematographers had mastered cinematography, screenwriters became the most important money-making asset. A large number of screenwriters who couldn't make it on Broadway flocked to Hollywood, starting to make short films with stories. When the famous director David Griffith innovatively used close-ups and editing techniques, he began to connect short films with unique creative ideas to tell an hour-long story. At this point, the director, who could oversee everyone's work, became Hollywood's most trusted figure. However, when Griffith's Intolerance, which cost a record $400,000 in 1916 and ultimately failed at the box office, all the studio owners realized that this industry was no different from any other. It all involves understanding market preferences, setting a budget based on those preferences, inviting stars, directors, cinematographers, and screenwriters, and launching the film as a product. Starting in the 1920s, the producer became the most powerful person on a film crew. From then on, the producer's success was considered the most reliable path to success in Hollywood. So, when Ronald Reeves' The Wicked Husband, for which he was nominally produced, showed its true colors in its second week, its box office performance defying expectations, everyone began to look at Ronald in a new light. He then brought in the Zack Snyder trio, known for their dense, witty dialogue, to direct a comedy focused on plot. The cast consisted mainly of second and third-tier supporting actors and actresses whose careers had faded. By putting these unremarkable individuals together, they suddenly became a box office hit. This ability to discover potential, untapped markets, and the Midas touch to create a gem from a group of inexpensive actors, excited everyone. From David O. Selznick, producer of Gone with the Wind in the early days, to Robert Evans, producer of critically and commercially successful films like Chinatown and Cowboy Bebop in the New Hollywood era, every era has had one or two producers with exceptionally keen insight, able to see through the fog of the market and reach the hearts of audiences. Their success shares a common characteristic: they rarely repeat successful film genres, repeatedly achieving a balance between critical acclaim and box office success. Any script they spot has the potential to become a blockbuster that year. Ronald's previous experience as a co-producer of films like Flashdance has also resurfaced, and people suddenly realized that Ronald is not only a director of blockbuster films but also has considerable experience as a producer. Suddenly, many feel he could become the next Hollywood golden boy, just like his predecessor, Robert Redford, who, whether acting, directing, or producing, always hits the mark. Therefore, two people suddenly received a surge in phone calls. The first was Ronald's script assistant, David Simpkins. He suddenly received a lot of high-quality film scripts, hoping Ronald would take a look and see if a production deal could be reached. Meanwhile, Ronald's main agent at CAA, Nisida, suddenly found himself being personally contacted by top executives from the 7 major studios, all wanting to meet with Ronald to discuss projects. Regardless of the subject matter or the actors, there was only one requirement: he wanted to serve as a producer in addition to directing. The first to approach him, of course, was Touchstone Pictures, the distributor of My Husband is a Villain, a Disney subsidiary. Compared to the others, they weren't actually as excited. Eisner understood that Ronald hadn't been too involved in the production. He had only looked at the directing team's blueprints and slightly interfered with the casting of the male and female supporting roles. However, a shrewd producer recognizes the collaborative potential of the core creative team, doesn't he? We are very satisfied with the unexpected box office success of this small to medium budget live-action film. We will invest more in this type of film in the future, Ronald. Whatever projects you have, whether you direct them yourself or hire other directors, we will give them priority, Eisner promised Ronald over the phone. I happen to have a project here, I will submit it to Mr. Katzenberg later. Ronald asked Eddie to prepare the project information for Spicy Dance and arranged to submit it to Touchstone Pictures. Very good, I will personally look into it. Then came Ned Tannen from Paramount, who personally arranged to meet with Ronald in person. Aha, Ronald, very good, very good. Do you have a copy of the box office rankings from that day's newspaper? This is for you, keep it safe. Tannen came over and gave Ronald a gift, which was a framed copy of the top 3 newspaper pages from that day's box office rankings. Haha, thanks. My family will love it. How's your new project going? I signed with MGM. Ronald's Moonlight Seduction had already chosen Weintraub, who trusted him more. I wasn't talking about that. I heard you also bought a production rights to a movie? Have you considered distributing it through Paramount, that project? It's a small investment. Paramount rarely distributes movies, no way. As long as you recommend it, we can give it priority in evaluation. Small productions can get additional investment, right? We can also find stars to act in it. Tannen didn't want to lose this movie too. Tisk, why didn't you say so earlier? I've already talked to Touchstone, a subsidiary of Disney. So, if they're not interested, I'll bring the script to you again. Ronald said this deliberately, as if to give him a hard time. Yes, that's right. You collaborated with him on The Wicked Husband. Ned Tannen sipped his coffee to cover up his embarrassment. This project with such a promising talent for production, submitted to Touchstone, why would they release it? He should think of other ways. Do you have any other scripts here? Don't forget Paramount. Speaking of which, your first film as a co-producer was Paramount's Flashdance. I don't have any new scripts right now, but my script assistant, David, said he's submitted several excellent scripts to Daydream. I have some new ideas, and I'll definitely contact you first. He'd given him enough of a warning, and there was no need to strain things too much with the head of Paramount. Ronald felt that maintaining good relationships with several distributors and fostering healthy competition would be very beneficial for his future production business. This was a tactic he'd learned from Spielberg. I really misjudged you. Your producing and negotiation skills are even more surprising than your directing abilities. Ned Tannen took another sip of coffee. I didn't actually do much work. Jerry Zak was the one leading this film project. Ronald told the truth. Humility is a virtue, and I like that about you. Ned Tannen wasn't convinced. I love working with you, Ronald. From your very first film, Fast-Paced Richmond, you've always been a good director who respects producers and distributors. Our requirements for directors are actually quite simple: on time, high quality, and within budget. It seems you've had a producer's heart since then. We're actually very lenient with directors. Look at Zemeckis. The director of Back to the Future, he changed the villain's name to mine because he was unhappy with my feedback, but I wasn't angry at all. Being able to leave a mark on this landmark film shows I'm not really an old fogey, right? Don't worry, I'll personally oversee any project you bring in and give it priority approval. Ned Tannen didn't actually offer Ronald any real help. In this situation, he could only lower his stance and say nice things, hoping to secure one or two good projects. Actions speak louder than words. Universal's new president, Tom Pollock, with his squinty eyes, had a different strategy. He took action first. Ronald, there's a problem with the lead actress in The Secret to Success. Christy McNichol has been caught abusing drugs, and her mental state is very unstable. She has a history of seeing a psychiatrist. So we need to replace her. Director Herbert Ross and I both think Helen Slater gave the best performance in the audition. Could you put in a good word for her and get her to take over? Ronald was quite impressed by this. Tom Pollock was very shrewd. The director and producers were probably aware of Christy McNichol's problems before casting her. It's a common issue in Hollywood. Using this to fire her and replace her with Helen Slater, while asking Ronald to help persuade her, was like offering a gift and thanking him for the trial. Without saying a word, Ronald would feel indebted, and future collaborations with Universal would be expected. The tactic was old, but effective. Helen rushed to Ronald's house, calling out, "Ronnie, Ronnie, Ronnie, Ronnie," and kissed him on the face as soon as they met. "I'm so happy. You secretly snatched the lead role for me, right? Can you play this role well?" Ronald looked into the beauty's eyes and asked seriously. I'm not so sure. I've always wanted to play this role and I've read the script. But since last time, I felt that my acting has a lot of problems. Of course, I've been practicing with Helen Hunt recently and it has improved a lot. I can't say that I can definitely do my best, but I will try my best. I'm relieved to hear that. Ronald knew that Helen's acting skills couldn't improve overnight. As long as she was self-aware and knew the direction of her efforts, she wouldn't ruin the whole movie, so there wouldn't be any major problems. Anyway, for this role, youth and beauty are the most important things. Then there's only one thing left. What is it? Helen stared at Ronald with wide eyes. You have a kissing scene with Michael Fox. Hey, I know. There's a height difference between us, but I'll make up for it in various ways. It'll definitely be a camera trick, don't worry. Really? How will you use a camera trick? Like this. Helen gave Ronald a big kiss on the corner of his mouth. Shot from a slightly behind angle, it looked exactly like a real kiss. This isn't a camera trick. Helen was embraced by Ronald, and their lips slowly moved together. A real kiss is still the most comfortable. Chapter 714. The new script. David Simpkins, Ronald's script assistant, has been incredibly busy these past 2 weeks. Hundreds of scripts have been constantly mailing into his office. Ronald's production, The House That Never Dies, has become a box office dark horse, surpassing its opening weekend in second weekend's box office despite weak marketing and a limited number of theaters showing it, reaching second place on the charts. This success has attracted many independent, non-commissioned scripts, not scripts commissioned by studios, but scripts written by screenwriters themselves and offered as a trial. Any script that doesn't explicitly state a waiver of copyright, don't even look at it. Stamp it and return it unopened. David Simpkins instructs his assistants on handling scripts. The copyright of these non-commissioned scripts belongs to the author. If someone reads them without permission, and a scene in a later film by Daydream is similar to one they sent, someone could sue. So, if someone hasn't declared a waiver from the start, it means they're either a complete novice who doesn't understand the rules, or they're trying to cause trouble. All are returned unopened. Even so, after processing more than half the scripts, Simpkins remains extremely busy. These past 2 days, besides being in the office, at home eating, breastfeeding the baby, and before bed, I've been constantly reading scripts. Can't you ask your boss to hire a few more script assistants? His wife complained, a little annoyed. After putting the baby to sleep, seeing her husband still hadn't turned off the light, she started to grumble. It'll be better in a while. I'll bring it up with the boss. His producer skills have become widely known in Hollywood lately, and the number of scripts sent to the office has increased tenfold. But it'll stabilize after a while, and then we can hire more people. So for the time being, I'll have to handle it myself. Seeing this, his wife rolled over and hugged David. So, are you getting a promotion? How much of a raise? I think it'll be good. Ronald is quite generous to his subordinates. Simpkins flipped through a script called Mannequin, summarizing which selling points to highlight in tomorrow's presentation. What about your script? I know you took this job hoping that one day your script would be made into a film. I think my script still has many immature parts. It needs revision, but I think your script is better than everyone else's. My wife, a stay-at-home mom, also reads the scripts Simpkins brought home in her spare time. Is that because you love me, really? Should I give it a try? Are these the scripts you picked out? The next day, Ronald frowned as he finished reading the scripts David Simpkins recommended. He wasn't very satisfied. The recent surge in scripts is mostly from fledgling screenwriters, not commission works. I read a lot of scripts in the film company's library over the past few months and picked out 2 that I thought had potential, both of which I've already submitted to you. The script isn't the only factor determining the quality of a film, but these scripts don't resonate with me. They're more like plays for children's theaters than scripts suitable for film adaptations. Ronald scratched his head. His daydream was about a small studio. Simpkins had scoured the archives of many major studios before finding 2 highly literary scripts, Spicy Dance and Moonlight Seduction. Most of the scripts mailed over the past 2 weeks were from novice screenwriters. Finding these few was the result of working day and night. I honestly can't imagine who would watch Spicy Dance if someone made it into a movie. Ronald pulled out the script Spicy Dance, which was the best among the scripts Simpkins had picked out. It's following the current trend of teen movies. Simpkins read a lot of scripts and was familiar with the latest trends. Look at the plot. An ancient Egyptian princess becomes a wooden doll, wandering through time until she meets a good-for-nothing American youth who works as a window display designer in a department store. Every night, the princess would become real and meet him, but in the morning, she would turn back into a wooden mannequin. Finally, the 2 defeated their rivals, freeing the princess with true love and allowing her to become real again. High school students these days like this? It sounds like a fairy tale to me, Ronald said, somewhat unsure of the current trends among teenagers. That's right. In the 5 or 6 years since the president took office, the economy has developed very well. Most teenagers living in the suburbs and small towns earn a good income and have plenty of pocket money if they're willing to work. They're not like our generation, who struggled a lot in high school, even having to fight for jobs like delivering newspapers and milk in the morning. Okay, I'll look into it more. Ronald reflected on recent films, noting that the lives of teenagers in those films weren't as difficult as in the 1970s, filled with cutthroat competition and the struggle of having only a few coins in their pockets while trying to woo girls. Most young men, regardless of their looks, seemed to have a girlfriend. Love was more about compatibility in personality and interests, and the pursuit of attractive and dashing figures, becoming a popular figure at school. In Ronald's earlier film, Fast and Furious, the bright, bookish student worked hard, was kind-hearted, and eventually won the affections of a beautiful female classmate. In this film, The Prodigal, the protagonist is a complete loser, easily fired from any job, yet he has a girlfriend who's a manager. She dumps him simply because he's unambitious. Perhaps in recent years, with declining populations and economic development, the values of teenagers have indeed undergone subtle changes. With wider access to education and more opportunities, more people are no longer struggling for possessions but rather focusing on quality. Stories like Coppola's The Outcasts, where dozens of single teenagers huddle together on the floor for amusement, are becoming increasingly rare in film. Even the worse off can afford to sit in a McDonald's. Ronald hesitated. He didn't like the script, but Simpkins's point wasn't entirely unfounded. I'll take the script back and think about it. Oops, Ronald said, accidentally spilling coffee on the script's cover and quickly cleaning it up. Let me help you. David Simpkins moved the script aside and grabbed some napkins to wipe it. What's this? Did you write it? After moving the pile of scripts on the table, Ronald found one lying at the bottom. The title on the cover was Adventures in Babysitting, and the author was none other than Simpkins. Yes, it's a script I've been working on for a long time. I told you, if you have a script, you can give it to me. I'll consider it first. I was planning to refine it. There are still some plot flaws in this script. Simpkins was about to speak again when Ronald raised his hand to stop him. He had only read the beginning and was already captivated by the plot. A girl waiting for her girlfriend's invitation to prom is stood up by her boyfriend and has no choice but to work as a nanny for a family with 3 children. Her friend has a problem at the airport and asks her to pick him up. The girl takes the children with her and drives to the airport, but gets a flat tire on the way and accidentally ends up in a gangster-owned auto repair shop. It's very well written. I'm completely engrossed. If you ask me, the plot of this one is fantastic, much better than that show-off. Ronald quickly skimmed through Simpkins' script. Admittedly, as he said, the script had many problems with the details, some plots were too far-fetched, and there were too many coincidences. The addition of cartoonish elements in the final cut felt somewhat incongruous. However, the central story was excellent, immediately building suspense and starting with everyday life, then suddenly confronting an uncontrollable force, propelling the protagonist into a massive crisis. It was a very traditional three-act play. Simpkins had read many scripts, and his own writing had a certain flair. You know what? I'll take both scripts home and read them carefully. If I feel good about them, I'll personally produce them and help you find a suitable distributor. Boss, are you serious? It was my wife who encouraged me to show you the script. It does feel very good to me, but it depends on the distributor's opinion. They need to approve it before I can approve the project. Your screenwriting talent is quite good. What kind of work do you want to do in Hollywood in the future? Ronald thought Simpkins was a talent and wanted to keep him in his daydream for a long time. I'm actually interested in the entire film production process, so you want to be a producer? No problem. Start advertising in the newspapers now, just recruit people who look like you, find someone who can replace you. I'll let you participate in more aspects of film production, and if you're lucky, you can start with your own screenplay. Besides promotions and raises, he also wanted to let his employees pursue their dreams. There are plenty of opportunities in the film industry anyway, and Ronald needed more producer talent. Thank you, boss. Keep it up. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 715: A New Dream. After spending a few hours at the company and dealing with some routine emails, Ronald asked Bud to drive him home. Having finished the script, he still needed to prepare his proposal for Disney. Ronald wanted to recommend his spicy dance to Touchstone Pictures, a Disney subsidiary, as their second collaborative film. They would use the My Husband is a Villain model, with Touchstone handling the majority of the investment and distribution. Daydream would provide the script, talent, and production. Ronald would serve as producer. He needed to identify the film's selling points, target market, and production style. After the project was approved, he would select a director and actors according to this style. He prepared the materials he wanted to present, called Richard to pick them up, and hired a graphic designer to create the display boards. Although he had a good relationship with Eisner, he was now presenting to Eisner's subordinate, Katzenberg, so he had to do his job properly. Busy as ever, after dinner, Richard delivered the display boards. The two checked them carefully for a long time, finding no spelling errors. Ronald pulled Richard to the head of the table and gave him a mock market analysis of Sexy Dance. It's a low-budget film targeting teenage girls, with a total production cost of around $5 million. I think it's good. Do you want to repeat it to Nisida? We'll see tomorrow. Isn't he busy right now? Okay, I've arranged to meet Rick here tomorrow morning. After seeing Richard off, Ronald yawned. He was a bit tired after a long day. He took a hot shower, lay comfortably on the bed, and wondered if he would dream about the movie tonight. Thump 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 thump, thump 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 thump. The strong rhythmic drumbeat started again. He walked up to me and asked if I wanted to dance. On the completely black screen, the movie had just begun, starting with an old-fashioned black song sung by a black singer. The song was very nice. The camera suddenly lit up, showing a girl's bedroom with a bed and a dressing table. The camera focused on the bedroom door. Bang! A girl with long, wavy blonde hair jumped out from behind the bedroom door. To the beat of the drum, she started headbanging and dancing to the rhythm and lyrics. Isn't that Elizabeth Shue? Ronald thought the old song was great, and Shue's dancing was wild. It perfectly expressed the feelings of a young girl waiting for her boyfriend to attend the most important date, to solidify their relationship. When he drove me home that day, all the stars were shining. Elizabeth Shue skipped open the closet door, changed into a black sleeveless top and a black and white checkered skirt. Every time I wanted him to know that we weren't just friends. I didn't know what to do, so I whispered, "I love you." He whispered back, "I love you too." And then he kissed me. Elizabeth Shue changed her disco steps to ballet-like steps, kissed her boyfriend's photo, and jumped onto the bed. The feeling of his kiss was something I'd never experienced before. I wanted to keep being kissed like that by him. And then he proposed to me, and I'll stay by his side forever. Elizabeth Shue pulled the white curtains from the windowsill over her head as a bridal veil, then clasped her hands together. I was so happy, and then he kissed me. That was a very powerful opening, Ronald thought to himself, immediately grabbing the audience's attention. The director was quite good. If Diane were in it, I wonder if she could do it well. Anyway, the dance scene is only the beginning, maybe she could practice, Ronald thought. Diane hadn't found a suitable role yet. No, Ronald. Don't give my role to someone else. Elizabeth Shue on the screen suddenly looked at Ronald. This is my favorite role. What others can do to you, I can do too, please. Looking at Elizabeth Shue on the screen, speaking in sync with the melody and rhythm of that song, begging him not to change roles, Ronald felt an indescribable eeriness and instinctively moved to the side. Ah, he screamed and rolled off the bed. Ronald, are you alright? Little Bud heard Ronald scream and pushed open the door to see. I'm fine, just had a nightmare. Ronald got up quietly. Are you really okay? You seem really scared. Bud turned to get a cup, went to the bathroom to get a glass of water, and put a vitamin C effervescent tablet in it. Ronald took the water Bud handed him and drank it down in one gulp. The shock subsided considerably. By the way, I have a question for you. There's an old black song, what are the lyrics? He came up to me and asked if I wanted to dance, and then he kissed me. What's the name of that song? Ronald hummed the song from his dream, remembering the beginning and the end. Then he kissed me. It's by the Crystals. It's a really old song. I'm fine, go to sleep. Ronald noted down the song title and sent Bud to bed. Then he washed his face with a towel. This was probably his subconscious acting up. Indeed, Elizabeth Shue's performance at the beginning of the movie was very fitting for the plot. Perhaps subconsciously, he didn't want to replace such an excellent lead actress. Ronald lay back down on the bed. Don't think too much, let's see if I can dream a little more of the plot. Slowing his breathing, Ronald drifted off to sleep again. Sure enough, a familiar feeling returned to Ronald's body. The movie seemed to be nearing its end. In a long shot, a handsome man and a girl with long, wavy blonde hair stood together, seemingly at a wedding. Ronald recalled the script. Elizabeth Shue's character, the nanny, dumped her boyfriend who stood her up and dated other women, finding a handsome and kind college student boyfriend instead. The camera slowly zoomed in, and another beautiful song began to play. Looking into your eyes, I see a paradise. The world I've discovered is unreal, standing beside you. This is clearly contemporary pop rock, not that 50s or 60s black music. The camera zoomed in, and the newlyweds turned around. The female lead has changed. It wasn't Elizabeth Shue. Oh, wait, Ronald remembered. This plot didn't seem to be from that nanny's adventure, but from another script he'd read today, Life of the Immortal. The story revolves around a puppet who transforms into an ancient princess and her relationship with a modern-day loser. Upon closer inspection, the male and female leads are familiar faces: Kim Cattrall, the female lead in the recently released Demons in Chinatown, and Andrew McCarthy, the male lead in Hugh's new film Pink. At the wedding scene at the end, Andrew McCarthy stares with wide eyes, seemingly trying to express something, or perhaps just trying to show off his good looks. It's a bit like Helen's acting style, only thinking about how handsome she is, how cool she is when delivering her lines, how to pose for close-ups. Unfortunately, even the close-ups are poorly done. Her eyes are wide open, and it's hard to see how handsome she is. Kim Cattrall, standing next to him, tries to appear as if she's fallen for Andrew McCarthy. The moment the camera moves away from her face, a fleeting expression of disdain appears. PFFT, Ronald chuckles. It seems this movie is truly poorly made. The actors can't even deliver basic performances. The plot was childish and disjointed. The conspiracies and the way they were overcome felt childish. Ronald even shook his head and sighed when he saw the male and female leads, who clearly disliked each other on screen. It's definitely a terrible movie. Wait, something's not right. If it's a terrible movie, why am I dreaming about it? How can this lousy film be a box office hit? What do you mean, terrible movie? What do you mean, terrible movie? I've struggled for so long to get a long leading role. I'm already 28 years old. The movie I just filmed, Demons in Chinatown, was awful. If I can't star in another blockbuster movie, I'll have to say goodbye to Hollywood. What? You're 28. Ronald looked at Kim Cattrall. Her skin was smooth, her blonde hair was captivating, There wasn't a single wrinkle on her face, and her figure was very upright. She didn't look that old at all. Why are you so inquisitive about actresses' ages? Okay, I'm 29. What makes me inferior to those girls in their early 20s? Kim Cattrall deliberately puffed out her chest and strode towards Ronald. Only experienced, mature women know what you want, Director Ronald. A voice that made one's heart flutter reached Ronald's ears. Looking at Kim Cattrall leaning against him, Ronald felt dizzy. This woman was indeed captivating. Are you really 29? Ronald couldn't believe it. 29? Okay, I'm 30. Are you satisfied now? Kim Cattrall was furious and kicked Ronald. Ouch! Ronald dodged and rolled off the bed again. Ronnie, are you alright? Should we go to the hospital? Little Bud was very worried when he heard that Ronald had fallen off the bed for the second time that night. I'm fine. I had another dream, it was so realistic. Ronald wiped his sweat. Shall we go to the hospital to get checked out? No need, I'm fine. Don't tell anyone, okay? I'm just a little tired. It's nothing. Ronald pushed Little Bud out of the room. I'll have to install a bed rail later. I seem to be dreaming about movies a lot lately. Chapter 716 Adapting Video Games. Having dreamt of 2 movies in a row, Ronald asked David Simpkins to prepare some display boards to show to studio executives. Now that he had written a script and aspired to become a producer, he should start getting familiar with these tasks. David Simpkins, unexpectedly given an extra workload, also had to review the scripts still being sent to the company. While working overtime every day, he felt incredibly motivated. Ronald, on the other hand, focused his main energy on promoting Spicy Dance. He wanted to release this film as the first production spearheaded by Daydream Pictures. Turning on his home computer, Ronald inserted a floppy disk. After a brief noise and wait, the interface of the word star editing software appeared on the screen. He created a new file and began writing down the selling points and challenges needed to market the script. Advantages: low investment, established audience, low marketing costs, no need for established movie stars, can find directors of musicals or teen films for guidance. Disadvantages: insufficient budget for movie stars, distributors may have concerns. If the other party is willing to invest more resources, the script can be modified to suit the star's performance. Best sales target: Touchstone Pictures, a subsidiary of Disney. Squeak, the dot matrix printer printed out the document. Ronald picked up a pen, made a few corrections, and then put it into the archive labeled Spicy Dance. Ronald didn't expect that the first person to see his Spicy Dance sales posters wouldn't be Katzenberg of Touchstone, nor his agent Nisida, but Weintraub, the producer of the Dragon Boy series. What's this? Your new project? Weintraub had condescended to come to Ronald's humble little apartment. This was the first time he had proactively come to Ronald's home to discuss business. Before even getting to the point, he noticed the several posters Ronald had placed on the wall. Ah, yes. My script assistant is quite good, and this is the script he's interested in. I just bought the production rights from the original producer. Ronald flipped over a few display boards and placed them on the table. It's a script primarily targeting teenage women, and I plan to produce it with a small budget of under $5 million. Such a small production. Upon hearing it was a small production, Weintraub immediately wanted to increase the budget and snatch the project Ronald had his eye on. You can release it on MGM United Artists, and I'll give you $5 million, making it a $10 million budget, as the next project after Moonlight Twister. How about that? This film is from a female perspective, and teenage men might not necessarily like it, so I didn't plan to use any stars, and it's only aimed at that relatively small audience. A small investment is easier to recoup. Perfect timing. That's why I came to see you today, to talk about recouping the investment. Weintraub picked up Ronald's Spicy Dance script and started reading it, then gestured for Susan to hand 2 documents to Ronald. These are 2 invitations to adapt Dragon Boy into video game. You own the rights to the characters of Miyagi-sensei and Daniel-san, as well as a portion of the revenue from Dragon Boy Part 2. This contract requires your approval. Weintraub's mistress and assistant, Susan Atkins, handed Ronald 2 documents. Ronald took them and glanced at them. One was a development contract from Atlas Company, Limited, a Japanese game development company that specialized in making games for Nintendo's home consoles. Is this NES console the little gray box that's so popular now? Ronald looked at the proposal. This game was developed for a home console, which would connect to a TV and be played with a controller. Yes, That's how the American version of the console is. Here's a picture of a Japanese version as well. Susan pointed to a picture on a page in the proposal and said to Ronald, Isn't this the Famicom? Famicom? That's an easy name to understand, Susan laughed. The other one is a license for developing computer games. Ronald picked up the second license, which was for developing games for the new Atari ST and Commodity Amiga models. I know Commodity, it's the game console with a keyboard, right? Did Atari go bankrupt? That's old news. After Atari reorganized, it mainly focuses on computer brands. The ST is their new computer model. This computer has 512K of memory and can be equipped with MIDI devices. Many people in the music industry like to use it. The new Commodity Amiga model doesn't have a game controller either, so many animation companies use it for coloring artwork. These are computers used by many professionals, then why make games for them? People always need entertainment. Isn't it good to be able to use your work computer for entertainment? Ronald himself only used his old personal computer for writing. He didn't expect that computers had developed so quickly. Besides composing and drawing, they could also be used to play games. Should I upgrade my computer too? He quickly found the place where he needed to sign his name, signed it, and handed it back to Susan. This script of yours, Weintraub, who was sitting next to him, had already quickly flipped through Ronald's spicy dance script. He hesitated, then stopped. Isn't it a bit unsuitable for a big production? No problem. I can slowly find investors. Do you have any ideas about distributing this movie? The production budget isn't very high. Well, right now, within MGM United Artists, I'm still fighting with various factions from before the merger. We'd better focus our energy on Moonlight Trap for now. That's true. No problem. I'll look at a few other companies. Ronald looked at Weintraub. His main focus now was on managing a huge company and integrating internal human resources. He probably wasn't as interested in small market, small budget projects as before. This script is really well written. After Weintraub put down the script, Susan picked it up and flipped through it. What, you like this script too? Ronald didn't expect Susan Awakens to like the script so much. Yes, what girl hasn't imagined herself dancing beautifully, partnering with the best dancer, and winning everyone's envious glances? How about it? Do you want to try distributing this movie? Ronald asked, half-jokingly, seeing her so engrossed in the film. Weintraub pulled Susan aside and whispered a few words in her ear. I'm sorry, Ronald. Jerry's focus is on MGM's business, and my main job is assisting him. I'm afraid I can't spare more energy for distributing this movie. Susan Awakens explained to Ronald why she couldn't help distribute the film. She slowly put the script down. However, I really love this movie. You must make it if you have the chance. Of course, I plan to find a distributor, then start the project. And then find a director. Ronald looked at Susan, who was about his age, and thought that although this woman was not young, her girlish heart was still very bright. Just put it here. Ronald let 2 installers in, and a new computer that looked very much like his old computer was placed on the desk. Mr. Lee, this is our new IBM product, the PC286. It uses the latest Intel 80286 CPU, 640 kilobytes of memory, a 1.2 megabytes high-capacity double-sided 3.5-inch floppy disk, and a 20 megabyte hard drive. Ronald looked at the characters displayed on the screen. They were no longer the green of the old monitor, but white. This monitor looks very good. Yes, it's the 256-color True Color monitor, the installation engineer said, taking the keyboard and accessing the C drive. This is the hard drive, right? Ronald looked at the C drive letter. The A and B drives were for floppy disks. Yes, the young engineer typed when, and the monitor flashed, displaying a blue and white interface. This is the latest Microsoft Windows. You can use this device, the mouse, to select files and perform other operations. Ronald took the mouse and naturally double-clicked the close icon on the window, closing the file manager. Yes, double-clicking like this, the engineer was about to explain further. Ronald double-clicked again, opening the C drive interface and dragging files from the floppy drive into the window. Yes, it seems Mr. Lee has used it before. That way, we can copy the files. Thank you. Ronald handed over a $20 tip and bought 2 installation engineers at Coke. After playing around with Windows for a while, Ronald felt bored. The system seemed familiar, but it wasn't fun. He exited and opened the WordStar software using the DOS character interface. The hard drive was indeed much faster and quieter than the floppy disk. Ronald opened a new file and began summarizing his feedback on the spicy dance sales pitch. It seems older women also really like the story in the script. Perhaps I can use this advantage to gain favor with the female executives in the company. Chapter 717. Do you have any other scripts besides this one? Carrying the script for Spicy Dance and the production slates, Ronald, along with his agent Nisida and assistant David Simpkins, arrived at the Disney company to meet with Katzenberg, the associate director in charge of production. Simpkins first produced 4 slates, then took out aluminum frames to support them. He placed the first slate on the frame. Looking back, he saw portraits of 2 main characters in a mambo pose. Ronald and Katzenberg exchanged pleasantries and hugged, chatting for a while about Eisner. Seeing that Simpkins had already set up the slates, Ronald handed the script to Katzenberg and a female executive he had brought. Katzenberg flipped through the script's synopsis. The female executive first noticed the hand-drawn mambo poses of the male and female leads on the slates, adjusted her glasses, and then looked down at the script. "This is a dream in the hearts of every teenage girl in America," Ronald said, summarizing the core of Spicy Dance. The executives of the 7 major studios valued their time, so capturing their interest from the start would make things much easier. The story takes place during the reign of President Kennedy, where middle-class girls are mobilized to join the Peace Corps. Ronald began introducing the film's selling points, referring to 4 display panels. The more he spoke, the more something seemed amiss. The 2 audience members' reactions weren't what he expected. Katzenberg frowned. He didn't look at the panels or Ronald. Instead, he gripped the script, his hand twisting the cover, flipping through the pages, then putting it down again. The female executive, meanwhile, stared intently at the images of the 2 protagonists dancing the mambo on the display panel, her eyes fixed on something, as if recalling a memory from her youth. She didn't seem to notice what Ronald was saying. An experienced producer selling their film project would stop and assess the situation in this situation. However, Ronald didn't have much producing experience, and he continued to present the prepared script, finishing his presentation. "Ronald, have you considered this? The target market for this film might not be very broad. There aren't many teenagers to begin with, and this film is specifically made from a female perspective. I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to schedule a release. The same film, if it targets both male and female teenagers, is expected to gross twice as much. We would definitely prioritize that film." Ronald was taken aback by Katzenberg's frankness. "But I have great confidence in the quality of this film." "Of course, we have great confidence in you too. Will you be directing?" "I'd like to try the role of producer. We'll be looking for other directors to direct this film first." "Hi, cough." Katzenberg shifted awkwardly. "We have a lot of confidence in you, but if you're not directing, we'll have to look at this project from a business perspective." "Right, please go on." Ronald gestured for Katzenberg to continue. "For the same film, we all have to invest in marketing and distribution. Marketing and distribution costs are getting increasingly expensive, approaching or even exceeding the film's production cost. If we had 2 choices, one targeting 16 to 21-year-old men who watch movies much more frequently, and the other targeting women of the same age who watch fewer movies on average, which would you choose?" And then, Ronald thought the other man made sense, but his posture and body language made Ronald uncomfortable. His acting training had made Ronald more sensitive to body language than before. Katzenberg seemed to have something he couldn't say. "If you were directing, we would be very interested in distributing it. If you're looking for another director, we'd like to invest in a film with a better chance of box office success before they prove themselves. Besides this one, do you have any other scripts?" "Other scripts?" Ronald turned to see his assistant, David Simpkins, who seemed hesitant yet eager to speak. "There is a script, written by my assistant David. It's about a nanny's adventures while looking after children. If you're interested, we can discuss it." Ronald simply had David produce his own script and handed it to Katzenberg. Katzenberg took it and started flipping through it. He flipped through it faster and faster, then handed it to the female executive next to him. "If it's a movie, we would be very interested in distributing and investing in it. Have you decided who will direct it?" "You're that interested?" "Yes, this is the script you've chosen. And its target audience is teenage boys, which is the easiest moviegoer to find right now. The plot is suitable, the directing difficulty isn't high, and it doesn't require star actors. It's very suitable for our Touchstone's low to medium budget live-action teen movie approach. I have no reason to object, Katzenberg said with a smile. Okay then, Ronald didn't know that this nanny's adventure would be more in line with Touchstone's tastes. Since he was already there, he might as well talk about the project's initiation. Your positioning is very accurate, closely related to the daily lives of teenagers, making it easy for them to immerse themselves in the plot. And then, unexpected adventures occur with an ordinary life. To be honest, your assistant's script is of good quality. I believe that in your hands, this will be a good teen film. Do you have a suitable director in mind yet? The participants in this babysitter adventure discussion went smoothly, and Katzenberg simply asked Ronald if he had any director recommendations. We haven't started the selection process yet, but I can ask, Ronald honestly replied. None of his friends at NYU had any talent for directing this kind of film. Spike Lee was keen to make a film with a black theme. Catherine Bigelow's interest lay in feminist films. She wasn't very interested in commercial films that purely catered to teenage fantasies. Of course, if the script and investment were ready, they might be willing to make a commercial film to gain fame first. If you haven't decided on a director, I have a list here, a list of potential directors compiled by Disney a few years ago. We've been continuously adding to it over the years. Katzenberg took a repeatedly folded and unfolded piece of paper from his notebook and handed it to Ronald. I know this list. Ronald was already familiar with Disney's list of directors. They were all industry elites who had worked as screenwriters, editors, and art directors, the list of those most likely to become directors if he wanted to. His editing mentor, Walter Murch, was a new director Disney discovered from this list. I know two of them here. Perhaps we could have a chat. Ronald found two familiar names on the list. One was Cameron Crowe, the screenwriter of Fast-Paced Richmond High School. The other was Chris Columbus, the screenwriter of several teen films produced by Spielberg. Then you can contact them. If they were interested, we can discuss the project in detail. Katzenberg stood up, intending to end the meeting. Ronald glanced at Nisida, who nodded, and agreed to the arrangement. The other party's time was valuable. He was already quite satisfied that they had reached an agreement. As Ronald rose to leave, the last female executive shook hands with him and said, I really love the script for Sex and the Beast. Please make sure you film it. I will, Ronald replied, frowning slightly as he left the office. David Simpkins was overjoyed, dancing and shouting yes, in the hallway. Go call your wife, but it's not time to celebrate yet. Once the distribution contract is signed, you can pop the champagne, Nisida congratulated Simpkins. After seeing him off, Nisida returned and walked with Ronald to the Mercedes, where they got into the back seat. I sense they have some reservations about Spicy Dance, and they don't seem too keen on producing and distributing the film. Why? I have a feeling too, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Why do you think that? Years of experience as an agent. Next time we meet with other studios, we can try to gauge their interest. You really think so? Okay, Ronald listened to Nisida's explanation of his guess. I'm going to the premiere of Jim Cameron's new film soon. I can ask the distributor of Alien 2, 20th Century Fox. They're not our primary sales target, so it's a good opportunity to test the waters and see if your guess is correct. Chapter 718 Women's Films. The premiere of James Cameron's second feature film, the sequel to Aliens, was held at the Avco Theater in Westwood, Los Angeles. Distributor 20th Century Fox seemed to be having some trouble. The premiere lacked star power, and even the television and newspaper reporters covering the event were smaller than those from Paramount. Ronald immediately saw producer Gail Hurd. Thank you. Gail was grateful for her old friend's visit. This premiere was entirely thanks to her and Cameron's connections. How is the finished film? I haven't seen it yet, Ronald whispered in Gail's ear. It won't do much worse at the box office than your movie, Gail replied. Though not entirely satisfied with the scale of the premiere, she was very confident about the film's quality. Oh yeah, Ronald raised an eyebrow in surprise. So confident? Yes, Jim's sequel has removed a lot of those disgusting aliens from the first film, focusing instead on the fighting spirit of women. The test screening went very well. That's great, we can have a competition, Ronald said half-jokingly. You can talk to Jim then, he's waiting for Schwarzenegger. Okay, Ronald said, chatting with the guests in the lobby of the premiere theater. There were quite a few familiar faces, including Dae Young and PJ Souls, the female leads from Ronald's debut film Rock and Roll High, which he filmed at Roger Corman's New Century Pictures. It was quite a fun reunion with old friends. Ronald chatted with them about the past, laughing heartily. Ronald, hello. Laughter attracted Sigourney Weaver, the female lead of Aliens 2. Sigourney, Ronald greeted her with a hug. Sigourney, wearing a red spaghetti strap backless dress, her dark brown hair pulled back high, was eye-catching. Perhaps knowing the new film's exceptional quality, Sigourney was in a good mood and immediately started chatting with Ronald. Her old friends from B-movies consciously dispersed, making room for the Hollywood stars to chat. "This is my father, Pat Weaver," Sigourney said after a while, pulling an older man aside to introduce him to Ronald. Pat Weaver was the former president of NBC, and in the 1950s, he transferred a set of programming methods from commercial radio to television. It could be said that he was the one who established the various styles of the current American television industry. Did you notice? This movie doesn't have a male lead. Sigourney's character takes on most of the responsibilities of the male lead in traditional adventure and science fiction films. "You must be very proud." Ronald chatted briefly with Sigourney's father. He found the old man's judgment quite accurate. Cameron's film seemed promising. Ronnie, Cameron and Schwarzenegger joined him after another round of socializing, and the three began reminiscing about the Terminator franchise. Ronald noticed that Schwarzenegger, who had stopped competing in bodybuilding, seemed to have shrunk in size. "Ah, you noticed?" Schwarzenegger understood the implication of Ronald's observation. "I don't want to be just a muscle-bound action star forever, so I'm currently working on breaking down the stereotypes surrounding me and trying new roles that give me more personality." Ronald was impressed by the muscular man with the thick Austrian accent. Unlike Stallone, who emphasized his muscles in every role, Schwarzenegger had been subtly modifying his star image for a long time, even attending numerous acting classes. "But you're a world bodybuilding champion, audiences will find it hard to forget your muscles on screen, won't they?" Ronald glanced at him a few more times. Transforming one's image in the audience's mind wasn't easy, especially for someone with Schwarzenegger's imposing physique. "I used some tricks. I cast a few supporting actors in the new film who are even bigger than me, so the audience will focus more on my acting." "What movie is it?" Ronald asked Cameron. He and Schwarzenegger were on good terms. "It's not directed by me. It's a dark sci-fi film, The Running Man," Cameron indicated, emphasizing that it wasn't a collaboration. "A very interesting script. In 2019, humanity is completely dominated by television programs. They believe that everything broadcast on TV must be real. So, prisoners are given a chance to appear on television and be challenged by various celebrities, fighting unarmed against hockey stars, police officers, and wrestling stars. If they survive to the end, they can be exonerated." 2019, The Running Man? People probably don't watch TV anymore then, right? Ronald blurted out, feeling the movie title sounded familiar. "Maybe, but we're still looking for a suitable female lead. She needs to be athletic and have acting skills. These days, actresses often only excel in one area." "Do you have any height requirements for the actress?" Ronald asked quickly, hearing that they were still looking for a female lead. "Actually, it's called a female lead, but she doesn't have many scenes. There are no height requirements, we don't have many scenes together. It's a distribution contract with TriStar." Schwarzenegger, understanding the implication, quickly explained the details of the film. "Thanks, I'll have someone smooth things over." "A female star, huh?" Cameron winked at Ronald. "Haha." Ronald put his arm around Cameron's shoulder, and the two walked into the theater arm in arm. This kind of thing is common in Hollywood, and Ronald wasn't immune either, trying to find a role for Diane. Gale wasn't lying. Cameron had indeed directed the sequel very well, even better than the original. This was extremely difficult. In Hollywood history, only a handful of sequels have surpassed the original: The Godfather Part 2 and Star Wars, The Empire Strikes Back. Cameron's additional difficulty lay in the fact that he hadn't directed the first film. However, Cameron's talent was undeniable. He seemingly simply took a clue from the original film and developed it into the sequel's plot. Ellen Ripley, played by Sigourney Weaver, brilliantly completed the feat of slaughtering the aliens and rescuing the little girl. Just like the title of Aliens, the sequel shifted its focus from a horror film about disgusting monsters to a triumphant celebration of female warriors. Multiple alien monsters were utterly defeated by the heroine, much to the audience's delight. Clap clap clap, Ronald and the audience applauded together. After the premiere, Gale was in high spirits. They drank some champagne in the lounge and chatted about the female lead. Gale's best friend, The film's director Martha Coolidge kept promoting the concept of women's cinema. In her eyes, female producers, female leads, and a story centered on women. Clearly, from any perspective, this film could be called a women's film. No, it wasn't my request, but Jim liked having such a strong female lead in the film. Gail laughed, quickly denying that it was her influence. What do you think, Ronald? Martha Coolidge turned to Ronald and asked. The two had a history. Ronald's second film, Coherence, and her directorial debut, The Valley Girl, were released around the same time by Atlantic Films. I think it was Jim's idea, maybe to please Gail. Ronald's ramblings drew laughter from several women in the industry. Seriously, I'm currently working on a female-led film. Martha Coolidge steered the conversation back to women's films. What kind of film? Ronald asked with interest. Coincidentally, several films he was about to direct and produce also featured female protagonists. It's a screenplay by John Hughes called Some Kind of Wonderful, about a boy's best friend whose neighbor helps him pursue his dream girl, only to discover, after winning her over, that he truly loves the girl next door. Oh, he wrote a male version of Pink so quickly, Ronald mentioned it twice, that the character set up in Pink Lady was wrong. In the end, she discovers that the person beside her is her true love, and it should have been a boy. You know the movie too? Actually, I think Hughes' script has some problems. It's too romantic. I'm going to adapt it into a more realistic film. Martha Coolidge shared many of her thoughts. Ronald frowned. Hughes stole his inspiration incredibly quickly. He'd heard he could write a first draft of a script in just a few nights. This story, which was supposed to be a romantic love story, now seemed to be completely distorted by Coolidge. Just then, Ronald's agent, Nisida, came to see him. He had already arranged to meet with executives at 20th Century Fox to gauge their interest in Spicy Dance. You guys continue, I have something to do and I'll be leaving now. Don't spoil the mood, Ronald. Today we should have a thorough discussion about women's films. Martha Coolidge is still as straightforward as ever. Gail stood up to stop her best friend, said goodbye to Cameron, and saw Ronald out. Are you going to meet with 20th Century Fox to discuss a project? Gail asked. Yes, would you like to take a look? Ronald handed her the script. The two had a good relationship, and Gail was currently busy producing for her husband, so there was no conflict of interest. Gail took Ronald's script and flipped through it casually. This script of yours isn't good, is it? The current boss of 20th Century Fox, Barry Diller, is Jewish. You think so too? Ronald remembered that Gail was also half Jewish. He and Nisida exchanged a glance. Could their guess be right? Jews don't like stories about beautiful girls of their own race being tricked and abducted by a low-class Irish boy. No one will tell you these things outright. I've encountered similar content before. Jewish gangsters do bad things. Jewish girls don't uphold virtue. Jews do morally corrupt things. For this type of plot, Jewish-owned studios usually reject scripts for other reasons. You'll have to try non-Jewish studios, like Disney. Their founder, Walt, was consistently anti-Semitic. Gail still identified more with her childhood Catholic upbringing, and the two had a good relationship, so she didn't mince words. Alice, it's a pity I have a better relationship with a Jewish site at Disney. Then you'll have to try MGM. Wait, Gail suddenly remembered something. Ronald also gave a wry smile. Yes, MGM United Artists. Now it's the Jews who are taking over. Don't worry too much. It's just a rumor. And if your movie really has the potential to be a big hit, they won't care. I hope so. Ronald put away the script. Weintraub and Katzenberg used the excuse of a female perspective story and the problem of a small market to say that it wasn't a complete pretext. It's just that they were unwilling to risk damaging their reputation in the Jewish community by producing small productions with a narrow target market and content that was not friendly to Jews. Chapter 719. Would you rather have this movie than a sexy dance? Barry Diller, the junior executive and CEO of 20th Century Fox, gave Ronald an evening to discuss a new film. A top Hollywood executive, he was unmarried, had no steady girlfriend, and was widely known in the industry as a workaholic. Ronald and Nisida took the elevator to his executive office. Ronald, Barry Diller greeted him warmly. It's good that you remembered us. 20th Century Fox was currently facing significant financial difficulties. During oil tycoon Marvin Davis's tenure as chairman, the film production business had been a mess, with projects incurring substantial losses. Since the president took office, oil prices had plummeted, significantly reducing Marvin Davis's wealth in recent years. His new partner, Australian Rupert Murdoch, had an agreement with him to invest proportionally in the acquisition of the cable television network Metropolitan Media, transforming Fox into an entertainment conglomerate encompassing television and film. However, when the acquisition agreement was finalized last year, Marvin Davis couldn't even come up with the agreed-upon investment. Left with no other option, Murdoch acquired Marvin Davis's remaining shares in 20th Century Fox, directly taking control of the publicly traded company. This was particularly awkward for Barry Diller, whose contract with Marvin Davis included a clause allowing him to acquire a minority stake and become a minority owner. However, Murdoch's acquisition disrupted all plans, especially since this Australian of Irish and Scottish descent had an unclear stance on Jewish people. Originally, Murdoch's foreign citizenship could have prevented him from gaining complete control of the media empire, giving Barry Diller time to bring in new investors. But unexpectedly, this Australian's efficiency was exceptional. He quickly obtained American citizenship and officially became the owner of Fox. Since Murdoch's interests were primarily focused on television, Barry Diller only devoted a small amount of effort to film production, seeking projects with low production costs but high box office potential. Ronald's projects had become synonymous with high returns on low budgets in Hollywood, so he was willing to collaborate with him. The fact that a project sought distribution from 20th Century Fox suggests that it had some obvious flaws that his peers had rejected. Fortunately, this was the kind of project that would come his way. I'm sorry, the target market for this project is too narrow. Our current film production department prioritizes high-concept projects aimed at teenage boys. If you have any other projects, I'd love to hear them. Seeing Barry Diller use similar rhetoric, Ronald and Nisida exchanged a glance, both understanding that these Jewish executives indeed shared a certain understanding. Nisida was acquainted with Italian-American directors and actors, and he had heard many rumors. In fact, during Hollywood's golden age, the ruthlessness and control over stars by Jewish gangs far surpassed that of Italian-American gangs. And now, films reflecting that era always featured Italian-American gangs. No one had ever seen a major studio release a film about Jewish gangsters. What if I continue to revise the script? For example, make the story more geared towards teenage boys, Ronald began to probe, following his prepared approach. For example, a Jewish teenage boy falls in love with a woman who dances for the other vacationers. If I switch the roles, making the boy a vacationer and the girl a dancer, do you think that would get a Fox distribution contract? That would be great. Barry Diller shifted his position, his voice rising in pitch. Suddenly, he saw Ronald's bright eyes looking at him and hesitated. But that would cause your script to lose its original tension. Would you like to revise it and then come back to talk to me? That's true. I'll find someone to take over and revise it. Ronald leaned back on the sofa, offering a perfunctory reply. Do you have any other projects in hand right now? As long as they were aimed at teenagers, especially teenage boys, I'd be very willing to consider them. Barry Diller didn't want to miss this opportunity and tried to find more possibilities for collaboration. If there's a script you like in Fox's library, we can talk about it. Ronald appeared calm on the outside, but inwardly he was cursing. These Jews are so fake. It's just a Jewish girl's love story. Why make it like the Hays Code, considering what ethnicity of the girl might be considered immoral? Frustrated, Ronald pulled another script from his briefcase. I do have a script here, about an ancient Egyptian princess who travels to the modern world and becomes a wooden fashion mannequin. Only at night, when all is quiet, does she become real and meet her lover. Everything is attributed to market potential. Let's show you a terrible movie and see what you say. Barry Diller took the script with interest and began reading the synopsis. He read quickly, closing the script 5 minutes later and taking off his glasses. I think the script is excellent. I'll have the production manager contact your agent. We'll make this one. If you can direct it yourself, that would be best. If not, you should at least be a producer. If you agree to this, 20th Century Fox is willing to sign a distribution contract. You think this is good? Ronald took the script from him, looked at the cover, and indeed, it said full of arrogance. He couldn't believe it. He flipped open the script again, quickly skimming the beginning and end. It was indeed the story of the wooden beauty. You'd rather produce this movie than Spicy Dance, Ronald confirmed with Barry Diller again. On the condition that you're either a producer or director. Yes, I'm more optimistic about the market potential of this movie. Barry Diller took the script and slapped it on the cover. Then he shook hands with Ronald. It settled then. On the way back with Nisida, Ronald was still in a daze. So they'd rather make this garbage than a movie like Spicy Dance, which has both artistry and a story? That movie clearly has much more potential than the story of that wooden beauty. I'm afraid if you showed me the script for Gone with the Wind now, any studio would produce it. Nisita looked at his frustrated client and stated what he thought was the truth. In this highly uncertain market, having someone like Ronald, who can direct and produce blockbuster films of any genre, is more reliable than a script picked out by a week-long censorship committee. Something is definitely wrong with this world. Ronald shook his head. It's completely wrong to reject such a good script because of such a small reason related to ethnicity. Do you have any way to change the protagonist's ethnicity, like you and Barry suggested, and then give it another try? Ronald thought for a moment. It's difficult. The screenwriter, Eleanor, adapted it based on her own experiences, and there are a lot of details in it. If we change the ethnicity, it will cause problems. The gears won't mesh perfectly. For example, the resort they go to is specifically built for Jewish people. If we change it, then the conservative social atmosphere will be flawed. And why can't a Jewish girl be close to an Irish male dancer? This ethnic setting actually adds a great dramatic background to the script. I'm just offering a suggestion. I'm on your side and support you. How about we try with a small distributor? Nisita tried to persuade Ronald while thinking. Small distributor? I know Minahan from Cannonball. He's Jewish too. And Mr. Coleman is Jewish too. Mr. Coleman is very open-minded. He's made a lot of groundbreaking films. I don't think we should treat him like those Jewish executives. As for Minahan, he's from Israel. He's not in the same circle as the Jewish community in our country. Maybe they think differently. Okay, I'll go talk to them. If that doesn't work, I'll invest in production and distribution myself. I refuse to believe that you can't distribute a film without these distributors. Take that film The Gods Must Be Crazy, the South African producer siblings. They sold copies to local theaters state by state, touring America. They not only recouped their investment but also made a fortune. Ronald was infuriated by the hypocrisy of these Jews. He was in the prime of his youthful ambition, and in a fit of anger, he blurted out his own distribution plans. No rush, let's take it one step at a time. Nisita was a little scared. He didn't want this client to give up his promising directing and producing career to do distribution work. Since the Paramount debacle, American movie theaters have ceased their vertically integrated monopoly with studios. If they wanted to, they could indeed negotiate with each theater individually and distribute their own films. There's no law prohibiting this. However, bypassing the existing distribution system is incredibly costly. The Big Seven studios could have secured contracts and set release dates with all the major theater chains nationwide at the Las Vegas Film Festival a year ago. Now, having missed the festival, hiring people to negotiate with thousands of theaters across the country could very well lead to financial ruin. While a client's debt isn't necessarily a bad thing for an agent, Ronald's career is currently on a strong upward trajectory, and there's no need to gamble everything on a musical. Chapter 720. It's better to self-publish a small-scale production. Although he didn't have high hopes, Ronald still went to see two old friends who were running small film studios. One was Roger Coleman, who had started his own film company after selling New World. He was using the same old cost-saving production methods to shoot a new film. Roger Coleman was still the same as always. He drove to the office early in the morning to personally oversee the progress of each project. In his company, there was no concept of management. He alone made all the decisions based on experience and intuition. The other subordinates, nominally production managers, were more like Coleman's secretaries than producers. They didn't have much decision-making power. They simply relayed information and helped Coleman keep an eye on the set to ensure the production didn't exceed budget or time limits. Otherwise, they would notify Coleman to tear up scenes that couldn't be filmed. Ronald, welcome to my office. I remember you've been here twice, Coleman said, having his secretary make Ronald a cheap cup of coffee. The two then got down to business. I have a very controversial film project that none of the 7 major Hollywood studios dare to attempt. The other day I met Gail, and she said to me, why don't you go to Roger? He dared to film the issue of racial segregation in the South in 1962, and he dared to film motorcycle gangs in 1966. Hollywood doesn't have any left-wing progressive themes. He wouldn't dare to film them. Ronald took a couple of sips of coffee. His ability to distinguish coffee wasn't as good as his tea. He enjoyed the cheap coffee quite well. He started by giving Roger Coleman a challenge, throwing out a bait to attract Coleman's attention. This was a negotiation strategy Ronald had planned beforehand. to prevent him from being intimidated by the controversial plot involving a Jewish girl. Roger Corman had two characteristics. First, he liked left-wing progressive themes. He was naturally interested in any film that challenged conservative and outdated social ideas. Second, he liked to save money and disliked big-budget productions costing tens or hundreds of millions, believing that Hollywood films were often wasteful. Of course, it's a small production. I've calculated it, and it'll cost around $4.5 million. If you can give me a distribution contract, I can find someone willing to invest. I personally think this movie will be a huge hit. Roger Corman put on his glasses and picked up the script for Spicy Dance to examine it carefully. This isn't that controversial, is it? Corman spent 20 minutes quickly flipping through the script and asked Ronald. Corman didn't think Jewish girls couldn't fall in love with handsome dancers like other ethnic groups. The story takes place in the 1960s when JFK was president. A Jewish middle-class girl falls in love with a poor Irish boy who works as a backup dancer at a resort. That was considered unconventional at the time, wasn't it? Ronald was overjoyed, but he deliberately emphasized the words Jewish girl and then focused on watching how Corman would answer. This isn't controversial at all. I'm never afraid of these things when I make movies. Corman waved his hand, as if to dispel Ronald's concerns. Then Corman took off his glasses, sighed, and said to Ronald, "If you had presented this script 3 years ago, I would have definitely gotten the distribution rights. But now, you'll have to wait. I probably won't be able to fully regain the rights to distribute films in America until next year." "What? You can't distribute films in America now?" Roger Corman explained his predicament. Several years ago, he sold New World Pictures for $16 million. His sales contract with the new owners of New World included some preferential clauses. New World was to help distribute Corman's films with a 15% commission. However, New World didn't actually fulfill this condition, and none of the films produced by Corman's new company were distributed. So, Roger Corman sued them, seeking damages and demanding the return of New World Pictures. At the same time, Corman was forced to rebuild his distribution department and start distributing films himself. New World Pictures seized on this loophole in Corman's case, countersuing Roger Corman for breach of contract. They claimed he violated the agreement by not distributing the film to New World as stipulated, but instead becoming a distributor himself, competing with New World for distribution business. They demanded compensation from Corman for New World Pictures' losses. Last year, both cases entered the trial schedule. Corman's new company, Concord Pictures, has suspended production and distribution operations to prevent the other party from using this as leverage. I'm optimistic about the outcome of the case. They say that in late 1984 and early 1985, I secretly bypassed New World and distributed the film myself. But my sole purpose in selling New World to them and leaving them with favorable distribution terms was to avoid the costly and energy-intensive distribution business. I wanted to rediscover my directorial and production skills and focus on filmmaking. After discussing with my lawyer, we concluded that they either obediently compensated me for my losses and returned New World, or they reached an out-of-court settlement, paying me a sum of money and then everyone going back to their own businesses. Ronald was completely impressed with Corman. Even without making films, there was still a chance to obtain huge compensation. "So your production and distribution business has been greatly hampered?" Ronald asked again. He knew that with Corman's wealth accumulated over decades of filmmaking, he could have retired from the film industry long ago and enjoyed life with his wife Julie and 4 children. The only reason he was now trying to revive the distribution business, which led to conflict with New World, was simply because he loved making movies. Well, who can argue with that? This touched on Corman's most painful point. "I used to produce 15 to 25 films a year, showing in drive-ins and small theaters. Occasionally, 1 or 2 would be well received by mainstream theaters and enter major distribution channels. Now everything has come to a standstill. Let me tell you, I also had an agreement with Marvel, the comic book company, to adapt Spider-Man, but because of that case, the production rights expired, and I had to return them for free. How could I deliberately pick up the distribution business again to compete with New World? I'd rather get rid of all these burdens and focus on making movies." With Corman's unexpected turn of events, Ronald had no choice but to go see Cannonball Minahan. Since securing $300 million in funding, Minahan Golan had been incredibly busy. Ronald finally managed to catch him in his office through his agent, Richard, and rushed over with a script to discuss things. "Hey, Ronald. Did you bring me some good news?" We haven't seen each other in ages. Let me show you our new movie." Minahan was as enthusiastic as ever, putting his arm around Ronald and leading him to their newly rented office on the ground floor, a huge office he shared with his cousin, Yoram. Seeing his continued enthusiasm, Ronald felt somewhat relieved. At least Minahan wouldn't distance himself from him because of their improved financial situation. "Look, this is our series, American Ninja Part 2 and Part 3. Minahan pointed to two large posters on the wall, a young white man wearing a ninja headband and clothes, posing with a ninja sword. "This is the third and fourth installment of the Vietnam War with Chuck Norris. This is the third and fourth installment of Rogue Ones with Chuck Bronson." Cannonball has already had several successful film series like this, and Ronald knows that as long as the quality is maintained, these kinds of films are easy to make money from. "I've also upgraded now. 2 years ago, I never would have thought that I wouldn't even consider a film with a budget of less than 10 million. 10 million, Ronald turned to look at Minahan. Has Cannonball become that powerful now? Making dozens of films with budgets of over 10 million every year and then distributing them themselves? 10 million is still too little. Look at these two series, big productions that we produce and Warner Brothers distribute. This is the second big production that Stallone is working on with us, Over the Top, and we're prepared to invest $30 million in the production budget. What place will he save this time? Which bad guys will he fight? Ronald was a little uncomfortable. Stallone's films with Cannonball were indeed all big-budget productions. Hell, you guessed wrong. Stallone won't be killing bad guys this time. I had a deep talk with him, and we're planning a change. It's a heartwarming family film. He plays a divorced father who hasn't seen his son in a long time, taking him and his son in a truck to participate in the National Arm Wrestling Championship. In the end, he not only wins the championship but also improves his relationship with his son. Arm wrestling. Ronald stroked his beard. Who came up with this plot? Audiences pay $3 or $4 for tickets to watch Stallone arm wrestle? How about it? Pretty good, right? It's my idea. I'll personally direct this movie. Ha ha ha. So it was your idea? Ronald suppressed a laugh. Minahan's old habit had kicked in again, always judging American audiences' opinions through a foreign lens. Arm wrestling was indeed popular among truck drivers. But why would the general public be interested in this kind of plot? How would they film the final battle? It'd be like Stallone was about to lose after being overpowered, then he saw the beautiful woman and his son, regained his strength, and won again? How boring. Maybe we can make a sequel. After a long pause, Ronald finally managed to utter what he thought was a joke. Yes, we can make a sequel, then we'll have a third leading star. Minahan looked smug. A sequel? A sequel has to increase the difficulty of the competition. How do you increase the difficulty of arm wrestling? Do we wrestle with both hands? Ronald struggled to speak. Ha ha ha, it seems you think it's a good idea too, Minahan. Seeing Ronald's restrained yet almost laughing expression, assumed he still harbored resentment towards Stallone and didn't want him to become an even bigger star. That's another big budget film we're preparing. Impressive. I bought the production rights to the Superman series, the first Superman movie produced by Cannonball, and will bring back Christopher Reeve to star. We're planning to invest $40 million. Which villain will Superman fight this time? Not a specific villain. We plan to have Superman find all the world's nuclear weapons and send them all into space to be destroyed. Ronald sensed the change in Minahan's mindset after receiving the $300 million. His former Coleman-esque spirit of making small-budget films was gone. He was now obsessed with big productions, blockbusters, and their sequels. He probably had no interest in a small-budget film like Spicy Dance, which he'd wanted him to produce, costing less than $5 million. Why don't you distribute these two films yourself? Why go to Warner Brothers? Well, that's because of the American theatrical market. It's difficult for big-budget films to get screen time. Warner Brothers doesn't have the capacity to produce big-budget films right now. They can only rely on distribution channels to give other big-budget films to others. Paramount and Universal have taken a large portion of their studios in Burbank. This forces them to film smaller productions abroad. We got the funding rather quickly, so we didn't have time to book release dates a year and a half in advance. Once we recoup the costs of these films next year, we can distribute them ourselves. Who's speaking to Warner Brothers now? Is it still Robert Daly? Ronald hadn't dealt with Warner Brothers much, so he took the opportunity to inquire. He's not involved in the day-to-day operations anymore. Daly found a capable Jewish man, Terry Semel, And he's mainly in charge of Warner Brothers now. What? Do you need him for something? Just asking. Hearing that it was a Jewish man, Ronald didn't pursue the matter further. Ronald, why don't you come and work with me? Now that the conditions are in place, I can give your project the green light. Making a film with a production budget of $15 million is no problem. What do you want to make? How about we bring Tom Cruise in and you two collaborate on an air combat movie? I don't have any other plans for the time being. My current project is a drama. I've signed a contract with MGM. As for Tom, you'll have to find his agent. Ronald declined Minahan's invitation. He felt that the current Minahan was very different from the one he remembered, super confident, even a little crazy. While they were chatting, staff members kept coming to him for autographs and work instructions. He was completely unlike the Minahan who was so focused on a project back when they collaborated on Breakdance. Besides, this kind of small production, even if distributed by Cannonball, wouldn't be able to squeeze into a good slot in mainstream theaters. Even Minahan's Cannonball now relies on Warner Brothers to handle real blockbusters. If possible, it would be better to let Daydream Pictures set up a simple distribution department, like Roger Corman, and try distributing a film on a low budget. I just wonder how much it costs to produce and distribute a film yourself. Are you really not coming? I have a great new project. It's the production rights to Spider-Man that I bought from Marvel. Are you interested? Minahan, seeing Ronald's thoughtful silence, started promoting his project again. Spider-Man, Ronald thought, didn't Marvel just get it back from Coleman? Yes, I bought the production rights for 5 years. If you're willing to direct, we can start looking for a scriptwriter. That way, Superman, Spider-Man, and America's two most popular heroes will all be in the Cannonball's hands. Without a script, I'd rather not. I don't have the energy to work on a new script right now. Let's talk about it after I finish my current projects. Ronald didn't want to waste Minahan's precious time, nor did he want to embarrass himself by showing off his low-budget script worth less than $5 million. He shook hands and said goodbye. Only one chapter today. Chapter 721. How much money do I have? How much money do I have right now? If we don't factor in the future earnings of your films, it's roughly like this. Your assets mainly consist of stocks and 2 properties in Manhattan and Staten Island, New York. Your income primarily comes from directing fees for films and commercials, as well as profit sharing from film investments, with the idea of investing in, producing, and distributing Spicy Dance himself in mind. Ronald quickly summoned his accountant, Lawrence Wong, from New York to Los Angeles. Lawrence spread out the accounting books and explained the income situation over the past 2 years to Ronald. After Comet Night, your income started to increase year by year. Your initial directorial fee for Breakdance, plus your share of the first round of box office revenue, was $1.15 million. Later, Cannonball took over domestic distribution, and your share decreased significantly, ultimately reaching close to $750,000. You took a total of $1.9 million from that film, making it your most profitable project. For Kids on the Run, your directorial fee was $400,000. Because you didn't invest in the project, your share wasn't high. A year after its release, and with the upcoming Kids on the Run sequel, your share gradually came into your account, now exceeding $300,000. Your directorial fees for Top Gun and Kids on the Run sequel were $500,000 and $600,000 respectively, totaling $1.1 million. The box office should surpass Kids on the Run, and starting next year, you'll receive even more share of the revenue. It's estimated that your total future share won't exceed $1 million. In addition, the music videos and commercials you directed, and the senior citizen aerobics video directed by Debbie Reynolds, these miscellaneous directorial earnings are also considerable, exceeding $500,000. Add to that the proceeds from selling your leg warmer company, nearly 80% of which belong to you. Add to that the profits from books over the years, remaining dividends from older films, and lyricist royalties, and all the other miscellaneous income. From 1984 to now, in just over 2 years, your total income is around $6.5 million. Lawrence pointed to the final total income column and showed it to Ronald. Each blockbuster film brought in about $1 million, except for the low-budget film Breakdance, which I invested in and which brought in more. Ronald was very satisfied with his directing achievements. Ronald had actually contributed significantly to several of the films. If Weintraub hadn't directed Dragon Boys for him, he wouldn't have become a renowned talent in the industry and wouldn't be managing MGM. The same goes for Minahan, without Breakdance, which had a production cost of less than $1 million, Cannonball might have declined. Not to mention issuing $300 million in junk bonds on Wall Street. Plus, with the astonishing box office numbers, the two producers had little incentive to secretly increase costs, cut profits, and give Ronald less. Of the hundreds of millions in box office revenue, about half was slowly returned to the distribution company a year later. Then the producers would take half of it, which would still be a gross profit of $20 to $30 million. Inflating the costs by $5 to $10 million wouldn't significantly affect Ronald's profit share. Plus, they still needed Ronald to make a sequel, so the two decided not to overspend. It's just that the taxes are too high, Ronald said, looking at the income figure. After tax deductions, it had shrunk to below $5 million. This is only because the current president passed the 1981 tax cuts, allowing you to enjoy a lower-tiered tax rate. He raised the highest federal income tax threshold and significantly lowered the highest tax rate, which is why you have so much left. Lawrence pointed to the tax rate table before the tax cuts, roughly calculated it, and showed it to Ronald. The previous president's highest income tax rate was 70%, which the current president lowered to 50% in 1981. If the previous president's income tax rate were still applied, and Ronald paid taxes accordingly, this income would only be around $3 million. No wonder nobody in Hollywood wanted to make movies in the 1970s. Ronald immediately understood why so few commercial films were made in the 1970s when he saw the figures. A commercial film paid $1 million, an art film paid $500,000. After taxes, the money stars received was roughly the same, so who would bother making commercial films? My stock dividends are pretty good, right? Ronald's daily expenses were mainly covered by his stock dividend account. There had never been any problems. Of course, after deducting taxes over the years, since 1984, your income has primarily been invested in Coca-Cola stock. It pays dividends 4 times a year, and the stock price has been slowly increasing. The first 2 dividends this year were particularly generous. In March, you received 26 cents per share, and this June dividend is also over 20 cents. These dividends are indeed generous. Buying these blue-chip stocks was definitely the right decision. Ronald was secretly pleased. Not only are the dividends generous, but the stock price is also quite good. At the beginning of '84, it was $53 per share. By the end of the year, it had risen to $62. By the end of '85, it had risen to $84, and in the last second quarter, it had already reached $105. Not bad, not bad. Ronald was very satisfied with the stock he had chosen. Sure enough, while Pepsi was aggressively advertising, it had steadily maintained its market share without expanding its advertising scale or lowering prices. This kind of stock was indeed stable. This increase had already recovered all the federal and state income taxes paid, and even a little more. If I sell it all, how much tax will I have to pay? Your Coca-Cola, McDonald's, and other stocks have been held for more than a year, which is considered a long-term investment. This portion of the income is subject to the long-term capital gains tax rate, which is much lower than the maximum 50% tax rate for general income. So you can probably get around $7 million in cash. That's still not enough. Ronald scratched his head. The production cost of Spicy Dance had been calculated as low as possible, but it would require at least $4.5 million. And then there are roughly the same amount of distribution costs. This is after he repeatedly cut the distribution budget. Ronald was counting on the film's word of mouth to make a difference. Aside from using connections with a few old friends for some free publicity, he had hardly budgeted for media expenses in advance. Apart from the cost of printing copies, almost all the money went into marketing materials at the cinemas. I still need to get Little Douglas to sponsor it, Ronald said, scratching his head. If you need more production funding, I can match it on a one-to-one basis. His high school classmate and wrestling teammate, a wealthy third-generation friend, proved to be a lifesaver. Little Douglas came to Los Angeles, and upon hearing that Ronald was short of money, immediately offered to fill the gap. Aren't you going to ask me what kind of movie I'm making? Isn't it a musical? Little Douglas picked up the script and glanced at it. Oh, Dirty Dancing, I like the name. Just looking at it makes me want to go to the cinema and see what's so hot about this dance. Ronald thought to himself, you have good taste. The movie title is indeed very good and valuable. The production budget is about $4.5 million, and the distribution should ideally be around $5 to $6 million. We also need to keep 1 or 2 million in reserve. I can probably come up with 6 million. 6 million? I can't come up with that. Little Douglas was surprised to hear this number. This was much higher than the amount he had expected to invest. He had originally thought that investing 3 million in production costs would be enough. How can you not come up with it? Didn't you say you could match my investment? I thought you were serious, Ronald thought to himself. Had little Douglas been exaggerating in front of him before? I used to be able to withdraw $500,000 from the family fund every year, plus an investment limit of $500,000. After investing in breakdancing with you, my returns were quite good. Grandpa also increased my authority, and now I can use an investment limit of 5 million. But I also invested in other projects before, so now I only have about 3 million left. Adding my own investment returns, I can have 5 million. I can get a bank loan for the rest, and it should be no problem. I see, Ronald said with an O. The Hanson family was large and wealthy, but also had many descendants. Over the years, he had more cash at his disposal than Douglas, a true old money sign. Why do you want to distribute it yourself? If you can find a distributor, we can take the distribution contract and get a bank loan, which would allow us to raise more money for production, and we wouldn't have to take such a risk. Douglas was puzzled. Why did he have to pay for the entire film himself? Finding a distribution company would save on expensive distribution costs and the hassle of getting money back. He could also take the distribution contract and get a bank loan, instantly reducing the project's cash flow pressure to only 1/3 of what it used to be. Hey, you don't know. Hollywood these days is very juxtaposed with Jewish stories, and I can't help it, Ronald explained his predicament to young Douglas. Ronald, although you're a genius, I still have to advise you, this kind of investment is too risky. Box office performance is unpredictable, and you said the script contains scenes that Jews wouldn't like. What if there's an inexplicable boycott from the industry? Wouldn't you be at great risk? Think about your Aunt Karen. Think about your cousin Donna. If you really love this movie, you can take it slow and continue looking for a major studio willing to distribute it. Business is always like that. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Don't force it. Of course, if you insist on making this movie, and if you want to make it now, I'll invest. Thank you. Ronald patted his childhood friend on the shoulder. And the two hugged like they used to on their high school wrestling team. Why? Ronald asked, looking at young Douglas. I have faith in you, Ronnie. So what if this movie loses money? You'll remember me, and you'll include me in any profitable projects in the future. Little Doug knew he was asking why he would proceed despite the risks. I'll consider it carefully, but I definitely won't let you lose money. Ronald was touched. He put the script away and placed it in a drawer. Indeed, investing his entire fortune and dragging his good friend's money into it, was he taking too much of a risk? My computer had a minor problem today, and fixing it took a lot of time, so the second update will be very late. You can read it tomorrow. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 722 Dreaming of the Spicy Dance Again. After seeing young Douglas off, Ronald took the script for Dirty Dancing out of the drawer, glanced at it for a while, then put it back, repeating this several times. The dance scenes in the movie he had dreamed about were a level above those in his other film, Breakdance. The dancers in Breakdance were all top-notch. Boogaloo, Sabato, and even Handman were all individually top-tier dancers. But the men and women dancing in the warehouse and Dirty Dancing were more than just dancing. In that scene, every move the partners made seemed to be flirting. Arms, legs, eyes, even hats, all subtly conveyed the affection and teasing between lovers. This kind of emotionally charged dance also evoked memories of his high school prom dim lighting, passionate dance moves, the sweat on his partners, mixed with a scent of cheap perfume. Ronald could recall those moments with certain female partners the moment he closed his eyes. The interplay of music and dance, coupled with the lighting and camera movement, gave Ronald a synesthetic experience reminiscent of Jonathan Demme, his senior from Coleman University. This was a highly sophisticated directing technique. In all his years in the industry, Ronald had only achieved this level of artistry, evoking the audience's senses of smell, touch, and taste, in a few shots around sunrise and during the aircraft carrier takeoffs and landings in Top Gun. Such shots are deeply etched into the viewer's mind, leaving a far more lasting impression than a single visual or musical score. Even years later, when they discuss such a film, they might forget the plot, the main characters, the villains, and the heroes, but a particular scene that evokes a memory will remain vividly in their minds. Mentioning that film will bring back memories of the metallic smell on the deck or the cheap perfume scent under the dim lights of the warehouse. These memorable shots, like a tiny insect crawling along his spine, repeatedly stirred Ronald's passion. He truly wanted to make this film. Forget it, I still have family and a girlfriend. If I lose everything, they'll be affected too. Ronald tossed the script into his briefcase and drove home. Helen Slater had already joined the crew of The Secret to Success to help with the lead actress's drug abuse issues. Diane Lane, through Schwarzenegger's recommendation, auditioned for the lead role in TriStar's The Running Man. Ronald, through his CAA connections, reached out to TriStar. TriStar, now with its two joint venture shareholders, HBO and CBS, withdrawing, was left with only Columbia Pictures. To avoid interfering with two partners, Columbia Pictures' own distribution company gradually merged into TriStar. Just as MGM acquired United Artists distribution staff faced the same problem. A studio doesn't need two distribution companies. With recommendations from a popular, box office winning director and the film's male lead, Diane quickly replaced the original lead actress, landing a relatively minor role. The screenwriter was also brought back and rewrote the script based on Diane's background. The lead actress was no longer a Latina, but a traditional American brunette. In American stereotypes, dark-haired women are beautiful and intelligent, but not quite as sexy as blondes. Diane fits the bill perfectly, and the producers were quite satisfied. Is the president of Samsung also Jewish? Ronald, still preoccupied with his sexy dance, asked Nisida again. The new president, Stephen Cannell, his name sounds Jewish, Nisida replied. How come you didn't know? He used to work in television. Samsung recently merged with its production company, and its business has expanded into cable television networks, so I'm not entirely sure. However, his resume shows he's had a smooth career in the entertainment industry, so it's highly likely he's Jewish. HMPH, Ronald rubbed his ear. These Jews were shrewd. They knew that openly announcing their Jewish heritage would provoke discontent from other ethnic groups, especially the actors who make up the largest group in Hollywood. Aside from people like Barbra Streisand, whose large noses are hard to conceal, other entertainment industry professionals generally don't publicly discuss their ethnicity or religious beliefs. Thank you. Diane got the lead role, and after her agent informed her, she immediately came to Ronald's place, hugging him tightly as soon as she entered. There are many action scenes. Remember to have a stunt double if there's any danger. Also, although it's a sci-fi film, I feel the script still has a lot of room for development. You can act freely. Ronald finally found Diane a movie that didn't involve singing or dancing, allowing her to fully showcase her acting skills. Diane looked at Ronald with a hint of admiration, wanting to hear more of his acting advice. Why are you looking at me like that? You know more about acting than I do. Ronald pinched Diane's nose. Hetty? Diane chuckled. Anyway, thank you. Because of the exchange rate appreciation, I actually earned more from the advertising fees in Japan. And being able to play some movie roles is already very satisfying. Ronald stared at Diane until she lowered her head in embarrassment and smiled. Diane's rebellious teenage years were gradually fading, and she had fallen from a promising teenage actress to a struggling actress who couldn't get any scripts. She had also been caught up in multiple marketing scams, and her demeanor was gradually changing, beginning to resemble a traditional American woman. However, that shyness still frequently surfaced. The more Ronald looked at her, the more he felt she had the makings of an actress. Coppola's fondness for Diane likely stemmed from recognizing this potential. Looking at Diane, blushing as she lay on the bed, Ronald went to the kitchen, cracked some eggs, and used the egg mixture and butter to make a hand-pulled toast. He used the rest to make fried eggs, and with a Coke, the two of them ate a hearty meal. Diane's long-standing depression and tension eased, and she quickly fell asleep after eating. Ronald didn't wake her, but instead lay down beside her, inhaling the scent of her hair, and fell asleep as well. If this scene were made into a movie, he thought, it would evoke memories of smelling hair in other people. Ronald was still lamenting about the spicy dance incident. Blu-ray version, a fake from the South, exactly the same as the original, produced in the same factory. Look, even the commemorative booklet inside is included. In his dream, Ronald heard a voice promoting the product to him. Really? Same as the original? Bonus features, interviews, and commentary tracks included. If you don't believe me, I'll show you. It's all there. Ronald found himself in a cramped little shop. The walls were covered with various small plastic boxes, each bearing a movie cover. As if possessing his past self, Ronald noticed that what they sold here wasn't the current VHS tapes. The small boxes were much thinner than tapes. Come and see. The voice opened the box and inserted something resembling a CD into the machine. A television on the wall flashed, displaying an image. It was Patrick Swayze, standing behind Jennifer Grey. Jennifer, wearing a dress, leaned her head back on Swayze's shoulder, reaching back until she touched his face. The title, Dirty Dancing, appeared below them in red artistic lettering. The night we met, I knew I needed you so much. If I had the chance, I would never let you go. Another catchy black style theme song played. This definitely isn't a videotape. It seems like you can choose the scene. It seems more advanced than the ones I've dreamed of before, Ronald thought in his dream. The picture on the television was very clear, much clearer than the movies he'd dreamed of playing on his computer. So you won't say you love me, I'll make you proud of me, the music continued, and below the title Dirty Dancing, another line of text appeared, 20th Anniversary Edition. Ronald perked up immediately upon seeing this. It seemed this movie was destined for success. Even on its 20th anniversary, someone was releasing a commemorative edition. Take a look at The Last Dance. The Blu-ray version is much clearer. Ronald didn't know what Blu-ray was. The voice pressed a button on the remote, selecting the last clip. A red light illuminated, and the protagonist, Baby, was found by the male lead at the last night's dinner party on their vacation, who pulled her onto the stage. It's clearly a red light, isn't it? Ronald looked at the red background lighting in the film, and the highlights shining on people's faces, which was also red. The skin of the two protagonists was also flushed red by this lighting, as if their hearts were racing, their blood was boiling, and their faces were red. This scene inexplicably made his heart race. The two danced a sexy dance on stage. Ronald thought it was like a mambo in Latin dance, with many knee movements and a great sense of rhythm. The more they danced, the happier they became. At the climax, the male lead, Johnny, jumped from the stage to the audience with a big leap from the ballet. Oh, the audience in the movie shouted. Patrick Swayze followed with a 720-degree spin in the air, and then danced solo. His dance partners, dressed in their own clothes, danced in from outside in unison. Johnny was at the front, and the dancers formed a square and moved towards the stage, inviting Baby down. A plus-sized woman stood next to Patrick Swayze, who played Johnny. Despite her size, she danced with remarkable grace and rhythm, her hands constantly tracing patterns from her neck to her hair. Ronald thought that this actress, whom he would never normally consider sexy, surprisingly exuded a certain feminine charm under the influence of music and dance. Jennifer Grey, playing Baby, saw Johnny's invitation and nodded excitedly. She was caught by the dancers on stage, took a sprint, and leaped high near Johnny. Baby soared into the air, arms outstretched, flying forward like an angel. Johnny steadied himself, raised his hands, caught Baby, and lifted her high. Oh, the dancers and the audience shouted. Can you catch me like that too? In that little movie theater, a chubby girl asked her boyfriend, Is it okay? Her boyfriend wasn't strong. Even a bit thin. Let's try it, the chubby girl said, imitating a baby's pose on TV, running towards her boyfriend and jumping. Oops, the boyfriend realized he'd miscalculated and couldn't lift the chubby girl with his arms. Hey, don't come at me. Ronald, standing nearby, saw the boy staggering towards him. The chubby girl couldn't hold on any longer, slipping from her boyfriend's grasp and bumping into Ronald. Ronald was hit, and his muscles hurt quite a bit. HMPH, you want to take advantage of me? Why are you blocking my way? The chubby girl raised her hand to hide him. Oops, Ronald was rubbing where he'd been bumped when he heard this and cursed out in anger. Seeing the slap coming at him, knowing it would hurt, Ronald quickly dodged. Ronnie, what's wrong? Diane, who was sleeping in Ronald's arms, was awakened by his movements. She turned on the bedside lamp. I had a nightmare. Ronald looked at Diane in his arms, thinking about the chubby girl in his dream. A cold sweat broke out. Oh dear, why are you sweating so much? Diane quickly grabbed the towel. I'm fine. At least 20 years had passed in the dream. The movie had even reached its 20th anniversary edition, and judging from the boss's tone, that version was still of very good quality. Suddenly, Ronald felt confident. What was there to be afraid of? Anyway, this movie would be a box office hit, a success. Do you want to see a doctor? Diane looked at Ronald's still shaken appearance. Was he under too much mental stress and anxious? It's nothing. I thought too much during the day, and I dreamed about making a movie last night. Ronald drank some water, calming himself down. Chapter 723 Michael Douglas delivers a message. The town of Montecito in Santa Barbara is about an hour and a half's drive from the heart of Hollywood. Ronald was invited there to meet Hollywood star and producer Michael Douglas. But J.R. drove Ronald to a mansion perched on a hill in town. Outside the two large iron gates on Springs Road, but J.R. pressed a call button, and after a brief conversation, a security guard opened the electric gates. Ronald's car drove into the 7-acre mansion. A nice house, but J.R. remarked as he drove along the tree-lined main road towards the house. It really is a nice house, with great views and a lot of privacy, Ronald agreed. Even less than a mile from the house, all the reporters were kept out of the view, with large trees blocking the view with telephoto lenses. The trees lining the main road inside the mansion were all very tall and thick. Ronald estimated they were at least 50 years old. The location of the house on the hill was also very rare. The mansion was situated in the best location on the mountainside, overlooking the coastline, the town, and the flowing hot springs. This is what Deandra and I bought after we got married in 1979. We even hired a designer to renovate the swimming pool, and since the hot spring water here is so good, we brought it into the house. Michael Douglas, standing at the entrance of his Mediterranean-style mansion, greeted Ronald with his good friend Daniel DeWitt, introducing him to the history of his home. I didn't know you and Danny were friends, Ronald said, noticing his host standing with the male lead of the house that never dies. We have a long history. We went to drama school together in Connecticut, and then we even shared an apartment in New York, Michael Douglas said, putting his arm around his friend. No wonder he went to the premiere of The House That Never Dies, Ronald thought to himself. He's there to support his friend. Ronald, you need to attend more Hollywood parties. My relationship with Michael isn't a secret in Hollywood, DeWitt joked, welcoming Ronald into the large house with a smile. Cameron, this is your Uncle Ronald, the director you've been wanting to meet. Top Gun. A little boy ran in, greeted by Michael Douglas, and asked Ronald for an autograph. Your autograph book is really nice, Ronald said, signing for Douglas's son. The book also contained autographs from many other directors and stars. Thanks. After sending his son away, Douglas led Ronald to the more lively part of the house. Entering this party hall, far from the quieter, more residential area, a burst of noise immediately envelopes him. Ronald had the illusion of stepping onto the set of The Great Gatsby. It felt so much like the kind of ballroom hall typical of the golden age of the 1920s. Have fun, enjoy the Hollywood experience, Michael Douglas said, handing him a drink, with Danny DeVito standing nearby. Ronald had received the invitation from Michael Douglas during the day. Douglas had said he wanted to discuss some film matters with him in person. Having met Douglas a few times, Ronald had a decent impression of this most successful second-generation actor from a famous Jewish family of actors in Hollywood, and accepted the invitation to his home. The party was filled with handsome men and beautiful women, engaged in lively conversation. Ronald quickly became the center of attention, with people constantly coming up to introduce themselves. Is it a bit noisy? DeWitt, of Italian descent, was familiar with several Italian-American directors and actors, and his main agent, Nisida, was also Italian. As an actor, he wasn't considered conventionally attractive and always played supporting roles. So he quickly sensed that Ronald didn't enjoy such a noisy setting. Everyone, Ronald and I have something to discuss. Please enjoy yourselves, Michael Douglas, at his friend's signal, put his arm around Ronald's shoulder, and the three of them walked down a corridor to a small room to discuss business. Ronald, we've only met a few times, but Danny has told me you're a director who understands the balance between art and commerce very well. Michael Douglas began by praising Ronald. Michael, may I call you Michael? Like me, I also enjoy your movies. You said you wanted to talk to me on the phone. Ronald smiled slightly. Michael Douglas understood. Ronald was someone who could discuss things directly. It's like this, in Hollywood, my father, Kirk, is a good friend of many Jews. You've approached several studios trying to sign distribution contracts, and several busybodies have told my father about it. He originally wanted to talk to you personally. But I happened to be visiting him that day, So he asked me to convey their friends' attitudes to you. What do you mean? What message do they want you to convey? Ronald seemed to understand. The discussion was still about the film Spicy Dance. Don't misunderstand, my relationship with my father is so-so. I just don't like people interfering with artists' creative freedom. But those people have considerable power, and I think I'm probably the best person to deliver this message. Ronald relaxed. In any case, those people had found a suitable person to relay their message. This was a friendly gesture. So, what exactly are they trying to say? Ronald took a sip of his drink. Wait, let me guess. Are they saying the Big Seven won't sign a distribution contract with me? That was just an accident, Ronald. No studio executive can refuse you. They don't want to bear the blame for missing out on Ronald's film. Douglas relaxed and sat down diagonally across from him. But I have to say, Hollywood is still dominated by a bunch of old men, and their opinions often carry a lot of weight. You want me to quit? No, like I said, I hate it when people interfere with my creative freedom, and I won't let them do that to you. So, Ronald didn't understand what Michael Douglas meant. He wasn't familiar with Hollywood's style of expression, which never explicitly said no. He turned to look at the Italian-American DeVito. Michael isn't one of those old fogies. You can't imagine a producer who made One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest doing this. DeVito lived up to Ronald's expectations and explained Michael Douglas's intentions in more detail. Michael wants you to tone down the controversial parts of the script about the young Jewish woman a bit. That would appease those old fogies and get past their complaints. Ronald roughly understood. There was a small circle of high-ranking Jewish officials who were worried about Ronald promoting the film. A popular, box office-winning director could always find producers willing to risk everything. They didn't really want to ruin their relationship with Ronald. After all, they needed his help to make other blockbuster films. So, they contacted Michael, the son of Kirk Douglas, a prominent figure in the old Hollywood Jewish community, to relay their message. They wanted Ronald to slightly modify the love story between the Jewish girl and the poor Irishman in the script. Otherwise, given Ronald's box office prowess, the film might secretly encourage young girls within the Jewish community to imitate such behavior. As long as Ronald was willing to compromise, they wouldn't interfere with his plans. So as long as the audience doesn't associate it with a rich Jewish family's daughter dating a poor Irish guy, they won't interfere with my filming. That's it. What about the Big Seven distribution contract? Ronald proposed a condition, hoping the Jewish group would give him a distribution contract so that the Spicy Dance filming could be approved. My father is only remembered by some old friends because he's famous and fair. You'll have to discuss the specific distribution contract with him, so it's just not interference, not an offer to take over the project. Ronald understood their conditions. So, what do you say? Danny DeVito, seeing Ronald deep in thought for several minutes without speaking, asked on behalf of his good friend. I can guarantee I won't portray the outrageous behavior of Jewish girls in the film, and I'll tone down the audience's perception of Baby and Johnny's relationship. I also want to promise not to interfere with my affairs. Great. Michael Douglas downed his drink in one gulp. Now we can talk about real art. What real art? I've been hesitating lately about taking on a new role in a film. It's about a married man's infidelity. I don't want to play that kind of chivalrous character again, like in The Emerald. I really like the script. The director is Adrian Lane. You worked with him on Flashdance. What kind of person is he? Michael Douglas wasn't used to this relaying atmosphere either. Seeing Ronald not in agreement, he breathed a sigh of relief and began to talk about the real film. Adrian is a true visual master. He'll film passion beautifully. Ronald thought for a moment and objectively evaluated his old friend, Director Lane. Are you really going to revise the script? Nisita, having learned of the message Ronald received at the party, asked about Ronald's plans. I have my ways. No script changes. As long as the demands of those Jews are met, that's fine. Ronald had his own solution. However, the Jewish community's promise of non-interference was conditional on Ronald downplaying the film's impact on young Jewish women. Should he fabricate a fake script, try to scam the Jewish executives at the Big Seven, and secure investment? Ultimately, his own resources weren't strong enough. If only he had enough money, or knew the Wall Street tycoons who helped Minahan raise funds. Or even better, if there were foreign investors willing to enter Hollywood's distribution channels, he wouldn't have to handle distribution himself. Chapter 724 Turns out the capital was actually myself. The vice president's son, George Jr., was merely a figurehead director. His connections to Wall Street weren't actually that close. The film fund behind him was a private equity fund offered to wealthy individuals on Wall Street. Ronald didn't yet have the resources to have someone set up a separate fund for him to make films. Since Ronald didn't have any Wall Street connections, he had to call his private lawyer in New York, Lindsay Dole, and accountant, Lawrence, asking them to see if they could connect him with Wall Street bankers. That small law firm from back then had now become a promising mid-sized firm in New York. Besides Lindsay Dole handling business with several large companies, the firm's named partner, Bobby Donnell, had very strong connections, including with a U.S. attorney for the Southern District of New York. For a financing round of the scale of Ronald's daydream, bank presidents had too much control over the investment, while the financing decisions of a typical VP were too small. Their law firm's network was exactly what they needed. The banker Minahan Golan hired is Michael Milken. He helped Minahan raise $300 million through high-interest junk bonds. Issuing junk bonds requires a company to have a long history of data. Minahan made so many bad movies, which helped Milken creatively use accounting standards to inflate a bubble. Your daydream, aside from a few music videos, commercials, and aerobics videos, has no film history. So a more realistic approach for you is to find a personal bank to give you some loans. If you're willing to accept Citibank's personal banking services, I can find clients to arrange some loan plans. Lindsay Dole and Bobby Donnell discussed it, and Ronald's most realistic option was still to get a distribution contract and then apply for a mortgage loan. I'm fed up with those studios. They attach so many conditions. Change the script. I want to distribute this movie myself, then we need to find other methods. Credit loans have too high interest rates. It's very uneconomical for you. Recently, there have been rumors on Wall Street that the Federal Reserve is going to raise interest rates again. Knock knock. There was a knock on the conference room door, and a middle-aged man barged in. Lawrence, Ronald recognized his accountant. Lawrence. What news do you have? Is it good news? Have you found a capitalist willing to finance you? Lawrence smiled and replied, it's good news, but it's not about the capitalist. Could I have some privacy? Ronald smiled at the lawyers, leaving only his personal lawyer, Lindsay, behind. Good news. Your two main stock investments, Coca-Cola and McDonald's, are going to split their shares. McDonald's will split 1.5 to 1, and Coca-Cola 3 to 1. This is the registration document you need to sign. On the X-rights date, you will own 3 times the amount of Coca-Cola stock, but the price will drop, won't it? Ronald didn't know much about stocks, but he figured it was impossible for the price to remain the same after the split. Theoretically, that's true, but stock splits generally indicate that a company is optimistic about its future prospects and wants to attract more individual investors to make it easier for them to buy shares. Moreover, Coca-Cola's new formula, launched last year, saw sales increase by 8% in the first quarter of this year. The market is generally optimistic about the prospects, and a 3-1 stock split is quite unusual. It's expected that after today's announcement, the stock price will rise again when the market opens next week. That means your stock will go up. How much higher? Ronald currently has about $7 million worth of stock, and he can access $3 million from Douglas Jr. If he can get a total of $14 million, it will be enough to produce and release Spicy Dance. I don't know. I asked a few stockbrokers, and they all said it could go up more than 10%. Let's pray. Lindsay Dole, influenced by Ronald, also bought some Coca-Cola stock, not to mention Lawrence. For a moment, all three of them made the sign of the cross. When Ronald went home to visit Aunt Karen on the weekend, he was often absent-minded, and he didn't hear his aunt's questions. What's wrong, Ronnie? Aunt Karen grabbed Ronald's hand, asking her nephew who was behaving strangely today. I want to make a movie, but the Hollywood studios don't want to sign a distribution contract with me, so I might have to produce it with my own money. Ronald was still a little worried, but seeing Aunt Karen's question, he felt a sense of relief and told her about his difficulties. Why won't they sign you? Aunt Karen asked, puzzled. Because they're worried that this story will influence the choices of Jewish girls. Nonsense. Girls won't date boys if they don't watch movies. These people are really strange. Wait a minute. Aunt Karen went into the bedroom and returned a moment later with a check in her hand to Ronald. This is $300,000, my share when the leg warmer company was sold. If you don't have enough, include mine. How can I? Ronald declined. This was some of his aunt's retirement savings. How could he risk investing in his own movie? Why not? Without your idea for the leg warmer business, I wouldn't have made this money. Actually, I had some savings from those years running the company, plus I still have this house, and Eric and I can continue working at the restaurant, so it won't affect me. Besides, your movies always make a lot of money, so don't you want your aunt to get a share? Ha ha ha. As long as you have faith in me, Ronald accepted the check. Anyway, he could still make it in Hollywood for a long time, so he wouldn't be unable to pay back his aunt's money. That's right. If you make a lot of money, I'll use it as wedding money for Donna, Aunt Karen said with a smile. This is our office, the best office building in Manhattan. You can also see the Statue of Liberty across the street from here. In a few days, on Independence Day, the first couple will announce the reopening of the Statue of Liberty there. This time, the funds for the restoration of the Statue of Liberty were raised through donations from all sectors of society. You see, it's right there. Lawrence invited Ronald to the stock brokerage firm's office. Today, they would assess the situation and decide whether to sell Ronald's stock. Why is there still a Coca-Cola billboard there? Ronald looked at the Statue of Liberty across the street through the binoculars handed to him by the stockbroker. The scaffolding below was being dismantled, and on the largest steel frame next to it, there was a huge Coca-Cola advertisement. It featured a new version of the Coca-Cola can with the name New Coke on it. Coca-Cola and McDonald's are both raising funds for the restoration of the Statue of Liberty. McDonald's donates 1 cent to the restoration fund for every hamburger they sell. Coca-Cola is doing the same. New Coke started a 1-cent donation advertising campaign 6 months ago. Bang, bang. The stockbroker opened 2 cans of New Coke and handed them to Ronald and Lawrence. The assistant bought some McDonald's breakfast hamburgers, and everyone started eating. Why is it so sweet? It tastes like Pepsi. Ronald took a sip of the New Coke and tasted the difference. The New Coke was too sweet. He didn't really like it. Give me one of those. Ronald pointed to the table and said to his assistant. Bang! He grabbed a bottle of cherry-flavored Coke, a new flavor launched alongside the New Coke. It tastes a bit strange, but at least it's not too sweet. Ronald ate his McDonald's breakfast with a cherry-flavored Coke. The stockbroker had pre-entered the stock code into the computer, and Coca-Cola's real-time stock price began to flash on the large screen on the wall. Before the stock split announcement, Ronald's Coca-Cola was worth $105 per share. As Lawrence had predicted, the stock price had been rising steadily, closing at $121.75 last weekend. With a 3-to-1 stock split today, Ronald and his team felt that as long as it stayed above $40, they could sell everything. The lights on the large screen on the wall began to display a scrolling effect under the program's command. The words KO 121.75 inches repeated 3 times, moving rapidly from right to left. It was still last weekend's closing price. Ring ring ring, the market's open. Ronald straightened up, his eyes glued to the scrolling price display. KO 42.75 inches, that's an increase. Ronald looked at Lawrence. That's about 128 before the stock split. Lawrence frantically pressed keys on his calculator, quoting a price Ronald could understand. Let's sell. Ronald was overjoyed. This was 6% higher than he'd expected. Wait a bit, it might go up further. The stockbroker quickly dialed the New York Stock Exchange. Place a sell order at 44, KO, 43.15, KO, 43.40. Ronald stared intently at the scrolling price. Each cycle brought a new real-time transaction price. KO, 44.25, sold, keep selling, the stockbroker yelled into the phone. KO, 44.80, KO, 45.50 inches. The stock price continued to climb, and the broker's sell orders were snapped up as soon as they were placed. 45.50, no, 46, the transaction price was updating rapidly, and Coca-Cola's stock price was slowly but steadily rising. KO 46.50, KO 47.20 inches. Keep clearing, hurry up. The broker seemed to have discovered some clues and was yelling into the phone. Ronald didn't understand it all, but he was also caught up in this enthusiasm and became inexplicably excited. He grabbed a can of the New Coke that he didn't like before, popped the tab, and gulped it down. It tastes pretty good, actually. 20 minutes after the market opened, Ronald's Coca-Cola stock had been completely cleared out. The average transaction price was 46.50, all cleared out. A total of $9,300,000. Adding your McDonald's stock, if you sell it after the stock split, You can get more than $10,500,000 in cash from this sale. Ronald heard this number and plopped down on the soft sofa. With his cash, plus the money from little Douglas and Aunt Karen, the total for Spicy Dance was about right. It's falling. It's falling. The stockbroker's assistant was still staring at the big screen. KO 45.50, KO 44.50. Coca-Cola's stock price gradually declined, finally stabilizing at 43.80. Do you want to buy more, Mr. Lee? The stockbroker asked Ronald after seeing the price. This time, Ronald had sold most of his shares and taken the cash, which wasn't particularly good for his business. Although the legend of helping Hollywood directors make a lot of money could attract more clients in the industry, it would be best if Ronald could continue buying and selling stocks here. Forget it, I can't make that kind of money. Although the air conditioning was set low, Ronald was still sweating profusely, his heart pounding. These numbers of hundreds of thousands of dollars that could be earned in minutes were too exciting for him. Although I'm still a little short, I shouldn't take the risk. Even if the stock price goes up tomorrow, it's not something my heart can handle. Lawrence was also sweating nervously. He had also sold all his stocks and made a small profit. The two found a hotel with a small Turkish bath and took a relaxing shower. Little Douglas, I found enough money, now we can start the project, Ronald said, calming his excitement as he dialed Douglas's number. Chapter 725. Assembling the publishing team. My country, a land of sweet freedom, I sing for you, the land where my fathers died, the land of pilgrims' pride, a group of children, holding candles, sing for you, my country, 'tis of thee, at the base of the Statue of Liberty. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. quoted these lyrics in a speech during the civil rights movement of the 1960s. The Statue of Liberty was a gift from France to the United States a century ago. Today, after years of fundraising and restoration led by Girl Scouts, the newly renovated Statue of Liberty has reopened. CBS broadcast the opening ceremony live for 4 days, and the ribbon-cutting ceremony is currently being broadcast live. French President Mitterrand, along with his wife, addressed the nation on this symbol of Franco-American friendship. On National Day, the Statue of Liberty reopened to tourists and the public, and the two leaders entered the statue hand in hand, broadcast live on television. The television station didn't go inside to film, but about 10 minutes later, they captured First Lady Nancy inside the hollow observation hall atop the goddess's crown. A significant part of the renovation included the construction of a new elevator that went directly from the ground floor to the top. Nancy, finding herself captured by cameramen in a helicopter circling outside, smiled and waved to the millions of viewers in front of their televisions. Snap, Eddie, the general manager of Daydream Studios, turned off the television Ronald was watching. Hey, I was still watching, Ronald said, grimacing in annoyance. He really liked the statue. He often saw it on his ferry trips to Manhattan for medical appointments during high school, and now that it was renovated, he wanted to watch a little longer of the special program introducing the goddess's history. Michelle Canold is here. Oh, Ronald quickly got up, sat behind the desk on the other side, and straightened his t-shirt. Michelle Canold was originally the production manager for Weston Pictures, which had bought the distribution rights to Dirty Dancing. She had argued with the boss, Steve Tissot, because she hadn't discovered the potential problems with a Jewish girl when acquiring the film. After Ronald bought the production rights to Spicy Dance, Michelle Canold was reported for gossiping that his boss's decision to abandon the film might be a big mistake. This was overheard by the company, and he was relegated to the audience videotape satisfaction survey department. Meanwhile, Ronald, having received the cash from the stock purchase, established a project company called Spicy Dance Productions, investing an initial $1 million to prepare for the project. While Ronald was experienced in production, he was a novice in distribution. He sought talent through connections. Coincidentally, Eleanor, the screenwriter of Spicy Dance, told Ronald about Michelle Canold's experience, so he invited him to discuss the possibility of him joining Daydream Pictures to handle the distribution of Spicy Dance. Hello, Mr. Lee, Michelle Canold said. He was handsome, like a Hollywood star. His suit, though not expensive, was of good quality, and his hair was neatly combed back, giving him an air of trustworthiness. Weston's headquarters are in Chicago. Canold used the excuse of investigating the video rental business in New Jersey to secretly drive to New York for an interview. Call me Ronald. Ronald shook his hand. You've probably heard about the problems I've encountered. I'm now preparing to distribute this film myself, bypassing the big 7 distribution channels. If you were in charge of this, how would you proceed? Thank you. Canold accepted the coffee from his secretary, drank it, and placed it on the table. If we don't go through the distribution departments of the Big 7 studios or other mid-sized studios, we'll miss the easiest time to sell, the Las Vegas Film Festival. Theater buyers want to buy enough films for next year's screenings all at once. Since we've missed the bulk sales event, we'll have to find theater chains and theater owners in all 50 states ourselves and start a retail business. Please continue, Ronald, seeing that Canold had immediately pointed out the biggest problem with independently distributing a film, and having a good grasp of Canold's abilities, gestured for him to continue explaining his plan. I imagine you won't be investing a very large budget in this film. Yes, I plan to keep the budget under $6 million. Ronald had secured a $3 million investment commitment from Douglas Jr., made a profit on stocks, and had more funds. Roughly, he planned to allocate half for production, half for distribution, and keep $1 million, plus his aunt's investment, as a reserve fund. So, it's practically impossible to get a top-tier star to star in this film unless you can use your connections. I'm not considering that. Ronald shook his head. The Jewish issue remained. They had only promised to lower the intensity of the plot and wouldn't interfere. If he tried to use his connections to get a top star, it would definitely trigger another round of interference. Then we'll handle the distribution like a low-budget film. Will you be directing it yourself? I'm still looking for a suitable candidate. If I can't find someone more suitable, I'm not ruling out directing it myself. Ideally, you should direct it yourself, because that's the only thing that can attract the interest of theater owners. Even if you don't direct, we absolutely must put your name at the very top of the movie poster, in the largest font. Canold quickly interrupted Ronald. Without Ronald's fame and star power, distributing this movie would be extremely difficult. No problem. What else do we need to do? Ronald was quite satisfied with Canold's preparations. Although he had only distributed films that weren't shown in theaters but were directly recorded on video, he still had a clear understanding of the key aspects of distribution. Next, we need to assemble a distribution team. We'll start making phone calls to about 4,000 theaters across the U.S. We'll build up their anticipation for your new movie. Before filming begins, we'll create posters, and after the cast is finalized, we'll take costume photos. Then we can start sending these promotional materials to them. For interested theater owners, we can start negotiating to determine suitable release dates and the number of copies. Once filming begins, we'll be able to cut a trailer and send it out or visit more theater owners. We'll try to secure more theater contracts during the packaging and post-production phases, within the established release dates. After the initial cut is complete, we'll have a third, and final, chance to secure even more theater contracts. At this point, some of the films they booked at this year's Las Vegas Film Festival might run into problems or have their release dates postponed, so if we're lucky, we can get more theaters to screen the film. How many people do you need for your team? If it's experienced distributors, I need 5. Then initially, I'll need 10 to 15 newbies for initial contact. During filming, post-production, and release, I'll need to recruit more people to handle on-the-ground promotion, due diligence, public relations, and other business, or hire a professional company. I can hire 5 people, but I don't have many experienced ones. You'll have to pick from recent graduates. Even if I brought in some veterans, it wouldn't be of much use. Most of them just rely on the connections of large organizations to sell films to theater buyers at trade shows. If you really want to sell films from scratch, they might not be more efficient. Their personal relationships with theater owners aren't necessarily good. For telemarketing and such, you can hire college students part-time. I can only give you these initial resources. If you think it's suitable, then come work for me. I'll give you the same salary as at Weston. You can discuss the specifics with General Manager Eddie. Film distribution is an extremely expensive business. Even a prolific producer of low-budget exploitative films like Roger Corman, at his peak producing over 20 films a year, could only barely keep his distribution team from losing money. Ronald didn't want any projects that would hire long-term, permanent staff and increase fixed expenses. In fact, he almost wished he didn't have a single long-term employee. Right now, Daydream's distribution department only distributes 1 film. If it's profitable, and they can distribute other films, he can convert temporary workers to permanent staff and take the opportunity to expand the headcount. But he absolutely cannot start with the setup of a third-tier studio, hiring a bunch of industry veterans to sit in the office. Deal. Ronald held out his hand, looking for Canold's agreement to his terms. Deal. Michelle Canold knew she wouldn't have the chance to manage an important department at Weston anymore. She was optimistic about the film anyway, having personally bought half the production rights and all the distribution rights. She wanted to prove her judgment, to have the opportunity to prove herself right to the wealthy heir Steve Tissot, and that this job was worthwhile. Besides, in Ronald's company, if she could successfully handle the distribution of Spicy Dance, she would be the most senior veteran. That's not impossible, but I need to hire an experienced person, Michelle Canold thought for a moment, understanding Ronald's idea. She suggested finding an experienced and passionate industry veteran to help build a team and train newcomers. Okay, deal. You can go to Columbia's distribution department. They're about to merge with Samsung's distribution department and are laying off redundant staff. Ronald, once you sign, I can submit the incorporation documents for Spicy Dance Productions Limited to the Delaware state government. Here, and here. Private lawyer Lindsay Dole brought over the company incorporation documents for Ronald to sign. Mr. Hanson, please sign in the shareholder section here, the lawyer said, then had young Douglas sign. And Donna Parker, your cousin. When will she sign? Right away. I've had Bud pick her up. Ronald glanced at his watch. In late 1984, Wu Xianbao, a Chinese American, was elected lieutenant governor of Delaware. Originally from UIO, he went to the United States to study in 1955 or 1956, becoming the first Chinese American born outside of America to reach the position of lieutenant governor. Delaware's resource-poor and has a small population, comprising only 3 counties, the fewest in America. After becoming lieutenant governor, Wu Xianbao utilized his family's traditional expertise, proposing a way to generate income. He passed legislation through the state legislature, allowing American citizens to establish limited companies in Delaware and enjoy tax benefits. Even better, they allow shareholders of the limited company to remain anonymous. This effectively creates an offshore tax haven in America for wealthy individuals who still want federal protection. For tax avoidance purposes during filming, registering a limited liability company in Delaware specifically for the Spicy Dance movie allows them to enjoy lower tax rates. Furthermore, registering a limited liability company, LLC, allows for tax transparency. Shareholders only need to pay income tax once on dividends, avoiding double taxation by the company and individuals. Thus, all profits pass from the project company to the LLC, and outsiders remain unaware of the shareholders' identities. Ronnie, I'm here. Where do I sign? Donna, wearing a red t-shirt, white shorts, tennis shoes, and a ponytail, appeared in Ronald's office. Just ask Attorney Lindsay, Ronald instructed, still reviewing the distribution business plan written by Canold. Oh, are you going to make sales calls? Donna, having finished signing, returned and saw Ronald's distribution plan beside her. Yeah, it's like selling life insurance. Can I get a summer job here? Just pay me the wages I deserve, Donna suddenly said to Ronald. You're going to be a physicist, aren't you supposed to apply for an internship at a NASA observatory this summer? Why do this kind of telemarketing work? Ronald asked curiously. This is America. Even if you're a physicist, you still have to sell projects and find sponsors. Besides, I might not even become a physicist. The era of great discoveries in physics is over, and I don't think being a physicist will necessarily make any significant contributions, so I want to try different jobs and find what I like best. That's good, but don't do it for too long. It's very hard work. Ronald agreed with Donna's choice. It's important to try different career options before graduation and find your interests and strengths. It's just that this kind of telemarketing work is hard, and people often hang up on you. Ronald didn't really want Donna to do it for too long. Just trying it out and experiencing the hardships of life would be enough. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.